Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go! Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go.
Hello and welcome to yet another day of the LCK. We are here for our first matchup of the night. It is KT Rolster up against Kwangdong Freaks, and it's me, Valdez, here alone in Lal Park on the desk, hoping that Wolf is feeling much better. He'll be casting with me from home. How are you feeling today, Wolf?
Actually much better than I did even on Thursday, so luckily for me, I still have coronavirus. I'm still quarantining at home, but I really just don't have symptoms. I'm not sick at all, so don't worry about me, guys. I'm okay.
Awesome. Great to hear. And yeah, my first time kind of being alone on the desk, but nice to do this with you. I'm glad you're still involved, Wolf. Let's get into the points of the match and kind of break down this matchup that we do have, because it should be a pretty interesting one. I think KT Rolster and Kwangdong Freaks should be relatively evenly matched in this one, Wolf.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is a really tough matchup to predict, and was one of the matches this week that predictions differed between us on. And KT, they're playing so much around aiming right now. They've really adopted a similar playstyle. We've seen success from Prince in the same way on Live Sandbox. We've also seen, of course, Kwangdong Freaks moving towards that similar playstyle with Teddy, but sometimes on more utility AD carry picks like the Ashe. So this one is really exciting for me because I think these two teams have very different playstyles around how they use their late game AD carries. So anyone can take it tonight.
Yeah, it's definitely a really good point, as two mid laners, unpredictable performance in round one. Solo Pog with Talia and Lissandra for Fate, and defeat on Yone Vikla. Definitely a couple of mid laners that we had decently high expectations coming into Summer with, but haven't quite met them so far.
Yeah, Vikla having a bit of a rough matchup in his last one, so we'll see if he performs well tonight, as it was a little bit shaky for him. So you know, he's starting again tonight, not Arya, not going to be making a fast swap here, but Fate, on the other hand, like you mentioned, looking on the up and up. So definitely a strong matchup here for Kwangdong Freaks that a few weeks ago we might have said actually is extremely Vikla favored.
Yeah, definitely changing sides a little bit this time around. 6 consecutive pogs for aiming. The carry machine is back. Teddy mostly going on to the Senna, as we have seen in recent times, but aiming certainly fulfilling that carry role, as you mentioned, Wolf.
Yeah, so this is the difference in how these two players, who are very famous for late game AD carries, are playing. You know, we're seeing Aphelios, Zeri, extreme hyper carry type champions for aiming, where he's going for the 1v9, whereas Teddy has been playing a lot more utility, the Senna, the Ashe, etc. We've seen a little bit more Seraphine on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. They, of course, got very famous for that pick when they beat T1 with it a few weeks ago. So I'm curious to see if aiming will be allowed to pick these hyper carries, because we are seeing teams slowly start to ban things like the Aphelios even away from these hyper carry AD carry players.
Yeah, the Aphelios on a big upswing. I think Zeri should be absolutely permanently banned nowadays. I've been pretty vocal about that. As we'll take a deeper dive into the stats here, you see that KT slightly better, but doesn't really tell the full story of where these teams are at right now.
Yeah, you could see that the late game has been, or at least the mid game, let's say, has been significantly better for KT Rolster. Usually at 20 minutes, they have a pretty significant gold lead. That's third in the league, so this doesn't always end up translating to victories, as they are 6th place, of course, and still on the east side. Whereas Kwangdong Freaks, just one set of games below KT Rolster, have found more success even when down at 20. So I'm curious to see how this one pans out between these two, because it is really Kwangdong Freaks sinking or swimming in the late game.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we have 3 players of KT here tonight. Of course, Cuz and Life also in a similar boat, still quarantining, so they will be playing from home. Very happy we had that rule added here into Summer, so everybody can still try their hardest if they are able to. Of course, it is the player's decision. Everybody so far has been, you know, healthy enough to still make the plays happen. You know, whether or not they're at 100% in terms of their level of play is up to you guys to decide. But I think that KT have been on the up and up.
I feel like we really have seen every player who's had to play from home play about the same as they have when they have been in Lal Park. So it's been pretty exciting to see that this system really is working this season. It gives me hope that in all sorts of circumstances in the future, any other variations of the virus will have this backup plan.
Yeah, it's definitely good to have that safety net for sure. As you mentioned, I mean, this lineup definitely relying on aiming to do a bit of the carrying. Let's see on the side here of Kwangdong Freaks, as it has been kind of an up and down season for them, I have to say. Obviously sitting at 7th, not feeling too great, but Keen hasn't been 100%. You know, still having issues, I feel, with the jungle and the support roles, as they have been swapping back and forth between Hoyt and Moham, who is going to be starting tonight.
Yeah, and what's really exciting for me about this matchup in particular between KT and Kwangdong Freaks, this rematch here, is how much the jungle of both of these teams has leveled up since last time they met. Cuz and LM both performing very poorly at the beginning of the season, especially LM. I mean, he's one of the most heavily criticized players in the LCK alongside Hoyt, who of course is not starting tonight, but it's been a meta where when both of these junglers are playing around the bottom 2v2, they look a little bit more comfortable. I think it's because this jungle meta right now is so bot-centric that your decision-making isn't really hampered by a variety of choices, because usually you are really hovering around the bottom side of the map. So I think the jungling becoming simpler has really made both these players look a lot stronger. But this is the AD carry matchup here, the most exciting one here. A lot of these stats going to look incredible for aiming, just simply because, as we mentioned before, he has been playing more hyper carry style versus the utility that Teddy brings. That's where you see the damage share here and damage per minute much higher for aiming over Teddy, because he's been playing the Senna, the Ashe, etc. CS difference though, 10, nearly at 15 minutes for aiming. Gold difference at 15, almost 5, or just over 550, I should say. And this is aiming, dominating in lane, being set up by Cuz, and then taking those leads to snowball the games when he has these hyper carries that explode 2-3 items, Aphelios, etc. The Zeri he's been given a few times where, you know, I don't think we're going to be seeing that tonight, as you mentioned. I really hope not, but if he's given the opportunity to play it, he usually actually gets ahead in the laning phase and then snowballs games.
Yeah, I think absolutely if he gets an opportunity to play it here, he will be picking that one up. As you guys see, Cuz seems like he's pretty comfortable there at home, getting ready to play. And there, of course, is LM, his counterpart. And not sure what the discussion here is, but everybody's having a good time on the side of Kwangdong. And yeah, I'm just excited to get into this one. I think the jungle matchup is going to be huge. We've seen jungles have, you know, definitely a lot of hovering down towards the bottom side of the map, but also some earlier ganks just in general on bot and mid. As, you know, that wasn't always the case in the LCK. A lot of the times we had these herbivore junglers that just farmed out their camps over and over. But nowadays we're actually getting a lot of action from our junglers.
Yeah, we certainly are. And I think that Poppy is rising up so quickly in popularity, along with Trundle. But Poppy in particular is just so great, as KT will pick blue side, but so great at controlling the bottom 2v2, controlling objective fights in mid to late game, because her ultimate can just remove multiple members from the enemy team, shuts down a lot of other meta junglers because of her steadfast presence, shuts down a lot of mid laners because of her steadfast presence. So if you have a high priority blue side bottom 2v2 and the Poppy, you've kind of got draft kingdom most of the time here these past few weeks in the LCK. So KT have aiming on blue side here. They have first pick priority. I do think some attention needs to be given here for Kwangdong Freaks on that potential setup for this hyper carry player.
Yeah, well, we are going to jump into the draft here. KT on blue side, Kwangdong on red. As a Seraphine ban, Kwangdong has seen that quite a lot after their win over T1 and subsequent play with the Senna Seraphine.
Kalista taken away also here, as we will see Corki banned. I know that's something I was going to mention to you. We're definitely going to be seeing a lot of Corki bans tonight, which probably makes you happy, because
yes, very much
pretty binary. As we do see a Poppy ban here, so this does open up the Lucian pick a little bit more here. Obviously, no Lulu ban, so could see a Kog'Maw Lulu response from Teddy and Moham, but we haven't seen that from them just yet, so not going to be something that we should expect. I think Kwangdong Freaks would do well to just ban the Lucian away here. Don't play with fire.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a solid choice. There are so many strong champions, I feel, especially mid-lane champions, even Sylas and Gnar and stuff like this, and the Azir has been very common. So they're going to go ahead and ban that, but it does mean that we could see a Lucian first pick. They hovered that Renata as well, but would not be surprised to see Aiming hop onto this champion.
No, Kwangdong Freak should have a response prepared, and Kog'Maw Lulu is open. When it's been one of the best responses we've seen so far in the LCK, but there are, of course, other options. You could just avoid this AD carry for now and prioritize some of the other picks like you were talking about. The Gnar still available here. Grab a support and then figure this out later on, or rather grab a jungle and then figure out the bottom 2v2 later on. The Trundle is the other option to punish the lane prio besides the Poppy like we were talking about, because yeah, Trundle is very boring and binary in parts of the game past 10 minutes where, you know, yeah, he did his job in the early game or he didn't, or the team is ahead or it's behind, but he's so good at protecting bottom 2v2 against Lucian Nami pressure. And we'll see the Lulu, it looks like, to lock in with this. So we might be going into one of these Lulu Kog'Maw games yet again.
Seems very likely. You know, you see the Lulu, it's like the Kog'Maw is face up, and you see the Lucian, the Nami is face up. Now the Sylas, another strong pick that I did mention, and it kind of does mean that Kwangdong will not want to pick up a Gnar. I think you have to pick the Kog'Maw here, of course, but it does mean that KT might save themselves a ban if they feel like, oh, okay, with Sylas, we can effectively counter Gnar even if they pick it.
I think that for KT now, you know, you're really weak in terms of late game damage, so you might be fishing for something like a Gangplank, but if you're going to do that, you really need to consider the possibility that Kwangdong might put Keen on that top Shyvana, excuse me, and the top Shyvana tank we've seen so much with a strong bottom 2v2. We'll ban away the Sejuani first here, and I think that KT should consider that is a strong possibility here, because all Kwangdong really needs is just stronger frontline here and more utility. Do like this Talia ban, can be very powerful in the lane against Sylas, and can help set up team fights and give a lot of space to the Kog'Maw Lulu.
Yeah, it's really just a space creator, as you mentioned. Her and Trundle together. You can keep him very safe, even if it's not the classic protect the Kog'Maw with double tank and stuff like that.
Taking away the Wukong here, so another great engaged champion that can really mess up Kwangdong Freaks here in terms of team fight setup. Because right now, KT don't have a ton of range, they don't have a ton of scaling, so Kwangdong is expecting, I think, with the Sejuani ban and the Wukong ban, that maybe KT is going to try to all in on trying to get picks and try to dive aggressively, win fights early, and just snowball this game. As Ryze is taken away here. Ryze very strong with the Kog'Maw Lulu and gives you a lot of rotational power in the early game.
Yeah, there was a big smile on Fate's face. I'm not sure if that's because he wanted to play Ryze or because he was just happy that he had a couple of champions banned against him. Perhaps both, as Gangplank is going to be the answer. So will Rascal respond with the Shyvana you mentioned?
Well, the Shyvana, I was more expecting to be on Kwangdong's side here for some additional frontlining with the Trundle. And it's very difficult, I think, to play tanks into this Trundle for KT. So, you know, even thinking about it more, that Sejuani ban does feel a little bit weaker. As KT are just so desperate now to figure out some form of long-term scaling. Looking for the Gwen here, which is going to be side lane power there, if it doesn't fall too far behind. And the Bel'Veth we saw hovered for just a moment did feel like it could absolutely be some additional form of scaling, depending on the build. The Talon we saw hovered would have been going in the complete opposite direction. Of course, KT really trying to snowball the game with that, or we've seen Cuz play like Rakan, or not Rakan, sorry.
Maybe something.
Lee Sin will be the pick. I'm thinking of the jungler that tunnels. I don't know why.
Rek'Sai. Yeah.
Yes. I don't know why I said Rakan. We've seen Cuz play Rek'Sai in drafts like this, but we'll be the Lee Sin and the Gwen to come through here. This draft for KT is all in on aiming, and then hopefully Rascal will be able to get it done in the side. That is the hopes and prayers of KT in this draft, because now you have the Gragas. I like Kwangdong Freak's draft way more.
Yeah, so assuming the Gragas is going to go mid.
Mid, yes.
It was Fate, right? That was playing the Ornn mid, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, so he's no stranger to playing some kind of tanky stuff. Of course, he can go for the AP Gragas kind of style. I'm curious to see what he chooses to select here up against Sylas in this lane.
I think he might go tank, because you need a little bit of additional front line and some more defensive options here, I think, against what KT are running. His cast can be used aggressively to trap aiming if he tries to look for picks, but he can also be used, you know, it can be used offensively or defensively, right? Depending on how the setups are on neutral objectives. You can trap aiming. You can use it against the Gwen, coming in for engages. I do think that if Afrika survive KT's early game, then there's going to be so many ways that this comp struggles to actually take team fights or look for picks. So much pressure in this game is on Rascal. He needs to be able to win side lanes effectively to pull Kwangdong Freaks around the map. Because if Kwangdong Freaks have control of the tempo, I don't think you're ever going to beat this draft in the late game.
Yeah, this death ball is extremely scary as the game does come along, and so many different ways to just obstruct and be annoying with those 3 picks. Either way, guys, we're hopping onto the Rift for game number 1. Here we go, on to the Rift for game 1.
Valdez, this is such a cool Gragas pick because I was so concerned when we saw the Gangplank locked in, so we might not get to talk about it too long as we were going to see some invading into vertical jungling here so LM can get control of the bottom side.
It's all about this nowadays.
Yeah, it is super smart. Red team's always trying to look for this invade so that the bottom 2v2 gets less prio. Gonna grab a ward here, and it's very difficult to fight into this composition here for Kwangdong Freaks at the early stages of this, so just don't think we'll see a heavy contest. They are gonna sweep, and looked like perhaps back out, just gonna leave the Gangplank back up to the top lane. Notice Rascal is trying to get some additional information there as well, expecting this. And, okay, they're just not going to contest. It's just going to be a blue buff start here for Cuz.
Yeah, it's just going to be KT saying, well, we do not have a strong enough level 1. We cannot fight them. We don't know exactly where they are, so we'll just give it up. And, you know, I don't know how far this meta is going to go with all of this play on the bottom side, but the fact that the Trundle, which you already mentioned, is going to be fantastic for supporting that bottom lane, now gets to vertical jungle and have the entire bottom side of the map, means that Lucian is going to struggle a lot more, and they're already struggling into this 2v2.
Yeah, it's a matchup we've seen go very well for the Kog'Maw Lulu. And in the laning phase, it can be, you know, very back and forth depending on the jungle matchup, depending on how the players play it out. That's a great trade for Vikla, who did not have so many in his last Sylas series. Like, he was just not trading aggressively, so I'm glad to see that he's learned and improved in a few days' time. But the scaling aspect of this later on is such a frustrating issue, too, is look at this. LM is just in complete control of this jungle right now. He's pulling them back. And there's a ward on the red buff for LM, his normal red buff, so he knows if Cuz is going there or not. So we'll know, LM will, that Cuz is rotating down right now. He should be able to suss this out.
Yeah, LM has to be careful about just how long he stays, though. That Sonic Wave is going to land onto him. Now he's just flashing away, and he is slowed up just a bit here. Life is only level 1, though, so he can't do anything. He just throws out a wave. He's like, I can't bubble. I can't do anything. So
yeah, I think
they do push him out, though, at least.
Yeah, this was successful in some regards because it really hurt the bottom 2v2 quite significantly, and they're still level 1 as Teddy and Moem crashed this wave in at level 2 apiece. Aiming is going to hit 2, but it also hurt LM's ability to pressure further because he lost his flash. Will, of course, lose some jungle pacing as well. So I overall think this is fine for KT for now, but it depends on how many of these minions aiming loses as well, which looks like he's going to CS these pretty well, using his passive very nicely.
Yeah.
This is just super oppressive, though, and you pick the Nami Lucian for early game control. Now you have none, so that's the key aspect of this.
This is some of this mid-game pressure I was talking about as well. Fate not even going to flash because he was already in such a rough spot there, just being tied up by the Sylas. And yeah, very nice spot there for Cuz to find some value. Obviously, the bottom side of the map not feeling too great for them, so at least he finds first blood in mid.
Yeah, so that's huge for KT because they need to find these picks and these advantages, and accelerating the Lee Sin is going to be massive. LM is seen on this ward, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
He also does not know that he's been spotted, so this is not going to be very successful. I don't think. Life and Aiming very aware of this. 4 summoners up, and he's going to back now. Ward gets cleared out. But the wards that LM had set up on the top side of the map for him to spot where Cuz was, really I think should have tipped off Fate that he could have been in the area. They're going to still commit here, but Cuz is unseen.
This is unseen. He's going to land that onto LM once again, but Teddy in position. The bubble is going to miss, and Teddy is really... He is like the bouncer. Nobody gets to fight unless he decides it. Cuz is like trying to get into the club. Teddy's like, no, sir, you're not allowed in. I've got my W up, so nobody is fighting unless you want to die.
Now this is going to force it back from Aiming. Actually will be delayed even here. This is so frustrating to play against right now. Cuz's timing to come down here was fantastic, and they did put a ton of damage onto LM early, but it's still just not enough. The Lucian losing so much farm right now in this lane. It's been a long time since we've seen mid-Gragas. It was Fly. Shocker. He plays everything. That is unusual here against Chovy last year. And Silas, man, that's up to a 10-game winning streak.
He's 10-3. So he started 0-3, and now he won 10 in a row.
That is just unbelievable how powerful he is right now. And having all of the ultimates in a meta that's so reliant on ult setup for AD carries to pop off in team fights, it's not really a surprise, but it's a surprise that it just hasn't lost. And this is, like, including the game Fickle played on it earlier this week where he had a terrible early game but still was able to win in the end because his team played around him really well and he had some good ultimates. Doesn't matter how far you fall behind in lane. This time he's got an early assist against his lane opponent here. Because LM will come over.
Yeah, you know, LM in the beginning of this game as, okay, we are going to have the cast stolen. Fate in a rough spot. He's not going to flash, though, because he has a lot of support nearby as Life is going to be isolated. He will have to flash away. He gets low. So many low health bars here on the side of KT. And LM just stands his ground as everybody has to flash on the side of KT to get away.
Yeah, so if Life loses flash and heal, Vikla losing his heal as well. And this is a really nice setup potential play here because LM is rotating, or rather, Cuz is rotating in. They do have the stolen cast to set up the engage, but execution not amazing there, and Fate is able to defensively cast away. I think if Cuz has level 6, you time this out a little bit better. I think the gank is a lot stronger, but of course, Lee Sin just pre-6 isn't able to add that extra layer of CC. And at the end of the day, Teddy still remains ahead here in the bottom lane.
Oh, he's sped up now. He's got that whimsy on him, and he is just poking it down. And, you know, the original idea, like we saw a lot yesterday, actually, was to, you know, slow push the wave into this bottom turret and allow Trundle to get in there, land a pillar, essentially allow them to get a partial dive off. He wasn't really able to do that, but I feel like Element's effect is still... We're still feeling it here in this bottom lane. It is not easy for Lucians nowadays in the LCK.
6 is hit here for Teddy, so I mean he's just absolutely ready to
full
be
mana
an
bar.
Cannon.
It's crazy.
Yep. He's just so set up for this, and he's going to chunk Aiming out or push him away, which guarantees early Drake here. Fairly early Drake, not the earliest, but it is going to be first Drake going over to the side of Kwangdong Freaks. And yeah, LM had to sacrifice a lot in order to make this work. But I think the repercussions of Kog'Maw getting a free laning phase and weakening an early Lucian is more powerful than having a Lee Sin somewhat ahead of a Trundle who is just going to be a pillar in the late game anyways. So I think this is definitely a winning early game here for Kwangdong Freaks, despite a small gold deficit.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do have a bunch of trading here in the mid lane, we actually had a nice flash up to the top side because nowadays junglers do not visit the top side very often. OnFleek tried to do that yesterday, and his bot side collapsed into a million pieces. So I think Cuz is like, no, I'm just in the bottom side of the map. Sorry, Rascal and Keen, you guys are just going to have a straight up 1v1. Top laner's not getting a lot of support nowadays.
At least Keen can cannon barrage and help out his team, which he did
True.
do. We mentioned it, of course, but it was quite essential in keeping them alive in mid.
That's
Aiming.
Culling just used to try to clear and push this wave, as now a fantastic cast straight into the Trundle. And that's going to be Fate picking up a kill onto the Silas, who has been so annoying for him in those straights.
Yeah, now he's going to lose a ton of farm, Viclo. Doesn't have teleport either.
Uh-oh,
And guess who's
Ignite
coming down?
comes down. And take a look at this damage, just like that. There's no heal, no flash. Here's Fate.
Fate has flash.
Here's Element, the cannon barrage. You mentioned it, Wolf. You saw it coming. And Aiming will eventually go down, as Kwangdong are putting on a clinic in this early game.
I mean, this is not an early game comp either. But they are winning it because their coordination is so on point here. And you get a kill on the Silas, who doesn't have teleport. He loses a ton of farm. Fate then goes bottom side here. Doesn't even actually really end up helping out. Cannon Barrage allows you to dive and kill the bottom 2v2. So you end up grabbing a ton of money here onto your bottom 2v2. Your mid laner gets control of the lane. And Fate didn't even have to use teleport to come back to lane because he had control. So he's actually already back in the mid lane. This is how it gets set up here. Fate just waits for his opportunity to bait Vikla in, has the cast, max range, tosses him in. Subjugate is stolen to try to give him a little bit more resistance here to survive, but it's early game, he's not going to get much from that. And then they both rotate down here immediately, where Life and Aiming are not showing a lot of respect. They're so far away from the turret. And look at the damage from Teddy.
Yeah.
He doesn't need anybody down here, and then Aiming, of course, is just doomed because Cannon Barrage.
There's Cannon Barrage in 4v1. He was not very happy after his Nami got glitter lanced and then just poked to death. Not a very fun way to go. Yeah, I mean, the more we see this, and the more we see teams like Kwangdong, who, by the way, this is not the first time they have adapted to a new meta, a new couple of champions that are strong on the docket. They're like, no, we just get it. We're going to play this really, really nicely. I feel like the coaching staff is doing a great job, and the players are right there with them.
And it's just one of those moments where you could see the difference in draft here between Aiming's Lucian setup and Ruler's. Like, Ruler, when he gets Lucian on blue side, the Nami is banned, or not the Nami, excuse me, the Lulu is banned. Mm-hmm. And he's like, all right, if we're going to try to bait this first pick Lucian and you're not going to have the Kog'Maw Lulu, like usually teams who are finding a ton of success with this Lucian early game are drafting appropriately for it. We saw the Poppy ban, but you still left Trundle, you still left Kog'Maw Lulu, so Kwangdong Freaks very prepared for this pick. And that's how you leave Lucian up, is you have the answer is, wow, nice flash. Will be flashed down, though, so pretty amazing here for Vikla.
Look at this. This is what I suggested yesterday as a
you were
potential
talking about
opportunity, but I'm not sure if it's going to work here, as Rascal's like, wait, I didn't want to get into this. They're going to push him off of the turret. He has to use the needles as well, but this is going to be first turret going down immediately. There's no Rift Herald. By the way, Cuz picked that up, but has not been able to find the lane to drop that in. And this is what happens, you know? You can swap to try to give them a chance, but that lane is still going to go down.
You have to be so careful about swapping when teleport is up for the mid laner, too. Like, Fate has it. Could come over here and look for a cast engage. You know, there's a lot of ways this goes badly. Keen already used Cannon Barrage to try to stave off this pressure. Now, the charge will come through, and this is a little bit of gold going over to Aiming here. But if he's not going to be able to have further control of the mid game, it doesn't matter if he has money now, because... yeah, he fell behind and he needs it so desperately, but he's going to need to be able to set up for picks and blow up, you know, squishy targets here once he gets his Gale Force online, which I assume he's going to be buying in just a moment. And, like, you get only a few plates here, don't actually even get the whole turret. Meanwhile, Gwen is just kind of sad in the bottom lane, gets pushed out. Like, she's not going to be able to deal with all that pressure. Kog'Maw Lu is just going to shove her in. And now they just come right back up to the top side, and they're looking for more. They won't be able to get any plates here or anything like that, as KT, tricky.
Uh-oh. Wouldn't expect the 1 minute camp in the brush. He tries to trade it back, but it's not going to amount to anything, as Aiming is just going to accept the death. And yeah, I mean, can only try to spot them so many times, I suppose.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you greeting for plates here. you have only a small window as they're fading away. You're like, okay, actually, maybe they're swapping back or something crazy, but now you get no plates, you give Lucian a kill, and then he's going to be able to pick up the whole turret. So this ends up being really successful here for KT Rolster, and they're still behind in this game. The tempo definitely still favors Kwangdong Freaks, but suddenly, they've actually made the solution a little bit more relevant here. Grabbing a whole turret is pretty massive for them. And we'll see what happens here in this upcoming fight for the soul point, because it is infernal. And the trade-off here is Kwangdong Freaks still get that. So I think Kwangdong are still in a good position, but this was just a little bit greedy, even though, like you said, they checked several times. If there's plates for free here right before they fade away, there's probably a reason why you're going to get those for free. Or you think you're going to get those for free.
Yeah. It was a very nice trap, but yeah, probably should have played it safer. As, you know, we've been talking so much, especially about the jungles and the plays on the bottom side, and Kwangdong have got a pretty nice lead from there. I feel like the 2 Drakes are going to be massive with this Infernal Soul that we did point out. But also, Keenus is quietly getting pretty fed as well. He's up there, he's about to finish his call. You know, he has 1 assist with the Cannon Barrage on the bottom lane. And this is going to be another threat that adds into this late game composition from Kwangdong.
Yeah. And, you know, like, this is the reason why we talked about how all-in KT's draft really is around controlling the early game, because it doesn't get easier in the late parts. Even if you are ahead, sometimes you can just end up getting outscaled, like, by kind of the hourglass that is Kwangdong Freaks. And they have control of this choke point now as the second Herald spawns, and we're already at a point, 16 minutes in, that KT are going to struggle to team fight. Like, this comp is scaling, and all Mythic's up here. They have this fight completely set up. They have Cask, they have Cannon Barrage. Good luck.
Yeah. And teams have been huge about fighting over the second Rift Herald. I don't know, like, second Rift Herald now is what first Rift Herald used to be, because there are no plates, but everybody just wants to get this for the 3rd Drake, I suppose. They want to hold it for rolling more Drakes. As the Trundle's going to be kicked in, Ellen just gets totally isolated. Nobody there to help him. The Cannon Barrage comes down. Maybe that was stolen here by Vikla, as, yeah, everybody's just going to be pushed away. And Kwangdong just have to give that objective up.
Cuz was decisive in this moment. He saw an opening, is able to get past the choke point there before anyone can cast him and isolate him. And he sets up for the play. It's just that simple. Kwangdong Freaks didn't actually use.
Ooh.
Okay.
What an alley-oop here from Kwangdong.
This is what I was talking about.
Handing it over to Keen.
In the draft, Lucian is so coin flippy in that he's always trying to fish for a pick, but if he goes too far forward, he can be blown up so easily himself.
Okay.
Okay.
So he has to flash himself.
Hey, you got all those minions at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got all those minions at least. But like, this fight for KT gives me hope that they could win this game still, because Kwangdong Freaks do not use any of their lockdown here to try to look for a pick. Look at them kind of move towards Vikla, not commit, just let the Lee Sin through, and they just completely give this one up. And they didn't have to. They had full control with their composition, and KT just walked in and took it. A great play from Cuz. Yeah.
You're spotted. Yep. As we go back into another replay, here we are in the mid lane once again.
So look at aiming, fishing for this. Drops out his call. He wants to trade forward. Nope. You're dead. You thought you could call against Cask? Mentioned it with the pick of the Gragas. This is one more amazing way of stopping Lucians from looking for picks, looking for damage. So low range that you're always going to be under threat from these hard engaged champions. The Gragas, the Trundle, who can then pillar you as well to make sure you can't get away. It's rough.
Yeah, it's just clear that Kwangdong are one of these teams that are putting an immense amount of effort and time into figuring out their drafts and picking the exact right pick in the exact right time, and so far it has been really nice to watch. Unfortunately for them, they do have a infernal issue on their hands, because
yeah, 40 seconds.
Yeah, this Rift Herald can just be dropped anywhere. They can put a bot or mid. Mid is generally the choice, And I think because it looks like he is heading there to drop it right before this comes down. That is the power of the second Rift Herald. You drop it down, you secure yourself a Drake most times. As no play in the bottom side, says Fate.
That's a very interesting choice here from Fate, because he's not going to have that up when the Drake spawns. I think KT should try to use this Herald and then rush towards the Drake and start it immediately here with the prio they have in mid, and just try to rush this one down. Guangdong Freaks, I think, just simply are going to have to give this one up. They do have 2 teleports, but without the cask, even with Barrage here, I just don't think it's realistic. And with no vision, they can't try to Barrage steal or anything like that, so this is a pretty nice win here for KT with that Herald, as you mentioned. And Guangdong Freaks are happy to scale, though. They're like, I'd rather not take a fight without this critical ultimate, or, you know, I'd rather just avoid this fight and give a Herald than take a fight without this critical ultimate, potentially give extra gold over to KT and allow them to snowball the game, especially because Lucian now has his rapid fire cannon online. This is a timing where you just don't want to be fighting in neutrals without all of your tools available.
Yeah, it's definitely the case, and, you know, like I said before, we were talking about so much on the bottom side, the mid side, because that's where all the action was, but when we took a look at the gold difference, Keen was like 2,500 gold over Rascal, and that's basically just 1 kill, 40 CS, and being Gangplank. He has a bounty on his head. He is getting pretty massive already as he's on 2.5 items here, and I think he is going to play a key part in the damage dealing as this game comes along, even though, of course, Teddy will be #1.
And he doesn't have to go into full damage with this build. He doesn't have to go Collector, because he is more utility in this game. And the real damage is going to be coming from the Kog'Maw, and to a certain extent the Gragas. As look at all the ults that have to be used to try to defend this turret. It's a huge win for Guangdong.
Yeah, that's 2 of them. And now Keen just drops his down. Take a look at the damage that Life takes. He's just... not even able to heal up because of the Chemtech, and it's just not a good feel trying to defend turrets against Gangplank Kog'Maw.
And he's, you know, the heal denies here for Kane in these fights are going to be huge into the Sylas even, the Gwen. Just having that extra Grievous Wounds is going to be pretty massive for stopping KT in a longer fight. So, you know, the build he's chosen here I think is perfect for the scenario that Guangdong Freaks find themselves in. And there's no rush for Guangdong Freaks to force any fights here that they don't want to, but if they have a fast group up in the siege they have with this comp in mid, they can just be like, alright, well, we're going to push mid, and I'll let Gwen side lane for a few seconds extra on top side, because you can't really threaten anything with that. Your Gwen is so far behind, I'm not worried about her getting a little bit of extra gold. We'll take mid turret, which makes it so difficult for aiming to farm. I notice that aiming is going to come over here, but he's so timid to move forward when he doesn't know where the Gragas is. Now he sees the Gragas top side, can be a little bit more forward. But as we saw just previously, where he was cast and killed, losing this turret makes it a lot scarier for even Lucian to farm right now through this mid game. And Guangdong, they're not in a position just yet to where they can start a Baron, but in a few minutes' time, they absolutely will be. And seeing that tank itemization for Teddy start to come through here as well, he's going to be just an unkillable damage machine in the later parts of this game.
Yeah, it's always the question, you know, especially with a lot of the damage with just the Kog'Maw and the Gangplank. I mean, I suppose Fate has gone for a damage build, so that is another thing to mention. So I suppose in this case they do have enough damage outside of the Kog'Maw that he can go for that defensive itemization, but just in different games especially, has been discussion about, you know, whether you just go full damage or not. As Teddy has decided to play it safe, and with all the threats on the side of KT, not a bad idea, especially with the Warden's Mail against the Lucian. Feels pretty good.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Warden's Mail against Lucian is just so busted, because Lucian is going to try to kill one of 3 targets, right? It's going to be the Gangplank, the Kog'Maw, or the Lulu. And if Lucian is in range of the Gangplank, you know, oftentimes it means he's also in range of Cask, in range of Pillars. The Kog'Maw could get caught by a Sylas and then have that Lucian's bullet damage, or if he's on the edge of a tidal wave, just being able to take an extra hit from Lucian's passive even with that Warden's Mail is going to be so massive for them in this mid game. And we're 80 seconds away from this big soul point fight here. The Guangdong Freaks are going to have their ultimates for this time. They're going to want to fight. They will contest this. And KT, I'm worried about how the fight is going to go for them unless Guangdong Freaks make coordination mistakes like we saw on that Herald fight earlier where they didn't control the chokes. I think this team fighting composition for Guangdong, especially from ahead, is just so impossible to crack outside of a big mistake.
Yeah, I think that
Even have vision
Guangdong
here.
The last, I feel like, real 5v5 that we had outside of the cask that was on the mid lane, of course, was over the second Rift Herald, and that one was kind of botched from Guangdong. So,
yeah,
you know, hopefully, for their own sakes, they can kind of come in together as a 5-man unit. It's funny how far they have come as a team. I feel like their vision game has really improved. Obviously, a lot more focus on drafts and strategy has come into the middle part of summer. It's been impressive for Guangdong so far, even though they are still in 7th.
Lot of shuffling about here for KT Rolster here, as this fight is a must-win for them. And Rascal will clear this ward. Look at the spread here for Guangdong Freaks. They can do so much with the peel that they have. And Keen's level 15. He is ready to do damage with barrel chains. I like that they focus him first. Vikla is on a flank angle here. Hasn't hijacked an ultimate. If he can get a cast, could be huge.
Yeah, the poke even. You know, throw in a cast, throw in a... Oh, they're trying to just flank on the Keen. We'll see how that goes. But look at aiming. He's already so low. Can't really get into this fight. And now they're isolating Rascal, but a huge tidal wave comes in. That could be a front line, but it's not enough as Teddy going to chip away at the Gwen just enough as Cuz desperate to try to get something into that back line, but he cannot penetrate the defenses here of Guangdong just yet.
Guangdong going to try to run back towards this fight, but they're so low here. Fate doesn't have cask, and I think this is going the way of KT.
Vikla, though, getting a little bit spicy with the play. Teddy gets incredibly low as the Lee Sin Q did land, but just out of range here. As Life just says, nope, I'm just flashing. See you later.
So a lot of KT's late game damage is in a Lucian who could potentially get a pick and a Gwen who can do a lot of, you know, long-term damage if she's left to her own devices in a fight. Now they have 2 Infernal Drakes, could go for 4s. Let's talk about this, how Rascal forces Keen to take the Wild Growth and then choke points Guangdong Freaks into a place where Life can get massive value on Tidal Wave. Vikla is flashing for Everfrost value and almost gets a massive setup here for the rest of the team to carry. This was the best fight KT could have hoped for, and the coordination for them looked so good. As once again, they're trying to threaten Keen, but Guangdong are going to sacrifice him to do Baron.
Yeah, Guangdong, the immediate snap decision. And look at Keen, he's going 1v2. He doesn't care as though that is going to come on in, and he is pretty tanky, but at the end of the day, he does get taken down. The real issue, though, is can this culling be enough? As we're just trying out one-tap aiming, nearly does so. The damage is so high on the Baron here. As Wild Growth Teddy, he's trying to get out to Rascal, but it's not enough damage. It is going to be Baron here to Guangdong, but will they win the fight? I think the answer is absolutely no, as everybody is just getting torn apart here. Fate barely going to survive for now. As, man, they might just be able to take away every single Baron buff. It looks like Elam should be able to survive as, okay, this is pretty cute. Looks like he should get away just barely. This Fate
just
will get
barely.
out.
So we'll keep 2 of these buffs here, but man, Guangdong Freaks, they have a draft that is so hard to mess up with, you know, if it's played perfectly, but they have really taken heavy risks. And obviously this is Keen buying a ton of time. He has Hullbreaker, and that of course was, you know, nerfed for ranged champions, but Keen is still happy to be like, I will take a million damage and also break a stopwatch. But then on this fight, Aiming is trying to bait this so hard. Like his whole goal, you know, he's not even like doing damage. He's like, please engage on me. He's trying to bait them in so that Life can then follow up with Tidal Wave. And then guess who shows up? You've got Cuz here, you've got Rascal here. And look at how close Cuz is to stealing this. He is almost able to actually take it away. If KT get this Baron and win this fight, they probably win the game. They're still now in complete control, even though Baron buff is on 2 members on the side of Guangdong Freaks. They keep winning these fights because Guangdong are just not coordinated around Tidal Wave. And I mean, Aiming basically just said, I'm going to walk at you, and you guys cannot kill me without facing huge consequences.
Yeah. He did so much, and Cuz to kick the Kog'Maw over the wall. Decides to kick the Kog'Maw instead of the jungler. I suppose he decided that he couldn't kick Elam quite so out of the pit as to deny him a smite, so definitely the right choice there. Make sure you get the damage dealer out and to pick that one up. Guangdong still feeling control in terms of the map. That is because they do have this double Baron buff. Of course, they're looking for an option, but at the same time, I mean, it's double Infernal now for KT. They don't quite have that late game hyper carry of the Kog'Maw, but they have just been fighting better over and over. And if that continues, I mean, Lucian as a late game carry, we've said it so many times nowadays, even just the culling and the ability to avoid any kind of lockdown or CC can be so valuable outside of just scaling.
He's the opposite type of carry to the Kog'Maw. You know, he is basically an assassin. He can blow somebody up. And obviously, if he's given enough time to shoot at tanks, he will kill them too. But, you know, he can threaten people so instantly with the flash dash, into Gale Force from so long range away could force out a wild growth. We saw Ruler turn the same style of draft around against DRX and Deft when he was on the late game Kog'Maw. This is a slightly different build as Teddy went for the Randuins here. But, I mean, the way this plays out is very similar, and if Aiming can find some threatening angles, or again, force Kwangdong Freaks into another choke point for Life to hit a tidal wave on, I right now, you know, if you ask me who I think is going to win this game, my money is on KT because Kwangdong have not been coordinated enough with this comp that requires it. They have all the tools to be so, but they just haven't been able to make sure that they can win fights straight up with really nice disengages, use their cast and their cannon barrage correctly. As Keen set up for the barrel. Yeah. That's big.
That's one pretty nice barrel to start. Again, as you pointed out very early on, he is not going full crit damage build. He's actually just a tank that is good at side laning, specifically to handle the Gwen, essentially. So, not going to be the gigantic numbers you'll see, and they have a lot of healing.
Gotta be careful with this choke.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful with this choke with Cannon Barrage, Tidal Wave, Rascals on the flank. Kwangdong Freaks gotta be decisive here.
This looks very similar to the last fight, except there's no flank from Rascal on the right side. It's on the left side this time. The damage is coming in, but no, it's going to actually be the Trundle as a huge knockup from Vikla is gonna keep everybody around. Vikla gets so low, but it does not matter, as at least I suppose Kwangdong pick up the Infernal Drake and get Infernal Soul points.
This is KT Rolster, though, winning another clean fight. And eventually, Kwangdong Freaks are not going to lose a fight and take an objective. They're going to lose the objective, too. If these fights keep being this close, because, like, yeah, you got Soul Point, but it's not Soul, and KT won the fight. They're going to push into your base. They're taking control of the map. You got to use pillars defensively here. And once again, we're seeing just so much indecision and so much timidness from Kwangdong Freaks. Tidal Wave value is massive. Stolen Cannon Barrage value is massive. Kwangdong Freaks not playing well around choke points. I feel like this was almost a gimme win for Kwangdong Freaks for how ahead a Kog'Maw Lulu was. A Gangplank who was outside laning a Gwen, now no longer in control of this matchup, even with the utility build he went for here. And watch this again. Hijack is on the Gangplank ultimate.
All grouped
so
up.
he can control this choke. They're all grouped. Rascal's ready to layer that damage. And then Life Tidal Waves, exactly the same as he did before. And they are Wild Growth and Fate. Teddy is not doing any damage in this fight until it's far too late. And look at Aiming's damage. Like, KT know how to win this game with their comp. They know their win conditions, I think, far better than Kwangdong. I think Kwangdong understand the tools, but how to use them together, we're not quite there yet.
Yeah, we're just not seeing a heavy enough protection for a Kog'Maw without just grouping up into one small ball to allow Tidal Wave to just destroy you. Even the Everfrost got 2 people. I mean, Vikla's just running at them. He's very strong himself. He's like, okay, you know, I'll catch a couple of you and Lucian's going to burst you down in about 3 seconds. So, you know, Kwangdong need to choose a target, run at that target, and kind of fight on their terms. Take a look at this now. They've lost total control of the map. KT have taken over after that last fight. There's not a lot of vision on the Baron, but Kwangdong do know this is happening as they're trying to make their move in. That's a slow from the pillar that does come in. Even a Cannon Barrage used onto Aiming. Everything to try to get this Lucian.
So one call for a Cannon Barrage here is pretty massive for KT. You know that Cannon Barrage is one of the best tools. Now, of course, KT can steal another ultimate. Vikla is level 17. He could steal several in a fight. He's got his Hijack always available. Does have his Zonias now. And Kwangdong Freak's not in a position to start this Baron. I don't know if they should really be trying to fight so heavily for it. Cause on the flank. And they back away. I think this is the right choice here for Kwangdong Freaks. Don't fight over Baron unless they are starting it.
Yeah.
Because you were never going to have the same turn, especially without that Cannon Barrage. Coming up soon,
Yeah, they were able to stop it once, but I don't know if they'll be able to stop it again. Let's see how Kwangdong decide to handle this second try. Is actually just going to move in slowly as a team. This is what we want to see. Don't group up too much, but enough to protect the Kog'Maw. And KT will not call the bluff. They will just hop off of this Baron.
Rascal does have teleport, so he can go into a side lane now and try to pull Kwangdong Freaks around the map. The fact that Kwangdong got that last Drake is so massive for them, because if KT was sitting on 3 Infernals on Soul Point right now, and they won that fight, of course, then this upcoming fight would have been very difficult. But notice Rascal's trying to now start clearing out start to clear out waves. This game is super fast-paced. Start to clear out these waves and set up for the upcoming Drake fight. Kwangdong Freaks don't really have enough vision control around Baron to start it. KT kind of keeping one eye on the bottom lane with this Gwen push, while also making sure Kwangdong can't start Baron. So they've got control right now of both objectives. And once again, Kwangdong Freaks need to be more decisive when they are going to pick one of these two and fight for it.
Yep, they absolutely need to, as 45 seconds now until the Infernal, and you can see where KT's eyes are. They have one eye on the Baron, as you mentioned, with that Scuttle Crab, and that is about it. You can see the strategy here for Kwangdong. It's just get a pillar down, slow somebody, and then allow Teddy to poke him down. The barrels as well from a different angle, but aiming, sees a target. Rascal's going in there as well. The culling comes out, and Keen has to flash. And even
Cannon
uses
Barrage
Cannon
down
Barrage. Yeah, so a lot done, but here's Teddy, and he's got about a bajillion damage to shell out. And just like that, Vikla's got a fast go back and teleport into this fight. Otherwise, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, as now another Cogult comes out to deny the back.
Aiming's damage is insane. He has no range, but he just keeps hitting it. Kwangdong Freak's not pulling the trigger to punish him. Fate has ult. Aiming is just running at them. There's a teleport back into Silas.
Is it going to be? Yes, he does. He kicks him out and he gets it down. And now a stolen Cannon Barrage comes out as Keen is on the front line, and everybody on Kwangdong is routed once again. Teddy, he can't frontline. He can't get damage down in that case. And that's going to be Infernal Drake, the third one now in the hands of KT.
Oh man, this is frankly, this should not be happening. Kwangdong Freaks gave that one away. They put the Silas down low. He just gets a teleport back in for free. Aiming was in cask range that whole time. They didn't punish him. The Drake is taken, and now they're just starting Baron.
Red buff Kog'Maw. You don't have the cask, though, on the Gragas. You can see KT, they're struggling with what to do. There's the cask from Vikla, as it's not enough to get Teddy, who flashes away. Ellen is pretty huge. Now. Yeah, the Subjugate comes in. The cask does a nice amount of damage, but it's just not enough, as here's Aiming once again looking to just burst people down. But most importantly, KT pick up the Baron.
And this fight on the Drake here, like, look at Aiming's positioning throughout the, well, I guess we didn't see that part of it, but like, look at how close he was this whole time. By the time cask is used, it hits like nobody. And Keen doesn't have flash. He's isolated again. He's like, give me my hull breaker resistances, I guess, because my team is leaving me behind. And the coordination is just not there for a comp that really needs it. And once again here, cask stolen by Vikla. He's just going to use it defensively, and by the time Fate ends up getting his back up, he does a little bit of extra damage, but where is the follow-up here? All they have to do is kite back against Teddy. There's no real threat. This Trundle from behind, he has been for the last 10 minutes because they haven't been decisive, just can do nothing to set up for neutral objectives. Meanwhile, Lee Sin, he's super mobile. He can be on the right side of the team fight, he can be on the left side, he can jump to an objective and smite, steal it away. Like, Cuz at this stage in the game has so much more agency.
It certainly does feel like Cuz's job in this one is just to beat Elim in these fights. He's like, okay, I'm going to go in at the right time, try to look for the smites, try to, you know, execute it with my Lee Sin damage, try to kick out the Trundle. And he's been very good about that. He even got the kick onto Kog'Maw earlier on. And so, you know, he's just doing his job. As Kwangdong, they're doing this thing where they're all moving in together. They're trying to secure Drake, but then back away without fighting. It just looks like they're still a little bit timid. Still waiting for the Kog'Maw damage execution, essentially, as they're trying to stop this Baron push from coming in. They should be able to do it there in the top lane, but the mid lane, you can see that Rascal is getting an Ace 4-1 push off, and Keen will have to respond.
Yep, Keen does have Hullbreaker, so can stick around here and force these waves down. He's got good wave clear, but KT, they're just trying to get what they can before this fourth Infernal Soul spawns for them. As Teddy will grab a GA here.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I don't know if that's going to change his positioning and how he plays and how the team is coordinated. It's never been the problem that Teddy is dying first in team fights. It has just been that Guangdong Freaks are not actually doing effective damage, and they've just been wombo-comboed repeatedly by these Nami ults. That's not it.
Yeah, he was trying to get a lot of chip damage onto that turret very cheekily because he is Lee Sin, as the turret is going to go down to the last shot from the Baron Empowered Cannon. As Cullen comes out here, aiming has so much damage. He has 5 damage items, okay? He got his IE fourth, and he is just crushing people.
And he's got his, slightly magical brown bags that he's sitting on because he just hasn't cared about upgrading those. He's had so much money this game.
There you go.
He's got 400 CS nearly. And, if you look at Teddy's build here, a lot of utility and safety. He went Wit's End, Randuin's GA, so he can't do that much damage compared to Lucian. I think this is the point you're kind of getting into, is, aiming is a extremely powerful glass cannon who has not been punished, whereas Teddy is an extremely safe, low-damage cannon, and,
He does some decent damage, It's just that he has not been able to really put out that damage. And
he just hasn't been able to, he hasn't been set up for it.
Yeah, he does have supreme range, but the amount of gap closers that KT have kind of made that negligible at this point in time. It's not really the way it should be in all fights, but it's the way it has been. As another cannon barrage is stolen here. Silas is just insane right now in the LCK.
Guangdong earned a choke point against all these AoEs. Good luck, Guangdong. I've seen this one before several times this game. You've got to be decisive.
Team's on vision, and again, he's tanky, but it's Hullbreaker. He's not alone. He's with his team. He just gets burst down before the fight even begins as Rascal in the backline. The damage is huge. A big kick and a tidal wave as everybody is in there. Teddy is getting some good damage down, though. He is chipping away at these health bars from the side of KT, but a gigantic Silas cast as Vikla gets a triple kill on the backside of that one, and Fate says, oh boy, what am I gonna do now? That's Infernal Soul to KT.
9,000 damage from a Silas.
That's all you have to say, Wolf.
Guangdong Freaks they had a huge advantage with a comp that scales better in the late game, and they tripped over their shoelaces in every critical fight this game. This is the kind of game you watch as a coach and you're like, I don't think we're doing this comp again, I'm afraid.
Fate's gonna go down. That's gonna do it. It's gonna be the end of this game. 42 minutes is what it took for Silas to eventually be the final boss of everybody on this entire rift. That's gonna do it. Game 1 will go into the hands of KT. And as you mentioned, Wolf, I think it did come down to execution. I think KT just looked like the better team in that first game.
And it didn't have to be this way. I loved Guangdong's draft. And in so many of these games for Guangdong that get to the tense moments, and it's been this way all year, in spring season and summer, when it gets to these tense neutral games where neither team has a massive advantage, when Guangdong are behind, they look really rough, right? But when they're in a fairly even game state or a slight lead like they had for basically 20 minutes there, they just don't know what to do, and it makes you wonder, who is the shot-calling voice on this team? Keen and Teddy are both long-standing veterans here in the LCK, and you would expect that they would be able to make really extremely decisive calls in these team fights, but we're watching Keen hope for a barrel chain. Teddy is just throwing out safe poke with his Qs. He's hoping that he's going to do enough damage and his team is going to do something. Maybe Fate's going to be able to make the call to throw in a cast, but they didn't take great turn fights defensively, nor did they pull the trigger early. And then every time, aiming is just they're just not going to do anything. And he literally runs at them. They funnel into a choke point, and then Life is thanks for another tidal wave setup. Vic was thanks for the better cannon barrage. I'm Silas. I stole it. You guys are doomed. It happened every fight looked the same. Every fight looked the same. That's why around like 22, 23 minutes where there was a lead for Kwangdong, I said, right now, if you ask me who I think is going to win, it's KT, because I don't trust Kwangdong in every fight. They really were not coordinated, and it came true in the end. Nothing changed.
Yeah, not much. I mean, every single engage was pulled off by KT, and Kwangdong, I think we're just trying to pull back a little bit too much. And yes, guys, we are going to a closing. We will have a break for game number 2.
오케이. 이거 많이 세다. 미드도 라인 쓸만해. 20초. 표 썼고 얘 그라가스. 그라가스 여기 있어요. 그라가스 보이면 때리자 그러면. 얘 노플.
끝낼만해. 속도가
탑라인 쓰자 그럼 탑라인 쓰자.
끝낼만할 것 같아.
끝낼만해 이거. 그라가스 궁풀 된다. 궁풀 된다.
네. 아 끝내.
끝내. 더. 나이스.
이 한 번.
이어줄게. 잡고 싶어?
잡고 싶어.
나 공 3초.
끝내.
나 공 한번 맞추자.
Hit hard, hit fast. I only see you from missions now, Kaisa. What happened to best friends forever?
Akali, I know I've been...
No matter what, we fight together.
Never be afraid to listen, this little girl. Harmoniously.
All I feel is joy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas. This is Chronicler. It is great to have a desk back here today, but it wasn't great to be a freak of freaks. Not only were they ganked by Lee Sin, but they were also ganked by Boris. It's a feels bad man situation, Chronicler.
Yeah, they got Viclad in the late game. They got Cosd in the early game, and it
Yeah.
was a rough time. I really want to highlight these drafts here because the Silas pick here from KT made it so hard for Kwangdong to really get anything going. Because I think ideally, as you pointed out as we were going through the draft, the Ornn pick here on R4 would have been really good. It's a flex pick for them. It gives Kokmal the front line that he so desperately needs. But picking Ornn into Silas feels really bad. You can even flex a Silas into the Ornn, and even if you don't, like, the ult value is insane. So that Silas pick had a really big impact. And then Cos going to an old favorite in the Lee Sin pick that any jungler really will play.
Yep.
And it worked out expertly. Like it was really early game dominance from Cos, and then by the time we got to late game, Viclan aiming were just running them over.
And it was early game dominance in the jungle for Cuz, not in the bottom lane for KT. They definitely struggled against the Lulu Kog'Maw, which is proving itself, in lane at least, against Lucian Nami. But let's get into our first highlight here and really illustrate how Cuz did things differently from exactly the same play that we saw yesterday.
And the important thing to highlight is, one here is that Teddy and Moam get themselves a huge lead. This is exactly what we saw happening yesterday with Liv Sandbox. That was, of course, a Kalista, so your opportunity for early punishes is a lot stronger. But what's going to happen, Alum takes topside, or takes the Raptors rather, and leaves one up. But then, Cuz actually rotates over. He actually has aiming and live rotate, and crucially, Alum doesn't die here. If Alum dies, the whole equation changes. But what happens instead is Moam and Teddy still have experience lead in that lane, are completely fine. Alum, little rough, but makes it out. Still got most of the Raptors and got, I think, one of the Tiny Crocs. So he's not too far behind. And that's a really good early setup. Dominance for your Kog'Maw lane.
Yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it here. But the problem with that I sort of saw here is that Ellen was never able to get back on his feet after that situation. Yes, he was able to take a few camps, even, they traded scuttles and things like this, but it always felt like he was behind on the play from that point on. The Trundle looking a little bit like a Valdez Trundle, the ones that aren't necessarily the best pick right now.
No, didn't feel very good.
No, not so much. Let's get into our next highlight, though, as we fast forward just a little bit here, because this is a demonstration of how KT were able to find all of these flanks and never really went into the death ball that was Kwangdong Freaks.
It's really, really hard for Kwangdong Freaks to see them have that happen and not actually do anything with their lead. Because what happened was they got a lead early, and then they lost the Herald fight due to Alan mispositioning and not really respecting the Cuz, and that was it.
Yeah, it was a bit of a problem, and this happened over and over again. As let's get into our final highlight here before we check out the POG. This was, just the end of the story here for Kwangdong Freaks.
It was a really good. Rascal also had a great game. Cuz again sets this up, and then Vikla knocks it down. Due to the pillar, it's actually hard for Life and Aiming to join this fight, so it's closer than it should be. But fortunately, Vikla hits a monumental ultimate. And his laning phase was kind of rough, got ganked once as well, but
that's how Vikla plays.
He does.
He's got this Silas 3 times in a row now.
The gory angle.
It is definitely the gory angle. It's lose lane, win game, and that is absolutely how it's supposed to be. As I think we have POG ready, and we will be able to check that one out. I wonder who is going to pick it up. I'm hoping that it is. Oh, okay. So it's not quite prepared just yet. We don't quite have it yet. Thankfully, we do have Chronicler on screen, though. You can say some stuff.
I'd love to say stuff.
All right, who do you think is going to get the POG?
I think it's Vikla, but I gave the vote to Cuz because I think Cuz's early game was a large region as to why KT made it to that late game, but Vikla's team fighting was just immaculate. Would love to see some Rascal votes even, because I think his flanks and his Gwen was very consistent as well.
I'm hoping that we see a 13 out of 13 for Cuz, because I think he was the 100% winner of this game. I think that the jungle diff was absolutely gigantic. And Cuz has had his ups and downs this season as well, you know, and I think that throwing him a few bones here and there when he does play well is definitely the right move to go. Let's have a look who picks it up, whether I'm going to be given my wish or not. I don't think that I will, but it'll be Vikla that collects it. 3, 1, and 6 for his Silas.
He's earned it. I know that you really wanted to see the Cuz shout out, and I think it's justified for his early game, but the team fighting from Vikla and the amount of big Everfrosts, big ultimates, and clinching moments like here where he just barely survives, I think really were a big problem for KT, or for Kwangdong rather, and Kwangdong also just kind of looking lost in the mid to late game with how they set up the itemization. We didn't even get to talk about that much, but Keen was 2.6 in gold ahead and threw that gold into a hull breaker, which did nothing.
Wow, it was 11 out of 13. That is a lot of votes going over to Vikla there. But I very much enjoy the fact that there are at least a couple of people who know the truth.
I did it for you, Douglas, because I wanted to vote for Vikla. But
well, then that would have still been a 12 out of 13, so I guess we don't need to worry too much about it. He did have a fantastic game, but I also think that Silas is completely broken right now. Without Cuz being amazing in the early game, I think it would have just been a rollover.
Maybe vote for not a challenger player. That's how close. That's the bond that we have. What a highlight!
That's how much of a bully I am. Not entirely sure. Let's throw it back to the casters though and get into game number 2.
Thank you, Carpet Spacemen, for that wonderful breakdown about that game. As Cuz, he earned a couple of votes. But Vikla is going to be on top at the end. And KT Rolster, I feel like you should be really confident after you win that game.
Oh, absolutely. Like, that's the kind of game you win where you're like, oh man, like things were really bad, but I guess we're just better than them. Like, that's the kind of feeling you're supposed to have after a win like that. Is Kwangdong Freaks will choose blue side this time around, so we're going to swap sides and we'll see how the drafting evolves. Because I don't think I mean, look, Kwangdong Freaks have been so good on red side because they have so many special counter picks they put in the bottom lane. Like, they have the Kog'Maw Lulu now, the Ashe, the Seraphine, the Senna. Like, they play a lot of unusual bottom 2v2s, so red side is a strong side for them. But I think with how they played out that last game, maybe just going back to standard, maybe trying to grab a scaling mid, and playing a more standard game of League of Legends is the way to beat KT, who honestly had a lot of fiery plays. Like, we're a little bit on the pity party, I think, for Kwangdong Freaks and how poorly they played some of those moments, but KT looked confident, like you said, tonight, so maybe just playing a more straight-up standard game of League of Legends is how you're going to win this one.
Yeah, I think it starts with the draft. I think after you kind of get boomed by the Lucian, Silas, Lee Sin combos, I think you might decide not to play against that again. Silas's first ban, not a big surprise. I think now that he's 11-3, teams once again will begin to show some more respect towards that pick. There's just a lot of other strong picks that have great ultimates for him to steal as well, which in this meta, which just makes him even stronger. So in the hands of a great player, he can be quite scary.
I think for KT here, take away the Kalista, the Seraphine, and then the Lucian, and you could just hope for some sort of Aphelios rotation here, or a Seraphine, or not Seraphine, rather, Senna rotation. As we will see both the Corki and the Azir removed, so these are picks that I thought Kwangdong might try to prioritize here on blue
Zeri.
side. Yeah, well, the Zeri is
I would feel pretty Zeri-bull if you do not ban it right here, KT.
But at the same time, you know, KT there's a lot of counter options they have. It's like they don't ban the Zeri and then they take the Lucian themselves, or the Caitlyn we've seen rising in popularity right now quite a bit.
Yeah,
so we did LEC even.
We did see one team make that mistake where they did not first pick the Zeri and they went into something else, and then of course the red side team immediately snatched up the Zeri, and it was not a very fun game. Zeri is maybe not going to be the first pick. Renata Glask is going to be the threat, they say.
But they're giving aiming Zeri. Like, this is the mistake you were just talking about. It's almost like too good to be true, because they can go Zeri Yumi here and feel really good. And like they don't even have to pick the Yuumi now actually because Renata's already locked in. So grab Zeri, grab a mid laner here, pick a high tier AD carry. Could even grab like Zeri Poppy and be like, all right, well, we won. Sorry. Good luck. It's not, I mean, obviously it's not that black and white, but I think KT have so many paths, so many branching paths and opportunities that they could go down here. And personally, for me, I really would like to see the Poppy here for Cuz, because I think it gives you so much safety in the bottom 2v2 and a lot of power there. Great setup for late game team fights. You don't need to pick this one now. They already have a support locked in. But okay, like KT, I guess just don't know just yet what they want to do, and they know they want to get the Yuumi, so they didn't have to pick it here. Yeah. But they're not prioritizing anything else because they want to get more information first before they make that Poppy choice potentially.
Yeah, seems to be the angle, but yeah, now Kwangdong get their hands on the Poppy, and yeah, I mean, Poppy's just really strong right now. There's a lot of junglers still available. There were no jungle bans. I suppose technically the Talia can be jungled, but you know, Poppy into Wukong, Poppy into Viego, Poppy even into the Trundle, which we've seen as an answer, has done very well.
I would love to see Teddy pick Caitlyn here and just be like, nope, we're going to push super hard and we're going to dive and we are going to remove Zeri from the game. Something like a Caitlyn, doesn't have to be Caitlyn necessarily, but a hard pushing AD carry here on the bottom side. Aphelios can be quite strong here too, and if Teddy gets ahead, then this Aphelios pick doesn't have the same mid-game power trough that Caitlyn does, and is going to spike on 2 items and will be very powerful around those mid-game team fights. So obviously much more meta. We've seen Caitlyn in other regions as a response, not so much here. The Trundle is the obvious pick now that the Papa goes through, because you have to protect your bottom 2v2. You don't want to get dove, and like we see this every time the Poppy and the Trundle are locked in, their partner goes to the other side of the rift, because this game is all about the bottom side right now, as you talked about earlier and we've discussed. Like, top side, not going to have any junglers going up there most of the time.
And if you do, even if you get a kill, it's probably not going to matter. Obviously, it depends on the game state and stuff like that, but yeah, GP going to be taken off the board now. There's obviously just bottom sides of the map and junglers that are selected here, so mids and tops will be the bans.
I would like to see maybe a Lissandra ban here from Kwangdong Freaks, because Lissandra is going to give you a lot of engage opportunities. The Ornn will too, especially in the early mid. Like, there's a lot of power there with Zeri and Trundle, and you just do so much damage if you have any setup for Zeri. If Zeri gets early kills, the game just... the length of the game decreases exponentially, so yeah. I do like shutting down things that can be great for her in an early Rift Herald fight, for example, like that Ornn. Rise ban again here to, again, limit Kwangdong Freaks' ability to rotate around the map, make macro plays, and dive the Zeri.
Yeah. If there's one team you want to ban it against, it will be Kwangdong, just because Fate's great at it, but also Keen can play it, even though top Rise is kind of a relic of the past. We really don't see it too often. If we do, it is Keen. Swain is going to be banned as well.
Yeah. KT obviously have both of their soul lanes they could pick here now, and I think one of the safest blinds that you can play weak side top with is the Gragas that's still available, and I'd love to see Rascal pick it up this time around.
Gnar was totally ignored also, in this entire pick ban, and Silas is banned.
Yeah, GP also banned, but the Gragas is what they're looking at here. Okay. They do switch it. I think both picks are extremely safe here. I think the Gragas offers you more consistent engage from range, as I would love to see Kwangdong Freaks just all in on some old school Keen Aurelia, get that orange buff in the top lane, let's hard lane top side instead.
Wow.
And, this is the kind of stuff that we very rarely see in the LCK, where teams are like, I'm just going to completely pivot this draft. We're not going to play around Poppy bottom side and dive the Zeri. We're actually going to be strong top side. And KT Rolso, you're going to have to think about this game completely differently than what you were planning. Lissandra follow-up here, super strong as well. Impossible to really counter in draft. So, loving what Kwangdong did with the end of this. The Galio will come through here. Not as big of a fan of that one.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I think Galio really fell off. I think even towards the end of spring. Just don't really see it all too often nowadays. It's very weak in lane, like you can push, but you basically just don't really trade unless, you know, the other guy mispositions or you've got a jungler nearby, of course. But as Lissandra for Fate, I think that he's going to have his way with that lane and can certainly set up some nice plays himself. Now, obviously, Galio is going to be a pretty nice defensive tool, but I feel like it gets bullied around a lot in the early to mid stages of the game.
Yeah, he won't be able to do much defensively in the early game because he's going to be pinned down under his turret by the Lissandra push a lot of this game. And you have a winning top side here for Guangdong Freaks if you commit to it. If you naturally just let the bottom side play out, you could play it slowly for Teddy and Moham, and then as long as you're not pushing too hard there and setting yourself up for the Trundle to come through and get those ganks, you know, where is the power here for KT in the early game? They don't really have it. You're once again going to put all of the eggs in the aiming basket, but there's no way to empower him around early objective fights or the laning phase. So KT are really going to have to play an extremely slow game here.
Yeah, we'll see if they can hold their horses, put the reins on, and slow it down a little bit. Let's get into game number 2. Here we go, onto the rift for game 2, and guess what? Red side is invading.
I've seen this one before. It's also a red side that has a very strong level 1 because it's Aphelios. It's Lissandra. You know, you don't have a lot of long-term damage here in extended fights as Guangdong. Looks like they're going to change the plan, though. A little bit late to come over here and punish the Poppy Ward drop that we do see in response. Both of these teams expecting that KT would do this, and then KT also realizing, okay, they expect us to do this.
Yeah.
Like this is no longer like a strat; it is the norm. I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah, we just see it so often. Yeah, it's like almost every single game, and you don't have to full commit to it. You can just get a ward down and get some vision. It's not going to help as much, obviously, as setting up vertical jungling. As Keen is already getting to work up here in the top lane.
Yeah, the level 1 here for the Aurelia is going to be great if he can catch those autos on Rascal through a bush, but obviously Rascal is ranged, so it's going to be a pretty tense one here until Keen gets level 2. And, you know, this matchup, there it is coming up. It's very even in terms of its win rate here. But if you play hard around Guangdong Freaks' power here on the top side, like if we do see LM actually pay some visits up here, you know, the lane itself is going to definitely be the Aurelia's favor. Now, if Cuz is pulled up to the top side to then defend this, means the bottom side control goes to Guangdong Freaks, and that's why I really like this Aurelia pick.
Oh, stun is landed. That's a very effective trade here from Keen. He's got bone plating, barely takes any damage on his way out. Hits level 2 first. This is all stuff you can kind of expect. And as you're mentioning, it's really going to change the entire landscape of this game. We're not just going to see only bot 3v3s the entire time, hopefully. And let's see how Rascal and KT decide to handle this.
It also plays super well into Keen's strengths as a player, you know? Like, he is a dominant laner. He will take this opportunity in this matchup to push advantage super hard. And look at this, Poppy level 3 gank. They are just going to play around top side. Now, Cuz expects this, is heading over here too. It's a 2v2.
Okay, the flash comes in, and down goes the Gnar immediately. Orange buff is back. Cuz is trying to go 1v2. He will be able to take down LM, but can he actually fight here against Keen? The Chomp is helping out. The flash will be enough to get him away, and now Keen has been around for so long. Keen trying to get back in here as he gets on top of Cuz and will take him down. And only makes the trade come in. Rascal will not get the assist.
The snipe is absolutely beautiful. That was played so beautifully from Keen. This is the way that Guangdong Freaks should be playing this meta. Just say, no, I'm not going to just do, okay, weak side top versus weak side top, and we're going to try to win bottom, and we're going to play Poppy versus Trundle, and we're just going to play the boring game and go to later parts. Like, it's Teddy, yeah, but you have so much power on the top side because you have Keen. Like, Keen has unlocked this game. This is the Keen we've been waiting for. Like, yes, he has been somewhat inconsistent this season overall, but he's also been playing a meta where he has to just kind of play boring weak side, which isn't his strength. This is super well set up with the charge, the follow-up stun there from Keen. And, I mean, yeah, LM obviously does go down, the teleport comes through. But then the best part is when Keen actually snipes him here in just a moment. He's like, I'm backing off. Smite goes down. And from maximum range, unbelievable. I cannot believe what we just saw.
안 썼어.
He said, oh, I also use Flash.
Yeah. I think he also said Gnar does not have Flash, so
yeah,
Rascal still having his Flash because had to Flash, of course, in the trade there. And yeah, it is going to be interesting now. This is definitely the way that you kind of have to play it if you're not going to kill this area. I feel like, you know, in a game where the bottom lane would matter a little bit less, I would like this kind of strategy a little bit more. You know, in terms of the players and the nameplates, obviously, it feels great for Kwangdong Freaks. I am going to be a little bit worried, though, as the Zeri kind of so far is getting just the freest lane ever. I don't think, you know, anybody has been able to touch this so far. So 4-0 or Zeri and Yumi. She has a 75% win rate.
I want to also highlight, though, that a lot of these Zeri wins have been teams trying to punish the Zeri and then failing and, like, falling on their face, like tripping over their shoelaces, trying to kill the Zeri, and then getting the Zeri 2 kills in the early game, getting the Zeri 4 kills in the early game. Whereas Kwangdong Freaks are playing around their win condition correctly, and Teddy and Malm are playing a measured, slow lane here, not overextending, not playing into the trundle. And playing like this means that Zeri will, yeah, naturally scale, but at a very normal pace, not an extended one. And Aphelios' power is still going to be actually in the mid-game faster than hers, unless she does get accelerated in an upcoming Rift Herald fight, for example. So Aurelia being fed here on upcoming Rift Herald fights, first 2 Drakes, etc., is insanely strong right now for Kwangdong Freaks. So yeah, I think the Zeri is a problem, potentially, and she is having a free lane. But until things change here for KT, I'm still feeling very good about Kwangdong's chances of making this win condition actually activate, as that was an insanely good trade for Vikla.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the effects of it so far already. About 800 gold ahead are Kwangdong. Cuz has been hanging around the bottom side as the bot lane was being pushed in. And that was meant to be his job. That was supposed to be what he does. Is KT actually considering a fight here? Fate is very low as he is going to come in and just die. Trying to set up this fight, but I'm not sure that's going to work. Cuz is eating a lot of the damage, and guess who is getting fed again? It's happening again. And she only gets one, actually 2 kills on the backside of that, as an extremely forced fight from Kwangdong does not pay off.
Kwangdong just threw everything away. They just took the whole game and threw it in the wastebasket. Everything we talked about playing around topside, all the advantages, I was like, look, as long as they don't give the Zeri 2 kills by tripping over their shoelaces, it should be fine. And then Fate goes in like that, just instantly dies. They fight into a Zeri in a choke point in the early game. Keen does not show up to the fight, and now the Zeri is online. Now the Zeri is accelerated. Vikla has a kill and 3 assists. This lane is going to be a lot more comfortable for him.
You know where it all started as well? It was the trade in mid. I mean, Fate is so low, and he's trying to force a fight here. I don't know what the comms are, because as a player, I don't know if he would want to do that, you know? Like, it was a suicide mission for him.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to do that. It was probably some shot-calling decision, right? You could tell he was, like, so indecisive by his movement. Like, if you watch where his champion is, he walks forward, walks back, walks forward, and he's like, okay, I'm going. And does not ult himself either there, and like, yeah, that was very uncoordinated. And this is like, I don't know, man. It's like, the rule is we're not supposed to get excited about KT, but every time I get optimistic or excited about Kwangdong Freaks' draft or win conditions, like, this happens. And now, like, Aiming is like, okay, well, they gave us Zeri, and then they gave Zeri 2 kills and 2 assists, and she has 150 bounty gold, and now we're in trouble. Kwangdong Freaks, now you're in trouble. Now your whole game plan is ruined, and it's going to be a very uphill battle from here.
Yeah, I mean, you see even the pressure on the top side is almost gone just because Poppy had to She went down in the fight. Obviously, she has not been out on the map, so with the tempo, KT just move up top. They take both objectives in the early game. Rascal's like, yeah, I'm down 25 CS, but I have a call. Who cares? It's fine. My team's winning. We have a Zeri. I'm not worried at all.
I guess one thing we should do just to make this like more honest and fair is to say why Guangdong Freaks wanted to force that fight, because yeah, they were not in an ideal situation to set it up. Fighting into a choke point with Zeri, they're trying to use the Lissandra engage. She has no health, but the reason why is because if they get this Drake, it gives them a lot more tempo control over the game, and then they could fight using the Aurelia topside without using a teleport or anything like that to grab Herald. If they win that fight decisively, then Teddy gets accelerated, and then KT aren't just going to be sitting on that extra Drake buffer for Zeri to scale up and win the later parts of the game. Because if KT get that Drake without a contest, then they end up feeling really amazing about the pace of the game, and that is why Guangdong Freaks wanted to force that fight. So we have to give the, you know, I don't want to just say this was like horrible from Guangdong, because this is why they wanted to do that. But unfortunately, the execution of that was so poor, and they should have aborted the plan once they realized KT were going to have that choke controlled, and Fate was super low. And now, like, we're in a game state that is almost unplayable through this mid game now for Guangdong Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, again, it all comes down to that trade, and this is what happens with Guangdong as well, because they have so many great ideas from the draft. You know, I kind of lost some points for them when they gave over free Zeri to take Renata Glass. But other than that, you know, so far the drafts have been very unique, very well thought out. They've had great game plans, but then when it comes to the actual execution, it hasn't always been there. You know, occasionally, sometimes they put 2 and 2 together and they make it happen. It looks great, and that's where you get a lot of hope for this team. But then you have moments like that where you were in a concave, you had control of the river, and then you were the one who went forward with low health to try to force a fight because you felt like, oh, if we could avoid the Galio, perhaps we can blow somebody up, you know. You understand the thinking, but again, the execution is just a C- at best.
And that's kind of like where we are here in the LCK with some of our east side teams. I don't want to get too deep on this because Teddy might get dove. Rift Herald is dropped. LM is here though for the defense. But still, this is aiming, just getting free plates.
For now.
Well, eventually free plates, maybe.
Rift Herald 2! Electric Boogaloo. That's going to be 2 plates going into KT as they do eventually pick it up anyway.
3 total, so 240 gold into Aiming's pocket here on display. And Vikla is grabbing 160 for his troubles. Like, a Galio is winning the mid lane because of the money he has. LM, oh no.
Yeah. See that now Zeri is extremely fed. There's the ult, and uh-oh, I guess everybody has to run away. That Renata Glass is not feeling too great right now, as from the back foot, of course it won't.
And the angle there for life was pretty poor. Like, that was actually pretty lucky for Guangdong Freaks, to be perfectly honest. If that angle is better for life, like, they get a double there for sure, and the whole turret. At least that didn't go poorly for Guangdong Freaks there, and they will be able to stave off the pressures. At least also on the top side, maybe they could set up this dive here on the Rascal. Fate has ult and flash.
Vikla's here. Let's see if he can help out. Rascal will survive. He flashes away.
No.
And on the edge, that's it. And look at this. Meganar comes in into the taunt. Do they have the damage, though, is the question. I don't think so. They are staying around a long time as Keen is going to barely survive.
Oh, that was very risky from Vikla there, but he does have the heroic play here to save his top laner. They won't be able to trade back a kill. It was very scary there for a moment, but Rascal has flash, survives there, and it's Fate who ends up ulting. Mid does go over to Teddy, so Teddy is free farming there, so he is somewhat of a recipient of this successful gank, you could say, for Guangdong Freaks. Doesn't end up getting the kill, but at least gives the Aphelios some freedom to move in the mid lane against a Zeri who's always going to be winning out at this point in the game. Rascal just flashes as Keen is like indecisive when he sees the Galio ult is coming through. Then Rascal knocks him into the wall. Taunt comes through. Taunt doesn't hit Fate, and Rascal just barely survives here as Vikla kites back. So very close exchange there. I like how bold Rascal was to hope that was going to be a kill, but it wasn't. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, Teddy got a second in the mid lane. And now Aiming is like, no, I'm here though. So you actually will never be up in the mid lane. You can never be anywhere near me.
She can run over the walls, and also she has the zoomies with the Yuumi, obviously. And she's poking and checking, you know, that gives vision. So she can continuously, you know, poke this out. I'm not sure what we have to do about Zeri. Maybe the mana cost could be hit a little bit because she's just spamming everything and totally safe. And now, you know, especially with the shield bow and this early start that she has, wherever she goes, she will have control. And she can be in any lane at a moment's notice.
I almost think like she needs a very slight nerf to her Q auto cooldown. Like if the firing rate was even slightly decreased, she could still be a threat in late game teamfights. Still does a lot of damage, but like she does so much damage to turrets, to minions. Like her Q is just kind of broken, and the way it works, like and how much damage she does when she's accelerated, because of how her Q works, like she gets more benefits than almost any AD carry in the early game because her Q procs everything so quickly. It just pops off and then kills turrets, it kills plates, kills minion waves, clears waves. Like I think if you could, like, I don't know, that's like my weird theory craft that I think, but like it might just completely break her as a champion, might make her too weak. I don't know, but she is a problem, Valdez. That's what we know for sure. And when you give her 2 kills and 2 assists early on by throwing into a choke point, the rest of the game sometimes just doesn't matter. As you can see, Quantum Freaks had that one try topside, and it wasn't enough.
Oh no, Teddy. Trying to set up the Gravitum here, trying to beat in the fight, it looks like, before this Rift Herald gets going. But as we pointed out, second Rift Herald now, this is the Rift Herald fight that you go for. It's not going to be an easy entry here. You're going through Galio, through... Oh, that's going to be a really nice angle, though, for Fate as he gets in the backline. Big Aphelios ultimate as well, but Aiming will survive with the Galio and the Yuumi. They might have to give up this objective, though, as Rascal totally going to miss on that Gnar. Vikla goes back in, but here comes Keen. It's his moment. Now they're going to turn it around. Cuz gets low. Rascal has no help, as the two of them are just going to be left to the wolves here. KT with that re-engage, not what you wanted to see, and Kwangdong will pick it up.
All right, so Kwangdong get gifted a 3rd kill here for the Aurelia. KT down summoners on Aiming, and we'll lose this mid turret here. This is actually massive for Kwangdong Freaks. This is going to give them a lot of map control right now, and we'll just prevent Aiming from free farming mid. Ult just going to push them away to guarantee this turret does go down. Do not have any minions here, so this is actually quite awkward, and in fact, they will not get the turret, just barely here.
Very too scary.
Like, the fact of the matter is Aiming was down in ultimate and cleanse and flash, and he was at like, I don't know what, 10% health, and he was still walking towards Quantum Freaks in that last fight. And that's just how you know. That's just how you know. Like, this is, you were gifted this opportunity because KT turned back in. And look, Fate has an amazing engage here. Like, credit where it's due. But the Zeri ultimate is popped. Aiming has those shields. He gets the Galio ult as well. And look at him. He's at 10% health. No flash, no cleanse, and he's like, are you guys sticking around? And that's why Rascal decided to ult there, and like, this almost was a turn for KT because they're so ahead. And it's crazy that with everything against him and the most perfect Lissandra angle, they still almost can win the fight. So that is really scary, but at the end of the day, Kwangdong Freaks will demolish most of that turret in the mid lane, win the fight, pick up some extra gold for this Aurelia, who's going to be a big side lane threat. Rascal itemizing, you know, a little bit against that. Obviously, already has his plated steel caps, has had that for a while. Is going to be on the back foot, won't have any power. So there is still hope if we could see another Fate engage like that, if you can find another angle. Kwangdong Freaks could win subsequent fights. They have the prio now on this 3rd Drake, so it's not going to be Soul Point going over to KT Rolster.
Yeah, here comes this Drake going down the Cloud Drake. Cloud Soul over here to Kwangdong Freaks. Another turret goes down in mid. As, is that a Sunfire that we're seeing out of Keen? Looks like he is putting that extra money to roll it into some survivability, and I don't mind it at all. A lot of times Aurelia's, you know, when they get leads, they just try to stack the damage, and sometimes, you know, it's kind of like the Camille issue, where if you dive into a backline, you can just get blown up immediately, because yes, you have very high damage, and you can blow somebody up immediately, but if they turn on you at the right time, if your timing isn't literally perfect, you can just get blown up. And
if you are rooted,
not do much.
If you are rooted by Life's ultimate and you went for a damage build, you're dead and you did nothing. So I like this because now you can survive through a lot of that. And you know, if you can get that Cloud Soul as well, like that would be so massive for Kwangdong Freaks. We're a long way away from that, but I think, you know, the Sunfire is now completed. I think Keen is itemizing correctly here. This build is very popular on a lot of assassins right now, AD assassins like Yone. And it's very sticky, very threatening. If you can get onto aiming ever, then you're going to have a good time. Obviously, it's going to be about flank angle. It's going to be about positioning. If they have vision control, you know, Keen could have a teleport flank. There's a lot of ways that this Aurelia pick works out.
Yeah. You consider the damage on the side of KT as well. It's not very much AP, as we are going to have the flash away, and Keen is surviving for a very long time, but unfortunately there are just 4 members of KT here to punish him. So in that side lane, even close to his turret, he will be punished.
Yeah, and unfortunately Kwangdong Freaks didn't have anybody set up on the other side of the map for a play. Teddy is going to push this through, but this is another thing about Zeri, is her wave clear is just so insane that she can just come over here and catch this and be like, all right, cool. Thanks for the safe farm. Vikla can hold this if he wants to. Looks like he's going to take it for himself instead, which we don't usually see when there's a Zeri on the map. But he's going to take that. If he's 1-0-3, this game is quite a big threat himself, and Zeri is very ahead of where she's supposed to be in a normal game, so I guess she doesn't care. She's going to pick up a lot of money here, too. As like I said, when the root hits the Aurelia, it's kind of doomed, and I think if he doesn't engage there and then get trapped by the pillar, maybe he lives because he has flash, but he wanted to trade something back. He does go down, and despite Kwangdong's really nice engage with Fate there, taking one Drake with the map control they had at that moment, it was fleeting. They didn't hold on to it. They lost their side laner, and KT are still 100% here in the driver's seat of this game right now.
Yeah, they've got a nice little lead, and they are hanging around some of their vision around this Drake that is up once again. They'd love to go towards that Cloud Soul. Would be fantastic for everybody on the side of KT. And
Streaming has Cleanse, of course, just to remind everyone, so even if Fate tries to find him, he can just cleanse his way out of it. Same with Aphelios, of course.
Ooh, Sandra hopping forward. There's the TP as aiming, trying to get in there, trying to put that Yuumi in position. They're only going to get Renata with that one. Vikla showing up with this Predator, not able to find anybody. There is a flank behind them with the Aurelia as the ult goes down onto the Galio. That's not going to do much. Elam's ult is very nice, but now Keen's all alone because everybody else was zoned by a Galio who got ulted himself. And now Moham is in the front line getting taken out by 2 people, and aiming has the entire rift to himself.
Yeah, remember we were talking about the idea is there, the execution is, and this is one of those times.
Oh no, everybody just gonna get pummeled under this. And of course, aiming just goes right over the wall. He's got the Yuumi right there with him. Galio will have to pay for the sins somewhere else on the map. I think he got hit by the infernal Moonlight Vigil. But other than that, it's just a full wipe here basically for KT.
And that's a Baron going over. I was going to say Drake. It will be Baron and Drake and Soul Point. So KT just getting everything on the map, and they have one angle, right, for this fight. This is what we were talking about. Aurelia has items. She can flank on these wards. And, like, the ultimate here from Life is pretty worthless. Like, yes, they get a root here. There's a pillar set up. And then the flank comes through, and you're like, okay, we got him. We trapped him. This is going to be it. Moonlight Vigil's available. Fate flashes in and ults the Galio, who has stopwatch. They knock away the Zeri.
You see how much damage they took from the Zeri, though, before she got knocked away? Yeah. It's like, oh, I guess we can't be here.
And then that's just it. Like, your coordination has to be on a squishier target. The Gnar, who didn't have Gnarbar, could have been something you could have focused down. He doesn't have a stopwatch, right? But you targeted the Galio. And unfortunately, 2 games in a row here, Fate has been very inconsistent, right? Like, he had the amazing flank that won them the fight around Herald just moments ago. But this time, you know, chooses his ultimate a second time incorrectly. It's been up and down for him. And KT, 5,000 gold to lead now, 4-0-5 on this Zeri. 3 items, Lord Dominic's. And he's just going to shred through the Aurelia. The Poppy doesn't even matter. You can split the players' faces on the cams, man. Yeah. They are, like, defeated.
Yeah, I definitely think that Zeri was a better pick than Renata Glass. I thought KT made the first mistake by letting it available and not banning it. You know, they banned Talia instead, but they were gifted the Zeri and, of course, gifted the 2 kills. And
I agree. I agree, but I think the bigger issue is that fight, right, where they gifted the 2 kills. Because otherwise, this draft, in theory, like, it can work. And, you know, I don't want to criticize the draft too much. I mean, I do agree with you completely that maybe this is not the right move. But it's Quantum Freaks being too creative for their own good. They're like, okay, we have the counter to the Lucian. I'm like, maybe, but maybe not, actually. We have the counter to the Zeri. Maybe. Actually, probably not. If you can't execute on the strategy, it doesn't matter how smart your strategy is. Oh, man.
Hey, guess what? There's a Trundle on their team, so he puts down a pillar, and immediately you've got higher damage poke than an Ezreal from a safer distance, and it's a wider poke as well. Yeah.
And Valdez, this is basically a must-win game for Kwangdong. Like, they're 4-5, they're tied with KT. It's one of the biggest competitors going into playoffs, right? Like, this might be the game that cost them that playoff run, because KT will actually go to 5-5, they'll go to 4-6, and it puts them one step away. It's just such an important match for them, a winnable one, but they are just getting absolutely stomped. Okay, well. She'll come back.
Yeah, she's pretty fast. She has a Yuumi on her back. And I like the way that KT are playing this with the Baron that they do have. Just 4-1, sending Rascal to the top side. He has to be very careful because, of course, even with Baron buff, he can get 1v1 by Keen. So just sending aiming up there. Meganar actually comes in. It's a huge amount of damage, but will proc the W, or will use it to make sure that Keen gets away. But even just the chunk is enough. Doesn't have to get the kill. It's another turret into the pockets of KT as that 5,000 gold lead is now 8,000. And it's going to be rough for them. You know, maybe if you find some backline access with both Lissandra and Aurelia, and you're somehow able to get through the Zeri and the Yuumi, that could be your way back in. But it's a lot of ifs.
I just don't think that with this build that Aiming has, and like the items he has, obviously he's got his IE now, or he's building towards that. He's got his Infinity Edge, I should say. Or not Infinity Edge, BF Sword. That's the one, the big sword. We know what the F stands for.
Yes.
He has that, and like Yuumi has a Moonstone Renewer. Will be able to shield him and heal him in these fights. He has Immortal Shield Bow. But you can't kill him anymore. You cannot kill Aiming, and he does so much damage that even the little bit of lifesteal he has off the Shield Bow is just going to keep him alive. There are so many ways that the Pillar could even be used defensively. Rascal can defensively ult. They won't ever need to do anything like that, by the way, because he also has Flash and Cleanse. But, like, I just don't think there is a win condition anymore for Kwangdong Freaks. It all went out the window when you had that.
It's over, Wolf?
I am. This is the longest way I've ever said it. Yeah.
Wow.
The most long-winded.
I like how you mix it up every time, though. It's good. It adds some good variety.
Because like now, Aphelios, even if he ults, like he went Collector because he's hopeful, like maybe the extra damage will do it. No, it won't. I have bad news. You are about to be potentially 2 items behind this game. Even if he gets a big Moonlight Vigil and has red-white guns, and like Fate somehow stuns Aiming, I still don't think you win. I just can't imagine a world. Super doomed. They took a risk in the draft.
Yeah. No, I do agree. It is going to be extremely difficult for them to come back from this one. KT are basically just waiting for the Cloud Soul, I would imagine. That is actually going to happen at the exact same time as the Baron, so they will have to manage that a little bit, you know.
Yeah, that's a boon for Kwangdong, because at least they can try to force a trade.
IE is done, by the way.
Yep, there it is. So I was just preempting that, the BF Sword IE there, because he has so much money that, like, this is one of those games that's just, I feel like I'm disappointed dad for Kwangdong here, because I was so excited for the Aurelia, and I really thought it was smart, and they played the early part of it so beautifully, and it didn't work out, and this is a matchup that is so important for Kwangdong. I know I sound like a broken record on this, but like, this is huge, this momentum shift, even for players' mentality, you know, going to the second round robin. Like, we're not at the stage of the tournament anymore where we go like, well, there's still a lot of tournament left. We're halfway done. And this is a very worrying sign, in regards to overall level of play here as well for Kwangdong Freaks with these comps where they had smart drafts but couldn't execute because you have tougher opponents coming up than KT. So
they definitely do. KT now moving in as a team. Skull Crab was taken. Oh, there's aiming right off the wall. Yep, he can do that as well. And Zoomies will help him get into position as now the TPs come in. That is going to be the free Baron over to KT. The Scuttle Crab was very much zoomed in on by Jonas Strong. It felt like the last hope, you know, of KT, or Kwangdong rather. And they did take it down, but maybe with that they lost their last hope. As here's Fate over the wall as he gets crit for 700 from miles away by the AD carry, as now that is going to be Rascal in a lot of trouble, actually. Took a bunch of damage before that Mega Gnar, but you see that Teddy not really able to lay in the damage now, as Fate is also super low. Down will go Teddy, as I think that is a 6th kill, maybe a 7th here for aiming, as he will pick it up here on the Zeri and go on once again, deathless. And he's looking for more. Oh,
Moham.
there goes Moham. Legendary for the Zeri. And Fate
one
will
extendo
get away.
beam and a dream.
Unfortunately, it's real life.
Look at him on his player cam. Like, you can't see under his mask, but you can. You could see him grinning ear to ear as he's just got so much power in this game. Mind you, KT can 4v5, so they had Rascal solo the Drake. So they picked up Cloud Soul. Rascal teleports in, pulls aggro, buys a stopwatch before he teleports in, so pulls aggro, and then is able to survive for so long. This is such a clean fight for KT, or rather for Kwangdong Freak, or yeah, for KT. Kwangdong Freaks here, this is just a blast from the past from LM dying like 2,000 years ago.
Sometimes
I hope we do get
happens.
that fight. Yeah. Like, look at the teleport coming through. This Galio's here. Rascal came in just moments before. So Galio teleports, then grabs the ult onto Rascal, has stopwatch, buys enough time for him to Gnar. And then aiming's over here, untouched, 90% health, no big deal. What's an Immortal Shield Bow? What's a Flash? What's a Cleanse? I don't need those tools. I'm Zeri. What's up? I got a Yuumi on my back. As, yeah, this was just like... I mean, it's not even... Is that even legal that we can show that on TV? Like...
Yeah, it shouldn't be. Yeah, you know...
they just did him dirty.
I remember when we used to be not okay with Corkies and Zoes doing this, but now we get the 80 carry version. And, yeah, I think Zeri will see her time in the sun and then eventually be nerfed. But for now, it just should have been banned, or it should have been answered better in terms of this. And keep in mind that, again, KT were the ones that could have banned it, but they did not. And Kwangdong handed it over to them. Either way, it's just going to be a better executed game. I think a lot of big mistakes here from Kwangdong Freaks, and KT were the better team on this day. LM has been very good about hitting that. It just has not mattered one iota, unfortunately, for him on the Poppy.
Really has not. This is such a tragic game for Kwangdong. Fate.
All right, they're going to get into this one as aiming is just going to have his way with the rest of anyone who is left available here on the side of Kwangdong. Any brave soldier who decided they would also join the fight. As you know, they will be diving for the Penta. That is a Penta for good old aiming once again. 13-0 on the Zeri with 5 assists as a bonus.
Yeah, he gives himself the self-applause there, the little golf clap for aiming, who has picked up so many POGs in a row for KT Rolster, so many unanimous POGs, and if this is not one of them, I think we're all going to be raising a few eyebrows, maybe towards the bottom left of that voting selection screen. But this is another, like, this series was great for aiming and for KT Rolster, but I think this series was more about Kwangdong losing than it was about KT winning, and the same was true for Nongshim yesterday when they were the first team to lose to Fredit Brion, and we're talking about players like Teddy, Keen, Ghost, Kana, and I think that this season of LCK, we gave them some credit in spring. We're like, okay, it's still early days, but I think some of these players that we cherished as some of our top players showcase that they need strong leadership to be used correctly. And even with good drafts here for Kwangdong, you know, Keen, he played the mechanical aspect of this game correctly. And, you know, Fate as well play the mechanical aspects of the game correctly, but it's a call for him to go in when he's at 10% health to look for that fight, look for that ult. That isn't correct, right? And like I feel like so much of our talent in the bottom part of the LCK right now is not really showing its full power because this meta has been so poor for some of our teams, and the shot calling isn't there and it isn't decisive. And I wonder if, once again, next season we're going to see a huge breakup of some of this star talent, because the half super teams here on the east side of the bracket are absolutely not working out. And I'm mentioning this now because I didn't want to talk about it through the first half of the season, but now we've hit the halfway point. Kwangdong, I think expectations should be higher than this, and just absolutely getting shreked by KT Rolster tonight is not a good sign for playoff potential.
Yeah, you know, it reminds me a lot of the series we had last night, the last one of Live Sandbox against Hama Life. It was just not close in really any facet, you know, just starting from the get-go. There were some moments, like Keen in the top side picking up 2 kills for the Aurelia early on. You could say, okay, you know, maybe if they had executed this better, we could have seen a different game in this one, but it was just not meant to be.
It's not a hands game here, unfortunately. It's a mind game. Like that was not the right call. This was the moment where the game was decided. Actually, it was this very moment, which is why I was yelling and throwing my hands in the air, because I really wanted Kwangdong to prove that this draft could work. I wanted them to prove that their strategy was great, because I truly believe it was. I truly believe it was smart, and it absolutely could have worked out with a stronger team, or with better coordination, or with not throwing 2 kills and 2 assists into a Zeri sub 10 minutes. And we'll never know what that reality could have looked like. You know, that one flank we had from Fate was like a glimpse into how it could work. But these subsequent team fights were so cleanly played here from KT Rolster as well. And like, when you have this much of a lead and you have the tools that KT have and you're just not going to mess it up, you're never going to lose that Zeri advantage. And I mean, Aiming is going to get another 13 for 13 tonight, gets a pentakill under his belt, and welcome back to the LCK, Aiming. You're now a top 80 carry player.
Yeah, he's one of the best that we do have here. And yeah, I mean, you've got to be quite good at this champion as well to make it happen the way that he did. And he hopefully gets 13 out of 13 for Pog, but also he picked up 13 kills by the end because he picked up another pentakill for himself. So big claps from everybody on the side of KT, as they're all very happy with that. Most damage, of course, will go to the super fed Zeri. And yeah, just another kind of demolition of a series here. KT will take down Kwangdong.
And you know, this Galio pick was so huge in this game. Like, I didn't like it as much when I first saw it in the draft, but how Vikla utilized it, his laning phase was insanely good, but his defensive setups topside really saved this game oftentimes for KT. Really shut down any way of coming back into the game here for Kwangdong Freaks, and it was actually a really smart adaptation from Vikla in the mid lane. So credit where it's due, like Vikla had a fantastic game as well.
Yeah, Vikla was great, not only in the second game, but also in the first one where he won POG. So absolutely, just a great performance as well in the execution for KT. Guys, we do have an analyst, Carpet Space. Let's throw it over to Atlas and Chronicler to take us through.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Wolf, for taking us through that series, and welcome to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I am, of course, Atlas. This is Chronicler, and that was another loss for Kwangdong Freaks. The first game, you know, ganked by Boris and by, you know, Cousin Vikla, but in this game, they were ganked by the draft.
I don't get it. If Kallista's open, then I see that Renata first pick, I'm like, that is a ballsy call to make, but it's a call that can work out. We've seen in the past, Renata, Kallista lanes can completely snowball out of control, and it's not a move that we're always going to be a fan of, but it's understandable.
Yeah.
But trading just Renata, in this case Renata Aphelios, and hoping that the Poppy is enough, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I also, especially after the previous game, and Keen, I think in laning phase held himself well, but even just Trundle, Yuumi with Exhaust and Zeri, playing into that as Aurelia is really hard. Like, laning phase, obviously you're gonna have a great time. I think Keen also showed mechanically that that part was fine, although that early trade was okay, but not even that amazing because the wave was still caught and he still died. Yeah. But when that Galio came in, I was like, even if Keen gets fed, even if they don't have that complete disaster of a fight, your only win con is a Zeri, or is an Aurelia effectively, and you're playing into aiming Zeri. I don't get it.
And they're also still trying to team fight after picking this Aurelia style composition as well. And Aurelia in this game definitely should be able to win every side lane duel in theory, right? If they're able to effectively play around them, but they didn't anyway, so it didn't even matter. Let's have a look at our first highlight here as we took bets on when the double kill is going to come in for the Zeri. I said 6 minutes and Chronicler said level 6, and we were halfway between the two of us.
Yeah. As Fate, I don't know if he meant to self-ult there because there's not really any other way that a fight makes sense. The idea of trying to get a quick kill on Kuz there and then start snowballing maybe works in some scenarios, but with that low health, you have to self-ult if you go for that play. Like, there is no other opportunity, so it must, I assume, then have been a misclick, because as soon as you die, like, you lose any value of the Lissandra in those small corridors. And then the bot side of the map was lost.
Yep, it was kind of donezo at that point in time, and it's a real shame. Honestly, that was basically the end of the game. But we are going to have a look at the fight around the mid lane, where the Kwangdong Freaks were trying to make their flank teleport play actually work out here, as they felt like things were going to get better.
And they just got boomed in one fight, and that was the end of it. Right, like that's the sad state of this game. Even with King getting
we're actually like
early,
at the end of the fight.
This is the end of the game.
Yeah,
like the game just ends immediately because after this the Baron gets picked up, and you see the issue that the composition runs into, where if you actually have to team fight, I think it's always going to be hard, even with the Lissandra, which gives you a lot of team, and the Poppy and a lot of team fighting power generally. Like, you need to be the one setting up the fight. You need to be the one going in, stun locking someone, and then kind of starting that gravy train with Lissandra and the passive, and Aurelia gets the if you do that, it can work. But like, again, it's so hard into Yuumi, into Galio, into Trundle with Pillar and Chomp. There's just so many ways in which the composition makes it hard to play out. And then there were also substantial mistakes from Kwangdong themselves. So it was a very frustrating game. It was a game that felt extremely hard to win from draft. And then Kwangdong's execution also just wasn't there. It's just kind of a sad day for them, because I feel like in game number 1 especially, they threw away a 2.6 gold lead on Keen by itemization. And then this time around, it was both the drafts and the executions looking very off.
Yeah, the whole thing just didn't quite work out. Oh, what?
But Vikla looked great, and that makes me happy. So that's the takeaway for KT fans. Vikla looking feisty.
Oh my goodness. Let's see whether he picks up another POG, as we will bring that one up onto your screen. I have a feeling it might be the Zeri, and that is 700 points now, aiming out in front by himself. The man with the 700, 13-0-5 pentakill at the end of the game. He was given Zeri this game.
Great summation, Atlas. Very well done. Yeah, 100% true. The reality of the situation is that aiming has been, I'd say, barring Ruler, our most consistent AD carry that we have had within the entirety of the LCK. You can make an argument for like, I think Prince peaks are higher, but aiming, if he gets a lead, he just never lets go. And giving him Zeri is as futile of a call as giving Prince, Zeri, or Ruler Lucian. It's just things you don't do right now against those AD carries. They're in too good a form. And aiming, I mean, this does it all.
Yeah, and all three of the players that we were just mentioning sitting there with the most POG points in the league right now. Some more opportunities for Ruler in theory tomorrow, as well, as he hasn't quite played as many games, but there it is, the 13 out of 13. Generally, you get a pentakill and you get the vote. It's kind of how that one works out.
Yeah.
But, you know, I liked, we were having a chat about this and you were like, but I could vote for Vikla. And I was like, well, he's not going to win.
I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to do it.
But the shout out to how well he played is definitely very, very valid. As now we are going to throw it over to the interview. So here is Dia for some translation.
Thank you. Hello everyone, this is Dear for the POG interview, joined by Vikla and Amy. Congratulations on the win. It looks like you got your revenge from round 1. I want to hear how you feel.
이번 경기 복수전이었는데 이겨서 정말 기쁘고 앞으로 더 잘.
Really happy that we got our revenge.
첫 POG이기 때문에
And I think we can
기분이
keep
좋은 것 같거든요.
our
POG
momentum
받은
going.
느낌 어떤가요?
약간
How does it
실감은
feel
안 나고 뭔가,
to get your POG?
내가 그걸 좀 잘했구나 이렇게 생각.
Feels surreal. And it actually just kind of hit me that I did really well today.
7연속 POG에 그중 5번이 만장일치였고요. 오늘 POG 포인트
Aiming,
싸움에서
it
단독
must feel
1위입니다.
so
기분이
great
어떤가요?
to get your 7th POG.
오늘 이기면은
And out of those 7, you got 5 unanimous votes.
생각했는데 예상대로 바람대로 잘 된 것 같아서 기분 더 좋은 것 같아요.
I think everything just kind of worked out as planned, so I'm really glad.
8일 전에 광동 프릭스 만났을 때랑 오늘의 차이는 뭐였다고 느끼시나요?
그때 이제
What do you think the difference was between now and 8 days ago when you were against Kwangdong Freaks?
넓어가지고 예상 못한 챔피언도 있었고 좀 상당히 어려웠던
There are a lot
것
of
같아요.
champions
뱀픽 좀
that came
수월하게
out that we
잘
didn't
가져가서
expect.
게임하기 더 편했던 것 같아요.
뱀픽부터 잘
But I
풀렸다고
think
얘기를
our drafting went
자,
a lot more
그렇다면
smoothly
일단
today,
빅나
which worked
선수에게
out.
요즘 전 세계적으로 핫한 카드 사일러스에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶어요. LCK
So I want to ask you, Vikla, about Silas.
사일러스에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
It looks like Silas has been on an 11-win streak.
라인전은 좀 약할 수 있는데 그래도 한타 가면
I think
충분히
Silas
활약할 수 있는 픽이라 생각해서
could
좀
be a little weak during the laning
특히나
phase,
그래도
but
상대
he's so
챔피언들
useful during
구성에
team
따라서
fights.
이 사일러스의 중후반 밸류가 갈리기도 하잖아요. 오늘 트런들이랑 룰루 보고
So,
사일러스를 픽하게 된 계기가 있을까요?
Depending on the enemy comp, you know that Silas could be a hit or miss.
좀 나쁘지 않다 생각해서 그냥 뽑은 것 같아요.
미드 그라가스
Yeah, so we picked Silas just looking at Trundle and Lulu ult. We figured that it would work really well.
그래도 진짜 할 줄은 몰랐는데 해서 약간 당황은 했던 것 같아요.
그렇기 때문에 좀 1세트 초반에 살짝 힘들지 않았나 싶습니다. 그래도 마지막 한타 가니까
So it looks like
딜량 9,000을
you might have been in a little bit of a tough spot in game 1,
이때 궁을 진짜 잘 뽑아서
especially
잘
early.
썼거든요. 상황에 대해서 얘기해 주시죠.
But
일단 이때 갱플이
towards the end, it looks like you got a really good ult.
이제 궁을 써서 뒷라인도 딜 못하게 만들고 그다음에 이제 여기서 한번 핑퐁 한 다음에
I figured that
그다음에 이제 궁풀
we
도는
should
걸로
deny
그라가스 뒷라인 진영 붕괴
their backline from doing anything here.
빠른 시간 내에 이런 판단을 낼 수 있다는 게
And I think we just stay calm and focused throughout the team fight. And I threw out the ult that just kind of cleaned everything up. So
돌려볼 것 같은 그런 명장면이었습니다. 그리고 에이밍 선수 아까 뱀픽 얘기를 해주셨는데 2세트 때 KT가
So speaking of drafting, Aiming.
프릭스의 블루 1픽은 레나타였습니다. 예상에서 빗나간 건 아니었나요?
So it looks like Kwangdong Freaks picked or blind picked Renata. Was that according to your predictions?
맞아요. 사실 에이밍 선수에게 제리랑 또 다른 아펠리오스가
Yeah, so it was a little bit of a surprise. We really wanted that Zeri pick since we were pretty confident with it. So it was a good drafting for our team.
확실히 또 에이밍 선수에 대한
And Vikla, I knew that we already won by the time that we got Zeri locked in.
주도적으로 에이밍 선수 중심으로 잘라먹는 모습도 나왔거든요. 이때 콜들은 누가 한 걸까요?
So what was the shot call like regarding getting picks throughout the game and game 2?
그리고 빅라 선수도
I think we were able to deny them from getting the side lanes because it was just like kind of like a team-wide decision to do that.
가져가게 된 이유에 대해서도 듣고 싶습니다.
Is there a reason you picked Galio against Lissandra, Vikla?
조합이기도 했고 저희 팀이 뭐 제리만 지키면 될 것 같아서 가려고 했습니다.
So since it looked like KT was playing, or Kwangdong Freaks was playing an all-in comp, we just figured that we just have to protect and play around the Zeri.
그때 어떤 얘기를 나눴고 기분은 어땠는지 들어보고 싶어요.
So at the moment of your pentakill, I was wondering what the comms were like. The moment I got my first kill when we opened up that team fight, I think everyone was on board on giving me the pentakill.
혹시 탐내거나 아무 말 안 하고 있거나 좀 뺏고 싶어하는 선수는 없었나요?
Was there anyone who was trying to steal the penta at all
딜이 생각보다
and deny it?
그래서 그 이후에는 그냥 펜타
Yeah,
생각이었던 것 같아요.
I think I really wanted to steal one kill, but you know, it just didn't really go as planned.
그 에이밍 선수 이런 속마음
So
들어보니까
I failed, so I decided to give it to Aiming.
지금 알았는데 좀 당황스럽네요. 우물 다이브 할 때 빨리 들어가.
Yeah, and I actually didn't know that Vikla had that in mind, and Yeah, I don't know how to feel about it, Vikla.
들어볼 수 있었고 이렇게 되면서 빅나 선수는 첫 POG를 가져가고 또 에이밍 선수는 POG 단독 1위에 올랐습니다. 2라운드 출발이 굉장히 좋은데요. 2라운드 각오도 들어보고
So this is a great start for you guys for round 2. Any expectations?
1라운드에는 좀 아쉬운 경기가 좀 많았는데 2라운드에는 그 아쉬웠던 부분을 잘 가다듬어서 더
There are a lot of moments that we could have done better in round 1, and I want to make it up by doing well in round 2.
2라운드 시작
And what about you, Amy?
우승을 하게 되어가지고 이제 남은 경기들을 잘 이겨가지고
Since we were able to start our round 2 with a victory, I hope that we can keep continuing our momentum and continue performing well.
유리한 고지를 밟게 됐잖아요. 또 팬분들께서도 서머의 KT 플레이오프 가는 거 너무너무 기대하고 계실 텐데 팬분들께도 한마디
A lot of your
부탁드릴게요.
fans are looking forward to you guys making to playoffs. Any words for the fans?
하신 분들이 되게 많거든요. 이번에는 저희가 플레이오프
There are a lot of fans expecting us to make it to the playoffs, so
드리도록 하겠습니다.
I want to pay back all the support to the fans by making it, and we'll make it happen.
오늘 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
This concludes the interview with Vikla and Amy of KT Rollster. Back to Atlas and Chronicler at the analyst chair and carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, for the absolutely fantastic translation and for the conversation with both Vikla and Aiming there. Of course, Aiming moving up to 700, sole possession of that top spot. But let's check out the standings and see what this has done for KT, as they are the kings of the eastern side.
Clearly are. And Kwangdong, despite having beaten T1 and being the only team to do so in the first round robin, clearly showcased that the Seraphine, as good as it was also all they had in terms of innovation in draft, because the moment that has been banned away, they've just looked fairly lackluster. And KT continue kind of their prevalence as you point out, a very, very great team of dispatching of any of the lower tier teams. And now the real journey starts, which is, can you actually beat the teams on the other side?
Well, we've got a couple of teams on the other side playing after the short break, as DRX will be taking on T1 for their second bout of the summer season. It's going to be exciting, but we're going to need a very long time before we actually get into it. We'll see you here back after about an hour's break, guys.
이야, 다이야? 해린턴 승진 축하하네. 아, 이제 해린턴이라 하면 안 되나? 헬펠로 받아. 감사합니다, 교수님. 근데 이거 0LP인 게 좀 걸리긴 하는데 더 노력하겠습니다, 교수님. 그래도 이번에 고생한 상으로 별소자 스킨 좀 주겠네. 감사합니다. 우야, 저 럭키 다이스키. 오마야 뭐 신데이루 와이 데스. 아, 너무 다 이쁜 거 아닌가? 이 새끼! 뭐 하는 거야?
잡았어. 빨리 전적 검색해.
여기다.
범죄자 검거 완료.
가만있어. 나.
이 새끼 이거 교수도 아니면서 지금 교수 행세를 해? 마스터에서 떨어졌으면 떨어졌다고 말을 해야 될 거 아니야?
너이 새끼! 저번에 나무점에서 알아봤어. 앰비션은 30연패를 해도 마스터야! 이 자식!
아니야. 아니라고.
벗겨. 빨리 벗겨. 옷도 벗겨.
벗겨. 아니야, 다시 올라갈 수 있어. 다시 올라갈 수 있다고. 신챔프 연습하다 그랬어. 자, 오늘 주제가 롤 챔피언인데 일단 최근에 나온 신챔프들에 대해서 어떻게 생각해?
가장 좀 마지막에 나온 거는 벨베스지.
벨베스. 그리고 여기서 보이는 건 비에고가 첫 번째고.
근데 비에고가 처음 나왔을 때 난 말이 안 된다고 생각했던 게 라이엇이 이렐리아 한번 손대더니 공격 사거리 가지고 장난질을 많이 하더라고.
근접인데.
근거리 대 근거리인데 막 카이팅하고. 개사기 챔피언이었지, 개사기 챔피언.
그 아래 있는 그웬도 그래? 가위 사거리가 좀 더 길어.
그러니까 컨셉 자체가 다른 애들은 125, 150 이런데 자기들은 이미 팔이 좀 더 길어.
그 25 차이가 엄청 큰데 그 근거리 싸움에서. 게임 모르지만.
아, 그치, 너는.
팔 긴 거밖에 안 해가지고 뭐 125랑 뭐 150이랑 차이점 알아? 난 처음에 이제 비에고 나왔을 때 정말 갈 때까지 갔구나. 그웬 나왔을 때 이 정도면 괜찮은데? 근데 아크샨 나왔을 때 정말 갈 때까지 갔구나. 진짜 라이엇이 정말 써먹을 수 있는 거, 나올 수 있는 거 다 꺼낸 그런 느낌?
난 진짜 제가 이렐리아 이런 애들한테 맞들 안 지는 거 보고 나 이거 챔피언이 말이 안 된다.
솔직히 아크샨이랑 비슷한 게 이제 탑에서 쓴다고 치면 이제 퀸이 있잖아.
아크샨으로 가면 돼.
퀸이 있었나?
스도 근데 좀 말이 안 되긴 했어. 그나마 좀 양심 있는?
근데 내가 볼 때 이거는 앞에서 욕을 더럽게 먹었기 때문에 한 번은 쉬어가 준 거야. 더 세게 나올 수도 있었는데
딱 민성이 말이 맞는 것 같아. 눈치 좀 보다가 다음 챔피언을 또 그냥 미친놈으로 만들었어.
아니 근데 이거 원딜 감수성으로서 제리 같은 이동기 원딜도 필요하긴 했어.
네, 말이 안 되잖아.
요즘 애들 막 맵 날라다니는데 원딜들만 그 평범한 이동기로 돌아다니면 좀 안 되니까 제리도 하나 이렇게 추가해 준 거지.
나는 근데 솔랭에서 진짜 8대2 9대1로 다 이기고 있다가 역전 당한 경기 전부 다 상대편에 제리가 있었어.
근데 그리고 얘가 문제가 세트로 다니는 놈이 있어. 유미. 그냥 둘이 합체하잖아? 그냥 바로 게임 나가고 싶어 그냥. 나 아무것도 못해.
벨베스야 뭐 나오자마자 솔랭을 다 파괴하고 다녀가지고.
근데 쟤는 좀 난 처음에 웃음벨인 줄 알았어.
벨베스는 처음 나와서 다들 웃었지. 그냥 가오리.
근데 사기 챔피언이었다 얘도. 전력 먹으면 게임이 끝났다.
너프도 지금 계속 당하고 있고. 근데 반대로 지금 닐라는 지금 영상만으로 사격을 지금 다 듣고 있잖아.
이게 근데 약간 모바일 게임 같은 거 기준으로 봤을 때 이전에 냈던 캐릭터들이 잘 안 팔리면 다음 거를 사기로 낸다? 닐라 이거 벨베스의 매출액에 따라서 사기자리 정해진다.
예전 구챔프랑 신챔프랑 성능 차이가 어느 정도 난다고 생각하세요?
어느 정도 나냐고요? 그냥 하늘과 끝까지 나죠. 옛날 챔피언들 패시브 한 번만 읽어봐 주세요. 판테온 Q 창을 던져서 데미지를 줍니다.
오 그냥 진짜 생각났어 진짜.
W 적에게 스턴을 겁니다. 뭐 11르 얘네들 패시브 보면 한 줄입니다.
그래 11르 얘기 잘했다. 11르 그 스펠 쉴드 쓰면은 그 스킬 한번 맞고 만화 차는 거잖아. 정말 형편없어.
그치.
아니 요즘 나오는 챔피언이랑 비교하잖아. 진짜 형편없는 거야.
요즘 애들이었으면은 막자마자 만화도 차고 체력도 차고
체력도
공속도
차고.
빨라져.
상대방한테 다음 공격 추가 데미지.
그런 거 맞아. 그리고 꼭 신챔 나오면 라이엇이 집어넣는 거 뭔지 알아? 세대 때리면 추가 데미지.
맞아. 세대 진짜 좋아해.
세대 진짜 좋아해.
아 그리고 옛날에는 또 그 스킬 같은 거 공격 스킬 2개 있다가 보조 스킬 하나였나? 막 이런
약간 그런 게 정석이긴 했어.
얘한테 진짜 이 사기 스킬을 하나 줬어. 그럼 다른 거는 좀 약간 밸런스를 맞췄어. 근데
그치.
요즘에는 모든 좋은 챔피언의 스킬을 하나에 섞여. 그래서 이걸 Q로 만들고
맞아.
W로 만들고 이거를 E로 만드는 거야.
패시브가 원래 그냥 무조건 패시브 칸에 하나였잖아. 근데 요즘은 패시브 칸에 패시브 하나, Q 스킬이 하나, W에 하나.
맞아. 패시브 여러 개 있는 애들
그냥 이렇게 널리고 널렸어.
극혐이다 여기 그렇게 해서.
그러면 구 챔피언들 중에서 가장 리메이크가 시급한 챔피언이 있다고 한다면 어떤 챔피언이지?
저는 소나요. 무조건. 소나랑 스킬 컨셉이 거의 완전 비슷한 캐릭터인 세라핀이 이제 신챔프로 나왔다 보니까 소나가 그냥 너무 붕 뜨는 느낌?
소나는 옛날에 그런 것도 있어. 우리 그 할 때는 마우스 그냥 가만히 놓고 QW야 QW야. 세라핀은 마우스까지 활용을 해야 된다.
더 어렵다.
사실상 같은 캐릭터인데 난이도 차이가 있다.
그거 뭐 빌드업 캐릭이야? 소나 이제 좀 마스터하면 이제 세라피 넘어간다.
2차 전직 느낌으로.
나는 근데 좀 웬만한 구식 챔피언들은 좀 리메이크 한번 해주는 게 맞지 않나 싶어. 우디르? 아니면 말파이트.
우디르는 진짜 좀 해줘야지.
나서스도 쓰는 사람들은 많지만 나서스 한번 해주는 게 좀 괜찮을 것 같기도 하고.
아이번도 너무 특이해서 안 쓰이는 거지. 쓰는 사람들은 또 쓰잖아.
근데 이렇게 보니까 챔피언들이 그래도 어떻게 다 쓰이긴 쓰인다.
그치. 뭔가
이게
좀 버릴 애들은 없지.
굳이 패치 안 해도 되겠는데?
나는 롤에도 쉬운 캐릭은 존재해야 된다고 생각해.
그건 맞지.
그러니까 예를 들어 미스포춘. 얘가 상위권에선 절대 안 쓰이는데 하위권에선 되게 많이 쓰인단 말이야.
인기 챔피언이지.
인기 챔피언이야. 쉽고 단순하고 일단 궁 버튼 누르면 세니까. 그러니까 이런 애들까지 굳이 리메이크를 건드려야 할까? 건드리지 말죠.
오늘 뭐 끝난 것 같은데요? 해결했네.
저희 랩바다터스에서 이제 신챔 제안서를 사전에 의뢰를 드렸었는데 익명으로 투표를 해서 1등 하시는 분의 아이디어는 라이엇 본사에 전달을 할 예정입니다.
그래도 될까요?
정말 그래도 되는 걸까요?
공개 촬영하겠다.
헬리님 봐봐.
네, 너무하네요 진짜.
이거는 선수들이 하면 진짜 재밌을 것 같거든.
일단 챔피언 명은 붉은 다리 협곡의 경비병입니다.
혹시 너 원피스에서 가져왔어?
무슨 소리야? 나만의 아이덴티티야, 나만의 아이덴티티. 이거 아이디어를 어디서 가져왔냐면 우리 다들 한 번씩 해보잖아. 술을 이제 취하면 꽃갈콘 같은 거로 지나가다가 이제 하나 누워져 있으면 다리 한번 껴보고.
예사롭지 않아. 한쪽만 끼고도 일어서는 건 힘든데 두쪽 끼고 일어서 예사롭게. 챔피언 아닙니다 이거.
그러니까 왜냐면 난 이 챔피언이 있어야 된다고 생각하는 이유가 요새 롤판이 너무 통제가 안 돼. 애들 그냥 게임 던지고 막 그러잖아. 그런 챔피언들을 좀 통제하기 위해 만든 거야.
뭐 어떻게 통제를 하는데?
일단 큐스킬 통제는
멈춰!
야 동진아
멈춰라는 건가요?
멈춰 통제하는 거예요. 큐로. 정글 몹에게 사용할 경우 몇 초 동안 상대는 이 정글 몹을 먹을 수 없어. 나만 먹을 수 있어.
아 이거 많이 굶어가지고.
그치. 그러니까 통제하는 거야. 나만 먹겠다. 이거는 대포 미니언한테도 쓸 수 있어. 아군 대포에다가도 쓸 수 있어.
아군 대포한테 왜 써?
그러니까 내가 먹겠다고.
근데 네가 다 먹으면 캐리할 수 있어? 캐리 못할 건데 대포미니언 나 용납 못하겠는데.
보자고. 얼마나 캐리할 수 있길래 이렇게 통제 스킬을 가지고 있는 건지.
다리 강화.
가만히 있는데 움직일 수가 없네.
그러니까 이거는 스킬 설명하자면 한쪽 다리로 제자리에 서서 반대편 다리로 혼신의 힘을 다시 때리는 거야.
그럼 사거리가 엄청 길어?
사거리도 제법 길지.
네가 CS를 다 쳐먹고.
이건 이 스킬.
눈이 멀어라.
상대 시야를 없애는 거지. 실명시키는 거야, 실명.
근데 얘 무빙은 되잖아. 그럼 얘를 이렇게 시야를 차단했는데 얘가 그냥 뒤로 걸어놨는데 너는 시즈모드 받고 이렇게 가는 거야? 여기 서 있으면
너무 아니, 너무 급해. 너무 아니.
네가 하는 건 그거야. 그 실명 걸고 그냥 시즈모드 받고 뒤에서 오는 탱크미니언 먹는 거야. 돌아가.
아니야, 궁극기를 봐야 돼. 거기까지 봐야.
내 구역이야. 내 구역이야. 내가 만든 세상이야.
이럴 건 아예 느끼는 거야?
그냥 컨셉이 그런 거야.
내 구역을 하면은 발동해서 두 개를 깔아가지고 그럼 다리 강화를 할 수 없는 거야? 띠어를 깔고 있잖아.
나 거기까지 생각 못했어.
진짜 나이 서른 먹고 이거 하는 게 너무.
다음은 빠른 변형의
좋아할 것 같아.
입니다.
교전 아니에요?
아니야 다크?
아니 다크잖아.
이거는 약간 모티브, 오마주 뭐 이런
오마주.
아니야. 이게
이거는
약간 차이가 있어.
돈 내야 될 것 같은데.
그냥 난 또 그분을 생각하면서 일단 만들었고.
그분을 생각했다.
그러니까 스토리까지 자세하게 짰다고.
진짜 쓰레기 같아.
자크의 몸에서 떨어진 그 액체 있지. 그게 이제 공허로 들어간 건데 왜 들어갔냐? 강타를 쓰기 싫어서. 나 이제 라인전만 가겠다. 라인전 챔피언이야, 라인 챔피언. 그리고 Q 스킬.
공허의 바운스.
공허의 바운스. 이거는 너무 공허해. 이 챔피언은 피지컬이 필요가 없어.
나 미칠 것 같아,
이
진짜.
챔피언은 그냥 가만히 점프를 하면은 보안 쪽에 스케범 있지. 저만큼은 이제 침묵이 1.5초가 걸리는 거야.
점프 한 번으로 이거를.
그래서 솔직히 길게 하려고 힘들었거든. 1 증가. 그다음에 기본 공격으로 뭐 간주되지 않는다. 이거 만드느라 힘들었는데.
왜 일이야?
너무 많이 주면 또 욕먹잖아.
너무 적게 준 거 아니야 이거는?
나중에 뭐 해치우고 이제
수치 조정하라고.
오케이.
그리고 두 번째 스킬.
뭐 하는 거야?
아, 나 저거 너무 힘들었어. 저 젤리를 피디님이 사와주셨는데 저게 아래로 흘러내리는 거야.
아니 근데 피디님 얘는 왜 대사 넣으라고 안 했어요?
이게 컨셉이야.
말을 못해?
말 못하고.
너 대사 넣으라 그러니까 바로 그냥 말 못한다고 하는
자꾸 소리 있잖아요.
전 챔피언이 대사가 없어요. 이게 공허의 물질인데 말자 W 있지? 말자 W인데 말자 W보다 2배 정도 세다. 그리고 지속 시간이 무한이다. 그리고 주변 미니언의 공격력도 상승하고 공격 속도도 상승.
나는 빠른 건 높게 사는 게 요즘 챔피언 트렌드에 맞춰서.
그러니까 스킬 봐봐. 원래 스킬 올리면 화면 가려야 돼. 쳐야 돼.
이건 뭐야?
이 스킬.
이 스킬.
오케이.
이거는 돌타격 같아 보이지만 타겟팅이야. 공허물질을 던져 데미지 주는 건데 이것도 같은 말자. 내가 말자한테 좀 많이 따왔어. 이거 표절 아니고 오마주인데. 공허물질을 던져가지고 이게 부착이 되면은 거기서 이제 도트 데미지를 입고 이게 터지잖아. 터지면은 한 대상만 동격하는 게 아니고 2개 대상. 터지면 여기서 3개 해가지고 6개.
이거는 나오면은 협곡을 그냥 뒤엎겠네.
요즘 챔피언 트렌드 아니에요?
또 아무모를 보고 배웠어?
표절 아니에요. 오마주예요. 이게 아무모의 궁극기인데 이거는 좀 더 스킬 사용을 하기 편하기 위해서 우리 팀한테 붙이는 거야. 그 우리 팀이 상대방한테 체력을 뭐 깎았다. 그러면 그 점액 스킬이 옮겨 붙어서 거기서 이제 승관을 하는 거야. 생존하지.
그냥 완전 상위호환이네.
아니죠. 뭐 스탯 적으로 조금씩만 뭐 깎으면 됩니다.
그나마 되게 괜찮았어.
나머지 2명 얼마나 잘했는지 보자고. 진짜.
이제 내가 설명할 시작이구만.
잠깐 역해예요?
금발 뷰티 초색실에.
판타지 게임이라면 정통적으로 있어야 할 엘프 궁수가 없지. 프렐류드, 애쉬 이런 건 이제 워낙 옛날 챔프잖아. 그래서 스토리 어느 지역에서도 발견되지 않은 숲속에서 이제 엘프 종족이 발견되었다. 그래서 참가했습니다. 일단 Q 스킬이야. 원딜이라면 딜 스킬이 있어야지.
야 이거 어디서 본 것 같은데 이거.
야, 세 보인다. 저 궁극기 아니야?
스킬 이름 슈슈슈. 일직선상으로 화살을 3발 빠르게 발사합니다. 각 화살마다 온hit 효과가 발동돼. 쿨타임은 짧아. 평타. 평타. 두 번째는 패시브지. 포커스. 적에게 평타 3번을 맞추면 적이 아파합니다. 발동되면은 내 공속이 더 빨라져. 그리고 추가 마법 피해를 줘. 상대한테.
누난 적용됩니까?
적용됩니다. 신챔프니까. 신챔프니까.
그래서 이제 바로 너프 안 되게.
왜? 어디서 본 거 같아?
진짜 표절이다.
샤샤샥! 뒤로 후퇴하면서 화살을 3발 쏩니다. 근데 얘는 잠깐 동안 무적이 돼. 왜냐? 신챔프니까.
3발을 쏘잖아. 패시브 적용돼?
되지.
신챔프니까.
대신에 수치를 살짝 조절하기만 하면 되잖아. 대은신에서 튀어나오면 추가 데미지를 줘. 그리고 일정 시간 내에 킬을 따면은 대은신 들어갑니다.
스킬이 너무 단순해가지고 머리에 안 들어온다. 짧아가지고 읽기도 싫잖아.
근데 스킬 명도 근데 좀 그래. 쓱사.
진짜 나왔어요, LCK. 해설자들 야, 쓱샤.
유니큐도 슈루롱 타니까 무식이 뭐 이렇게 설명하는데.
아, 접니다 이제. 네.
서른.
오른 동생의 서른입니다, 챔피언 명.
오른 동생 같지 않은데요? 왜 오른 동생이죠?
이복 동생이에요, 이복 동생. 프렐료드 출신으로 자, 오른의 활약을 못 이기고 서른의 희망이 되기 위해 등장했어요. 큐스킬이죠. 네.
검 쓰는 캐릭이네요.
서른 이상을 위한 챔피언이니까 스킬이 단조로워야 돼요. 일치선상으로 건기를 날리는데 1러의 큐스킬이랑 정말 비슷해요. 맞았을 때 상대는 기절을 받고 맞추면 피해복까지.
리턴이 엄청 크네.
근데 그 정도 리턴 없으면 섭섭해 요즘에.
진짜 예쁘니까.
된다.
아군이 내 주변들을 못 모이게 하는 거.
설계 자체를 좀 딜템으로 했기 때문에 좀 방어 스킬을 하나 만들어 봤습니다. 자, 스킬 사용 시 2초 동안 무적. 끝난 후에 심지어 주의 장판 슬로우가 생성됩니다. 오리아나 궁처럼 상대를 땡겨오는 효과까지.
혹시 내 땡길 때 딜이 있나요?
한번 넣어볼까요? 절대 던지? 이동 스킬을 하나 만들어보고 싶었어요. 병력기 가능하고요. 저질부를 닫았습니다. 네, 그리고 사용 시 쉴드 이속 증가 해가지고 EW 콤보 싹 가능이죠. 네, 다른 연계까지.
카메 궁 뚫어요? 밖으로 나갑니까?
어떻게 한번 뚫어볼까? 뚫을 수 있을지도.
나중에 나온 챔피언이 뚫는 게 맞아. 뚫어야 돼 이거.
아, 그치.
싸우려고 하는데 피지컬이 안 돼서 진짜 못 때리는 거야.
평택 카밀궁, 자자방궁, 모대궁 그냥 다 합쳤습니다. 카밀궁처럼 못 벗어나고 평타 강화 플러스 자르반처럼 여러 명 가질 수 있어요. 그리고 모대처럼 진실의 방으로 끌고 갑니다.
근데 자기가 죽지 않을까요?
상대방으로 준비했어요. 다른 공간으로 끌고 감. 하지만 끌고 간 인원당 능력치의 10%씩을 뺏어요.
그래도 3명한테 뺏어봤자 30%고 그런 전력이.
그러기 위해서 절대 방어 더블 스킬.
여기까지 신챔 제안서를 잘 봤고요. 투표를 한번 해서 1등만 본부장님께 전달을 하도록 하겠습니다.
저는 이 챔피언들이 세상에 나오면 안 되니까 헬리오스로 적을 거예요.
자, 오늘 챔피언에 대해서 이야기해봤는데 뭐 어떠셨나요, 다들?
저는 뭐 기억에 남는 게 없네요.
저도 기억에서 다 지워버려가지고.
그냥 라이엇이 나름 그 밸런스 같은 것도 잘 맞추는 것 같고 특히 챔피언의 특성 같은 걸 잘 살린다.
결국에 신챔프가 나와야 새로 즐길 거 있고 계속해서 나와주긴 해야 된다.
오늘은 챔피언에 대해서 프로도 한번 해봤는데 여러분들도 궁금한 게 있으시면 댓글로 또 많이 적어가지고 알려주시면 좋을 것 같고 자, 협박
나이스!
안녕.
아, 보셨어요? 헬리오스?
맞아요. 헬리오스가 근데 뭔지 기억도 안 나요. 뭐 발에 콩콩콩 되게 말도 안 되는 그런 거.
아, 이거
그게 1등 했다고요?
저희
너무 재밌던데 난. 너무 재밌다.
아니 이거 해주셔야 되는데 진짜.
네, 안녕하세요 여러분. 어떻게 뽑힌지는 모르겠지만 저의 그 협곡의 경비병이 나오게 된다면 많은 사랑 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 본부장님 챔피언이 꼭 만들어줄 수 있도록 도와주십시오.
자, 또 세 번째 퀴즈가 준비되어 있죠?
그렇습니다.
네.
저희 스롤파의 대표 코너라고 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 다 같이 외쳐볼까요? 파티! 일단 양 팀에서는 각 문제별로 2명의 대표를 뽑아주시면 됩니다.
나온 대표는 바퀴 달린 의자를 가장 먼저 끌고 가서 테이블의 앞에서 턱을 대시고요. 정답을 말하면 됩니다.
자, 그러면 양 팀의 대표 2명을 선발을 해주세요. 네.
자, 캐니언 등장합니다.
자, 캐니언이 등장했고요.
네.
여기 미드 정글 나왔어요.
미드 정글이 나왔는데?
자,
네.
여기 캐쇼 나왔어요. 캐쇼.
캐쇼?
케이트도 미드 정글로.
자, 이제 앉아주시면 됩니다.
첫 번째 문제를 내보도록 할 텐데요. 다음 5장의 사진은 과연 어떤 챔피언의 눈인지 5초 안에 정답을 순서대로 대시오. 정답을 알면 가서 턱을 대고
가서
말하면
턱을
됩니다.
대고 5초. 자, 커즈 도착했어요.
자,
커즈 도착.
모르가나, 신드라, 카사딘, 문도박사, 벨베스.
정답!
뭐야 이거?
아니!
뭐야?
야 어떻게 맞췄어?
이거 어떻게 알아? 나 말파이트인 줄? 메카 말파이트.
자, 이렇게 해서 첫 번째 문제는 KT 로이스의 커즈가 정답이었습니다.
두 번째 문제는 주관식이고요. 초성 퀴즈입니다.
문제 2개 나갑니다.
문제 다 나와서 둘 다 맞춰야 됩니다.
둘 다 맞춰야 되기
네.
때문에 나갔다가 하나 틀리면 적한테 도움이 될 수도 있어요.
캐니언 갑니다. 캐니언 갑니다. 나 진짜 아예 모르겠어.
자, 캐니언 카메라 보면서.
카메라 보면서.
턱 대고.
민첩송의 망토랑 BF 대고.
야,
와, 정답!
야,
와, 정답!
와 세다래.
아니, 캐니언 선수 민첩성의 망토 이런 거 좀 어렵지 않아요?
많이
오!
가깝었어가지고.
이야, 아니 정글러들이 지금 맹활약하고
그러니까
있습니다.
커즈 선수뿐만 아니라 캐니언 선수도 지금.
세 번째 문제로 넘어갔습니다. 선수 교체 어떻게 하시겠어요?
선수 교체 하셔도 됩니다. 이번 거는 조금 어려워요.
가보자 케인 가보자.
득담 도전.
원딜 대신 서포터가.
네. 세 번째 문제 저희가 한번 내보도록 하겠습니다. 2022 LCK 스프링 정규 시즌 솔로킬 1위는 무려 30번의 솔로킬을 기록한
문제 안 끝났습니다. 예.
라스칼입니다. 자, 3위가 19번의 솔로킬을 기록했습니다. 이 3위 선수는 어느 팀의 누구일까요?
쇼메이커 나갑니다.
네.
일단 나가.
쇼메이커 나갑니다.
그래 나가
일단 나가, 빨리 나가.
줄 서.
젠지 초비.
땡!
정답!
다문 캐니언.
다음에 캐니언 땡입니다. 캐니언 선수 본인 솔로킬 몇 회인지 이런 거 기억하세요 혹시?
나 진짜 아예 모르겠어. 나 진짜 모르겠어.
자, 스프링입니다. 스프링.
정답. 젠지 룰러.
젠지 룰러
땡!
일부러 아니 바텀이잖아 바텀. 아니 와서 침묵질.
아, 바로 팀원들의 비난이.
침묵질 아니 팬분들의 선물 침묵 과시하고 있어 그냥.
힌트 드리겠습니다.
드리겠습니다. 미드라이너죠?
나 늦게 왔어. 난 늦게 왔어.
자, 미드예요.
정답. T1 페이커.
땡!
정답.
3위입니다. 스프링.
농심 BDD.
농심 BDD.
땡! 약간 라이프 선수들은 다 이게 지나간 선수들 챙기는 것 같다.
그러니까요. 자,
정답.
정답.
DRX 제카.
땡!
이거
체크 아닙니다.
아닙니다.
나 제카 하려는데. 광동 페이트?
광동의 페이트 정답! 와,
페이트 선수가 총 19회로 네,
그렇습니다.
3위였죠.
역시 같은 미드라이너끼리 통하는 게 있어.
페이트 형 잘하네.
정답 맞힌 쇼메이커 선수 대신에 그러면 다mon기아 다른 선수 도전하는 걸로 그렇게 가보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 너구리 선수 등장.
KT는 그대로 가나요?
라스칼.
KT 라스칼? 오케이, 라스칼 라이프와 너구리 덕담. 2022년 LCK 서머의 시작은 내구력 패치가 이루어진 대격변 메타입니다. 12.10 패치에서 강타를 가장 많이 쓴 정글러는 덕담.
정답. 다몬 캐니언.
다몬 캐니언 땡!
정답. KT 커즈.
KT 커즈 땡!
정답. 미는다. 브리오 넘피.
땡!
가보자랑이요. 정답. T1 오너.
땡!
농심 드레드.
농심 드레드 땡!
이제 다몬기아의 턴이 왔는데.
그렇죠. 자, 과연?
너구리.
너구리.
너구리. 카메라 보고.
하나. 온플릭.
오플릭
정답!
세 번째 라운드 박퀴즈의 승리팀은 다몬기아였습니다.
축하드립니다.
스트리트 롤파이터. 이 명예의
명예의
전당에 오를 최종 승리팀 서머의 KT! 자, 축하드립니다. 우승 소감 한 번씩 들어볼까요?
여기서라도 우승해서 너무 좋네요.
야, 언제나 승리는 좋은 거니까요. 거희 선수도.
팬분들한테 선물 줄 수 있어서 너무 좋았습니다.
맞습니다. 그게 진짜 제일 의미 있는 거니까.
열심히 잘 즐겨줘 우리 다몬기아 선수들.
똑딱 선수 어떠셨어요?
마지막에 이기면 너 개 못하잖아 시전할 수 있어서.
그렇죠.
충분히 좋은 것 같아요.
마지막에 이겼기 때문에 괜찮다. 이것도 역시 뭐 게임을 하면 누구나 공감하는 거고요.
네, 뭐 재밌게 놀다 가는 것 같아요.
다행입니다. 감사합니다. 자, 그럼 우리 스테이트 롤파이터 다 같이 외치면서 마무리해 보도록 하겠습니다. 레디 파이트! 감사합니다.
Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Everybody bring it in. 2022 파이널 젠지와 T1의
Hello and welcome. We are here at the LCK Arena for our second match of the night. It is a big one. DRX up against T1. DRX were very high in the rankings to begin, and of course T1, our spring winners, are quite strong right now. Wolf, what are your thoughts on the matchup?
Well, it's kind of our alternative match of the week, right? We had that Live Sandbox versus Gen G. Both of these matches were kind of highly contested in terms of what people were picking as the match of the week. Since we did have that 2-0 for Gen G, didn't live up to the hype. But let's talk about the Star Guardian event that is going down here at LOL Park. You guys can come, of course, if you have tickets, and check this out. Even if you don't have tickets, you can come and participate in the event, of course, just outside of the arena. Cool cosplay stuff going on, and it's a very fun time for everyone.
Yeah, it's really cool. Just so many decorations, you know, even outside of the cosplay. That was really cool. I love the contacts. Yeah, I mean, even Star Guardian Fiddlesticks, you can come and you can draw on things. No, you can, like, color in stuff. It's actually a really cool event. So if you are around, you are in Korea, make sure you can come down and participate. Just a lot of cool stuff happening here for the event. Didn't always used to get this for all of the Riot events, but I'm really glad that we've got a cool little thing going on here at LOL Park. It is meant to be kind of a just fun place to be, even outside of the matches, so I'm glad we're living up to that.
Exactly. I hope we get to have more events like this in the future, you know, regarding skins and stuff like that in-game, but also just maybe some bigger and larger LCK events as well in the future. You know, we almost had LCK Con earlier on last year. It didn't end up happening, but lots of stuff is definitely possible in the future down the pipeline. But
Yeah,
talking about today's matchup, let's, as you were probably about to lead into, I see the points of the match behind you. This is the alternative match of the week, like I said. Gen G got the 2-0 over Live Sandbox, didn't live up to the hype, but this matchup tonight, you know, DRX coming off of a 2-loss streak here. T1 definitely the favorites here, but DRX could pull off an upset. It's a tough week for DRX, obviously two really difficult opponents. We'll see if they can, you know, stop the train that is now T1 in a 4-match winning streak.
Yeah, you see that KT were able to take down DRX earlier, and KT are looking stronger and stronger with the focus on the AD carry. T1 on a 7-match and 12-game winning streak against DRX specifically. T1 has not given up a single game to DRX in 2022. Will they keep it up? My prediction is actually yes. I think DRX are unfortunately on the downfall, whereas T1 are stronger than ever. What are your thoughts, Wolf?
I am on the same page as you. I think that DRX's style was really smart and really ahead of the curve in the like Kalista bottom lane 2v2 control there with Pioshik empowering that while having a scaling mid. But because they did it basically every series in a row, it became very predictable. And then teams started banning away the Kalista, they started countering them in draft, and DRX just haven't looked as comfortable ever since. So I think T1 is the least predictable team in the LCK and has the widest versatility of drafts they've used successfully. So in terms of drafting, I give T1 a massive edge.
Hey, you see some talk about draft here. There's been a lot of unique picks for Kangen so far. What is DRX's R5 going to be, considering their decent red side win rate, where they are having more success compared to the blue side? Certainly can be a counter pick for Kangen, if that is what you want to go for. Zeus, I feel like he does very well in pretty much any lane, so specific lane counters, especially in this meta, you know, I I'm not 100% sure, Wolf, what I would say about that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this matchup. It's definitely one of the key player ones. As we take a look at team stats here for these two, T1 at the beginning of the season, not the greatest start in terms of early game, not the greatest start in terms of overall play, but as they started to shake off the MSI hangover, the averages just keep going up and up. They have now the 3rd fastest win time, goal difference at 22nd in the league, second only to Gen.G, I believe, and see that goal difference at 14, also top 2. Like, the T1 early game is shining through once again as DRX gonna walk out onto the stage here. I do think that the versatility of picks we've seen Kingen on this season is pretty massive. We saw the really awesome Shyvana with the Kog'Maw Lulu attempt here by DRX against Gen.G. They were ahead, they were winning, couldn't close it out in the end, and it's like DRX have one strong style they like to play with the, winning bottom 2v2 and the scaling mid. And then also another way where they try to put Deft on a hyper carry, but that second hyper carry style for Deft, even though it's worked for him over many years in his career, isn't working here in his final season. And that's what I'm most worried about for DRX going into this matchup against the team that smashes the early game and does not give you an inch on the map if you fall behind in any lane in any prio.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, no doubt. I think that DRX are going to have to return to some of their form earlier on in the season, and they're going to have something specifically planned for this matchup. For T1, should be the most difficult matchup for them. As speaking of which, here is T1. Everybody kind of running on all cylinders here. They had a bit of a MSI hangover, but now back to a very strong form is this team.
Yeah, they had a very dominant win over Hanwha Esports earlier on this week, despite dropping one game there in that series with a bit of an unusual draft and some win conditions gone wrong in the mid game. But otherwise, we're very, very confident in their abilities to take that matchup. And the 2 games they did win in that series were extremely dominant. Everyone jokes that it was a 4-game series, etc., etc. We know all the memes. Not going to get into that tonight, but T1, this is their toughest opponent of the week. Hanwha Esports brought them to 3 games, I think, because they were mostly focused on their Saturday opponent here in DRX. And this is the tougher matchup for them tonight, but I do think that going into this series prepared and knowing the binary style at which DRX has found success, because again, other drafts they've played, they haven't won with, I do give T1 a huge edge here. Is talking about the jungle. Pioshik has actually really come up big for his team this season.
Yeah, it's been really nice to see him come back to form as well. You can see he's got some of the top numbers here for his team, and he's not just the herbivore, the guy that, plays the Kindred and just farms or anything like that. So it has been nice to see. Owner, though, I feel like he has climbed a bunch of spots here in the jungle role and definitely is, I would say, at least top 2 right now. He has been one of the big shining lights for T1 as time comes along.
Yeah, he and Peanut are really up at the top. And Owner, he has a much smaller champion pool of what we've seen so far than both Pioshik and Peanut, but he has perfected it. And that's the scary part about this. Like, he's played 3 games of Xin Zhao and has not lost any of them, which is kind of one of his flex picks where his mains, his Viego, his Lee Sin, his Wukong are banned away. That's when he pulls out the Xin Zhao, and then he just doesn't lose with that either. I'm very impressed with how T1 have been able to make Comfort look meta even when it isn't, because they are just so well prepared for series like this.
Yep, they absolutely are, and I doubt that this one will be any different. Curious to see how the pick ban goes, as always, because we're kind of disappointed by the last game of KT versus Kwangdong. No more Zeri, please. I don't think that either of these 80 carries should be given a chance. Not Gumayusi, not Deft. Obviously a massive matchup down there in the bottom lane. And yeah, I don't know. I think that Gumayusi and Keria have been more dominant in other seasons, but they're still incredibly dominant. So still a tough duo to tackle.
Yeah, I do think this bottom matchup could go either way, and a lot of this, who wins it is going to be based on the draft and the jungle picks. DRX do have pick priority here. They are the home team in this second round robin, and they will choose blue side. So they will have the opportunity to potentially lock in that 80 carry in the first slot. And we'll see if it will be that or putting Zeka on a late game carry, because we've seen that from DRX as well. I think the Corki ban and the Kalista bans are ones that T1 are going to have their eyes on here on their first red side draft.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get a closer look at the coaches, everybody feeling happy, feeling proud at the moment. Of course, Wall Park is absolutely packed. There is not an empty seat. It is totally filled with fans from both sides. These are actually two of our bigger fan groups that we do have, obvious for T1, but also for DRX, with some big names in their lineup as well. So let's go ahead into the draft, as DRX will start on blue.
DRX started off this season fiery. They were contesting for top 3, top 2, and have swiftly fallen, I think, as their drafting style has been solved. They were able to bring a really cool style in that series against Gen G, but weren't able to find success despite leads, despite really awesome drafts. Now, the Corki is gone. As mentioned, Zeka will not be able to shore up the scaling with that one. The Kalista, however, is still open. The Lucian band here. We'll see if T1 give that one over to Def, because he's loved to put it into that first pick slot on blue side when given opportunities to do so.
Yeah, there's a lot of thought going into this, even though, okay, Amumu is going to be the choice. So certainly something that we've seen, obviously, alongside of the Kalista. Beryl has played that many times.
Weakens the Kalista pick for sure. And that means that if you want to pick Kalista here, you leave yourself open to potentially an Ashe counter. There's a lot of ways this could be responded to here. The Azir is up, though. And I would love to see DRX just pick the Azir and react. They're going to look for the Senna lane here, which is Def's most played this season with the Kalista. He's got 6 games of each. I will tell you guys the bad news, DRX fans. So the Senna is the weaker of the two. He's 2 and 4 on the champion. Hasn't found that much success, but will have a lot of flexibility here. Seraphine's still open. Tom Kench still open. A lot of ways they can play out this bottom 2v2.
Yeah, and while Senna does have strength, I feel like right now especially, so many of the names that you just said, like there's so much power here. Even the Azir is available. The Gnar that we've seen just prioritized for T1 and other teams many, many times, but especially for Zeus. They're going to pick that up for him first. Now, they could go for Tom Kench if they want. They could go for Azir if they want. They're not going to pick this. Owner does like to troll nowadays. Or they could just go ahead and pick Draven and try to win the 2v2.
Now, this might seem, if you guys haven't been watching that much LCK, like a very unusual and weird pick, but it's actually kind of standard and was standardized by Gumayusi himself into the Senna lanes, and namely Senna Tom Kench, because the Draven has a lot of power early. And as DRX here, you can't stop Keria from playing his Pyke if he wants to play it here into this lane, and there's a pretty good chance that T1 will just lock that up early here. They could save it for flexibility, of course, and take an Azir to shore up some of the scaling. Then they have an amazing 5v5 team comp, and Keria can play something else, because there's a lot of champions that pair well with Draven into a lane like this. Seraphine, not the one I expected, though, and this is a flex pick now for T1. Can be played in the mid lane and in bottom, so can shore up some of the late game power of Draven if it's played mid lane. Can still have kill pressure bottom side if Keria goes on a more aggressive support. This is very difficult now for DRX in the second ban phase to navigate, because there's so many ways this draft can change for T1.
Yeah, recent match, Faker did pick up that Seraphine a couple of times. We weren't all that impressed by it. But, I mean, it's still a strong pick, and maybe Faker has it in his mind that, yes, we should definitely just pick this one up. And the AP Seraphine has found a lot of success here in Korea so far. So wouldn't be surprised to see that in the hands of him once again. As I thought maybe we'd take away some mid counters, but instead it's the Diana and the Ahri to come out here, as well as the Pyke, which they're expecting potentially with the Draven.
The Diana weakens a potential Yasuo pick here that could come in for Zeka, and you know, Diana Yasuo with the Senna comp is something that T1 themselves have specifically used against the Seraphine as a counter, so I like the Diana ban for that reason. And then Obviously, the Ahri works really well in terms of the pick potential there is here for DRX, and Ahri works extremely well with Tahm Kench. As Owner will lose his Lee Sin here, but there's still a lot of flexible picks now for Keria in the bottom side of the map. In terms of melee supports, there's so many you can use here to actually control. And like Blitzcrank is getting very popular right now. This seems like a troll hover, but it actually could be real. Works extremely well with Seraphine, got buffed on a recent patch. And it has a lot of power into Tahm Kench Senna. You will not be able to necessarily escape from the crank. But they're going to switch to the boring Poppy pick for now.
It's funny that Poppy has become boring, but yes, we have already seen her 18 times here at the LCK, so kind of cool that that has happened. Obviously, tons of success for this pick. And yeah, just going to wait and see what that support pick is going to be. They're going to save that for last. As Azir, definitely very obvious. The fact that it is open could absolutely just see it picked up here for its power.
I think it probably has to be a Trundle for Pioshik as well, unless he really wants to go for something a little bit more scaling and damage-wise. If you want to play it super slow, you know, the Bel'Veth was an option here. I like the Xin Zhao a lot better because it's going to be very powerful and threatening mid, even
like
early
Kindred.
on, even pre-6. Kindred is another option for extra damage, but I think DRX between the Azir and the Gwen probably don't necessarily have to have that. I think they want something that's going to keep them together in the mid game a little bit stronger here. Not going to be great into the Poppy in terms of making an impact in the bottom 2v2, but I think that's going to be a slower game down there for Deft and Barrel. And I was hoping for the crank, man. I was like, oh, Karius just add another one to the list. He's played 14 supports.
He might. It's not locked yet. Here it is. Blitzcrank.
All right. That
Here
is
we
his
go.
15th. His 15th pick this season. He has now played 15 champions.
And it's Wolf,
in the support role.
the caster's first favorite champion.
Yeah, this was my main when I first started playing the game with you back a million years ago.
Yeah.
And Draven Blitzcrank is a terrifying and deadly lane. There is so much setup here. Draven does tons of single target damage even early on into the game. There is no escape pre-6 here for the Senna Kench. Xin Zhao is going to struggle into the Poppy in the early 3v3 skirmishes. Faker can roam, so there's power there. Like, Deft and Barrel are going to have a hard time. And if you Poppy charge into the wall, then Blitzcrank gets a hook.
Yeah.
Blitzcrank gets a knock-up, and the Draven hits are just slamming into you over and over and over again. And not the Tahm Kench is safe, nor the Senna.
Yeah, or the opposite. You know, you get a hook and then you're immediately poppied in the wall and you're just going to die. Like, it's not really going to be an option. And that's what Blitzcrank has always brought to the Rift.
Yeah, not to mention his pick potential later on in the game against a fairly squishy team comp here of DRX. So he's going to have speed boosts from the Seraphine. He's going to have extra shields. Again, another T1 comp. It feels like it is just what they want to play, yet meta, because they can pull it off. We'll see if they do it again here in game number 1.
We'll have to wait and see. Let's hop onto the Rift here. Game number 1 starts now. Here we go. On to the Rift once again. And yeah, I like the way you put it. I think that T1 and their champion Oceans and just their long-time success has led to a lot of confidence in their ability to play multiple different champions at a professional level. And, you know, the fact that they have won with compositions such as Yasuo, Yone, Diana, you know, all this stuff. So I do like that they are able to flex into a bunch of different stuff and still yet make it look very meta.
We've been burned by Keria before this season. We saw his amazing Pantheon counter pick to the Pyke fail. We saw the Camille pick that he picked, I think in week 1, fail. It did not work. But despite those 2 isolated incidents, which are on the opposite sides of the season, we've just come to trust in every bottom 2v2 that T1 brings to the table to dominate Senna Kench lanes. And yeah, Kalista, a non-factor here, but they're still going to bring out this really strong Draven pick. And we mention this every time, and we probably will until the end of time, because unless it becomes a no longer niche pick. This is Gumayusi's debut pick Worlds qualifiers, a pick that he's super famous for before he actually really got onto the LCK stage. And that's the comfort angle I'm talking about here. T1 will play what they like to play, what they want to play it well, and when it makes sense. As a hook comes through already.
Yeah, nice amount of
Level
damage. It's just a level 1 hook, so no follow-up CC, but I can guarantee you the next time that happens, now with a lower health bar and with Ignite at level 2, it is going to be much scarier. And sometimes in Blitzcrank lanes, as you guys might know, it's not always the hook that has to get the work done. It's sometimes even just the threat of the hook. So
yes,
you give up a lot of position in the lane. You just have to play it a lot more passively. You have to be very careful, you know, when the hook is off cooldown. When it's on cooldown, that's when you find your openings to push forward, get some CS, and get some poke down.
Yeah. It's a very long cooldown in its early levels, so you know this is when Deft is going to be weaving those Qs in to try to grab some stacks here and trade back. And obviously, while the minion wave is under turret, it's very easy for DRX to use it to CS the minions. Once the last minion is gone, you kind of just hide behind turret till that next wave shows up, as we see here. It's a pretty easy lane to play defensively here as DRX, but if you make one mistake, the game can basically end. And if you play extremely safe, you have no power in this 2v2. Owner can focus elsewhere. So that's the winning power of this. Obviously, Faker's going to have a huge wave clear advantage through the early parts of this. So I mentioned that he can roam down. He's already gotten an early back off here to grab that tier Dark Seal. So great starts here for T1 across all lanes, which is part of what this draft is so amazing at. Scales well late too. But the mid-game power is where T1 are really trying to take the reins. And so far, so good here.
Yeah, just to talk about the top lane a little bit, there is a reason why we do prioritize the Gnar here for T1. Many times it's because, you know, Gnar in a lot of matchups, it's kind of just safe. It kind of just hangs out. You know, you can poke. There are options. You know, you get into Mega Gnar, you can look for some plays. But Zeus is a little bit different. If you give him the Gnar, a lot of times he'll just win the lane. Just naturally, he'll get ahead in CS. He will look for kills. And that's why, you know, picking it blind into all sorts of stuff that were available. I mean, the GP was available, the Gwen, the Jace, which we never see anymore. Like, everything basically was available to potentially go into the Gnar, but he just doesn't care because he's so good at it. As I say that, though, he is being run down right now by Kingen, who hops forward and takes a very aggressive trade, but does lose his Ghost for it.
Yeah, and he had to trade aggressively like this just to get back control of this lane because the early parts of it, he was losing quite a bit of CS. Zeus is going to be able to just return back. Won't even have to back or use his teleport or flash here. And that's the end of that story. Ghost is down now, so Kingen won't be able to threaten him like that again as Jonas Strong is playing the Jaws music.
Yeah. He was waiting for, okay, now the counter gank potential is coming in. The flank comes out from Keria. They're just trying to get away from this one. RT1, they don't want to fight with the Xin Zhao around and his extreme early game power.
And we talk about this in the very rare cases that Blitzcrank does get picked, but he has an incredibly powerful rune set. Glacial Augment and Hex Flash that he could be played with, where you basically have power in this lane. You can flash aggressively like that, and if if it doesn't work out, like, it doesn't matter. In this case, it was defensively, of course, but you can flash aggressively over minion waves to look for hooks, and then you can Hex Flash later. You can look for hooks around Raptor camps. You know, there's so many angles you can take as Blitzcrank, and then if you have that Hex Flash, you can do it from even longer range. So vision is going to be so important here for DRX, because if you lose your Senna or your Azir early on in the game, you're just dead. You can't win the fight anymore. You won't, or early on in a objective, I should say. You just will not be able to win the objective fight. And with Poppy here too, Azir can't escape easily from the potential picks there are here. Like Zeus can look to threaten him, and then you have Faker who's got so much CC. And Zeka, if he gets caught by Steadfast Presence, can't shuffle out, he's just gone. You know, these are the things that T1 have put together in this composition.
It is very nice to see. Guma was thinking about a back, but actually just went ahead and pushed the wave. It was a great timing, too, because Deft was on the roam. He's actually the one that's going to be getting a lot of this vision down for the team. The Tom Kench will be farming out a bit more. As Faker, part of the reason why we weren't super pleased with the Seraphine the first time is just because the Encores were just not getting a ton of value. We'll have to wait and see if he can fix that up as Draven gets fixed after he does auto once. Looked a bit funny there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the valid criticism we had for Faker. Of course, decision-making wise, really strong. Had some really amazing roams the last few times he played it. And even in a matchup like this, which can be tricky to play out against Azir because he can harass you, if you play it just the wave clear game and you're just like, all right, okay, here comes Owner.
They're just going for it for the force. There is the knockup, but it is under turret because Beryl does flash away, very respectful. But that is now the flash down on the Catfish. So he will not have that for the future hooks.
Yeah, and this means Owner could just come back again and try to force a second one, and then they can look for the Drake.
They're just like trying to help push here, but Owner is in a little bit of trouble. It is Poppy though, so really trying to force this with Pyosik coming up the lane. Unfortunately, Pyosik does not have boots yet, the magical footwear. He is gonna flash on in and just get launched out of the play as T1 say, nah, if it's not on our terms, we are not fighting.
Yeah, Pyosik just a little bit, unfortunately, behind in the rotation. If he's there a little bit faster, he can 100% turn that with his Crescent Guard, but T1 know the exact moment in which they need to leave and back off there. So now a second summoner is down for Beryl. They will get a little bit more control over the bottom side of the map, and we'll see if they end up trying to force this Drake around it, as Pyosik did take an earlier back and is heading straight for the Rift Herald that's now spawned. This means Gumusi can just take a free back here with the Senna. Who does have level 5, not 6. Deft will not be able to make a long-range impact in this fight. Will actually have to show up. This is a very tense moment for the Rift Herald because the gold swing here for T1 is massive if they get it. DRX, on the other hand, don't necessarily have to fight for this because they have really nice scaling and really nice mid-game kind of by default. They don't want to give this one up, especially with the lack of knowledge of where Draven is. Like, you have to be decisive about this, because if he's just in the bottom lane killing plates, you have to be here faster. So I like this call from DRX.
Yeah, they're going to start it up here. Deft in position to get hooked, but doesn't look like T1 are going to come in until the last moment. Will they congregate around this objective as no chance at a steal? Very nicely handled right on the edge of the patience of the Rift Herald. As Zeus is just being annoying. Not actually going to be able to get a kill here onto King, and so DRX, they set it up nicely and pick up that first objective.
Yeah. Beryl has been CSing very nicely on this Kench, so he's staying pretty even with the Draven so far this game. DRX, I really like the call there to force the fight on Herald, because there's no way that Tahm Kench can stay down bottom side and defend while you slow down the Herald fight. You need to rush over there.
Ult under the turret as needles now are coming out. We had Pyosik nearby as there's a house going to go by. Zeus is coming in and Owner's here too. They want to take the 2v2, but Zeus on the mini Gnar. They just pop him out there, so Owner going to have to tank this one out, give the thumbs up. They both do it. As I suppose at the end of the trade, T1 get ahead slightly.
Yeah, Pyosik doesn't ult there. I was very scared, actually, for the T1 players. If the Crescent Guard hits a certain way, knocks them into the turret, could have actually been disastrous for either Zeus or Owner there, but Pyosik holds on to it, and it will just be a slight advantage T1, like you said. DRX in a pretty nice spot this game is,
Really doing a nice job there, threading the needle as this Tahm Kench, after you use all of that CC, he can just Abyssal dive out of there. That is exactly what he is going to do, but still a very effective trade here for Guma and Keria. As here comes Owner again. Shouldn't be a surprise by now that the jungler lives down on the bottom side of the map.
Yep, nope, that's what the Poppy pick is for with the Blitzcrank Draven lane, and Jin Zhao just cannot compete. He's on the top side of the map, completely away from where he needs to be here to defend, as Deft is so low on mana. If he has more, then that last trade could have arguably been a DRX favored trade, because he could just heal through it so much because the ult is used from Guma there, but super low on mana, just barely surviving down here, not thriving, just trying to survive and get experience. Ooh.
Second time there. Hex Flash threatened. No vision at all for Deft and Beryl, but they did not know how much danger they were in. As Zeus, same for him. He does not know that Pyosik is nearby with the Rift Herald ready to drop it down as he comes in a little bit late, but it might just be enough. They're going to get the flash out of the Gnar anyway and begin to push this Rift Herald in.
Yeah, this could be really nice for DRX. DRX are playing this early game pretty well, despite all the pressure bottom side. Gonna force a teleport here. Keria is rotating up. Looks like they're just gonna get fadeaway plates. Not the most ideal setup here for DRX, but decent. Kingen will pick up some money. 160 into his pocket. Nearly gets an additional plate there, but will be unable to secure it for the time being. And like win conditions for these two comps are very similar, actually, in terms of long-term fighting, except that the Draven is going to be the more damaging aspect of this comp. Like, the bottom side of T1's comp does the big damage, whereas for DRX, it's about the Azir and the Gwen in terms of damage, and the Senna is a little bit more utility. Not going to be doing as much damage as she is healing. So, both of these teams are happy to scale, is what I'm getting at here. So, every small advantage that you have now is going to make that a little bit easier. So T1, yeah, they give over that plate gold, but we'll be able to take up the first Mountain Drake, which means they can avoid a Drake later on in the game if the game state isn't favorable to them.
Take a look at the supreme vision control that T1 have, as Zeus, as I said, you know, in the 1v1, in regardless of the lane, he is going to go for these trades, as there is the pick. It is a Xin Zhao, though. Can they get in? No, they're going to force the flash, though. And that's what the Blitzcrank is good at. Now, you know, there's a jungler without flash. There was a Tom Kent without flash. There's a lot of value that you can get just out of hitting one hook. As Kingen, he was trying to get in there for those last little bit of CS. He has to hop away.
Yeah, has to ghost as well. King has to ghost here, and like, this a back, maybe a teleport forced as well.
Okay.
Faker just out of range.
Yeah.
And like Zeka, if he tries to commit the Emperor's Divide there and Faker flash ults it, then he dies.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you come at the king, you best not miss, you know? It's
yeah,
kind
exactly.
of the idiom here. So I like that Zeka thinks better of it. Could have forced a flash, you know, but might have also died. And still getting a little bit of pressure done in the lane. Do like to see it.
Guma was totally fine 1v2 as well. He's never really under any threat because Draven has the movement speed boost where you can just pop that in, and depth can be annoying, but he can easily just accept waves under his turret. Let's see how it goes, though. He is going to throw out that Whirling Death, and that's one way to handle it, as they are getting the demolition procs on the bottom side. And just trying to put on pressure onto Guma and force Keria to not be on the map.
Yeah, and it's working. But the problem is all this extra pressure on the bottom side. Ooh. That, the delayed flash after the miss is not exactly what you want, but the respect is shown from Barrel.
Man, I love Hex Flash. It allows players to do that. I mean, not only does Owner have it, but Keria has it. You were just talking about this. You'll always be happy to trade those flashes. It's just going to be great for creating action and trying to make these playmaking supports actually do something.
One thing I want to point out as we go into this Herald fight is Zeus here, you know, no Narbar, not in position. They do not have the Draven here, just back, has teleport, of course, but this should be DRX's fight to take. They're hesitating.
Unless Pioshik, yeah, it's Pioshik! They get the jungler out, and DRX are like, well, what are we gonna do now? It's 5v4. And he's gonna get a pick onto Pioshik just like that. You're not even safe to clear out wards. First blood, and the second Rift Herald are going to be given to T1.
Oh man, T1 just played this so well, waiting so patiently, knowing they have the Poppy numbers advantage, quote unquote, there. Take the jungler out, stop that smite fight. Gumisi teleports in, they have extra damage. And that's a charge right away, just instantly.
You see they're like trying to take advantage of the hook on cooldown, but actually they're taking a lot of poke damage themselves. Meanwhile, this top lane is still pretty Zeus favored whenever there's not a jungler around. He's still up about 35 CS, as much as he could ask for.
The resources that Pioshik has had to give to all three lanes have been pretty split, you know? I mean, I guess you could argue not so much mid lane, but top and bottom he's been between both because Keria has been roaming so much. He's had his hands full, so this is a arguably a counter pick. Let's watch this one more time. Kingen is now isolated and alone. They win the smite fight, they retreat. And Keria is like, let's see what I can get. Sees the shots going onto the ward, and he's like, I'll fish for something. Grabs himself a Xinjiao.
Watch his vision here.
Yeah.
Because when the Senna
sees the Xinjiao.
autos, when the Senna autos, it puts vision around the Senna, so the Xinjiao is there.
That's why he sees it, and like, all it takes is that one auto. But talking about the top matchup, like this is a matchup that Kingen like decided to be in. Like he was like, I want to play the Gwen into that. Like I want that matchup. This is what I would prefer. But he has had no resources whatsoever. He's 40 CS down, and a turret down now as well. T1, 1 kill, but 2,000 gold the lead here. With this composition, the Blitzcrank only 1 assist, only 1 kill, one successful grab leading to a kill. But the threat of this Blitzcrank has been so valuable for these first 17 minutes.
Yep, that's all he's got to do. Clear vision and just hook people. And yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about before, the Zeus effect, right? It's like, he's just going to get ahead of lanes. He's just going to get a 50 CS lead as there is another pick, and it's Xinjiao, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. Posic survives for basically forever. He's also going to get put in there, but it just puts them against the wall as there was nowhere to go. DRX overextend, and now we get the root even onto depth. That's going to be 4 kills for none in favor of T1.
And this is a huge turning point in this game. T1 now have full control over this one. They are able to get the second Drake before this too. So 2 Drake lead, a 5-0 kill score, and that 2,000 gold lead became a 4,500 gold lead in the blink of an eye. Bounties are available here on objectives, but I don't know if DRX is going to be anywhere near a single one of those anytime soon. And T1 are just going to group up and take down this turret. Turret destruction means Blitzcrank value because you won't be able to hide behind anything. He can get super up in your face if there's no minion wave there. If you don't have prio, he has grab opportunities. And watch how they turn this too. Because DRX are like, all right, you grab the Xinjiao, you grab the wrong person. We're all going to pile in here. Look at Kingen go down on the bottom side. They jump in, Barrel dives in, grabs him so he can survive. And then instantly Faker ults in the choke. Double charm, and it was a mistake to try to save Kyoshik, who then also is the third to go down here. So, like, look at this from Guma. He's doing so much damage. Kites back, has Faker, double charm, and he is just doing all the DPS that you want to do as an AD carry when you have free setup. Like, there's just so much setup for him, and then this root on the depth is a tragedy.
I think
he's like, God, give me that kill. Oh, I don't need it, actually. It's fine.
Yeah, I think they were highlighting him because it was a pretty cool thing that he said. But Zeus, again, this is just 1v1.
Solo kill.
Nothing happened. All that happened was Xinjiao went top one time and dropped a Rift Herald. Other than that, it has been Zeus just dominating them. Yes, Owner did show up that one time. It was a bit of a 2v2. But now it is a 3-0-3 Gnar who is more than 50 CS ahead of a 0-2 Gwen. That just is crazy. That doesn't happen nowadays, that we get that big of lane dominance in, as you mentioned, supposedly a counter pick. At least that's what they wanted to go for.
It can be a fairly even matchup, but a lot of players feel really comfortable playing Gwen into the Gnar, especially if you've just given up on playing bottom side because you've gone for Senekanch and you're just hoping that's going to scale up. But Draven scales extremely well, as it turns out. Blitzcrank puts a lot of threat on, so you're not actually going to be able to even survive necessarily if Owner's putting time down there. So Kingen's been left on an island on this pick, and as a result has lost his island. He's now just floating in a turretless lane. I hope somebody's got a life raft for him. He's going to need it in this game where he has no power. The Azir, by the way, going for, unfortunately, the weird Leandri Shadow Flame. As here's the Hex Flash over the wall.
Yeah, Barrel doesn't have flash, and you can see eventually he's going to save that hook for, again, the Xinjiao, who's supposed to be really good into the Blitzcrank, but unfortunately the wallet's pretty heavy right now for T1. And it doesn't really matter who you pick up. Very nice. Emperor's Divide comes in from Zeka, though, but here's the flank coming in from Owner. Picks up one on the drive-by to trade it back. Very nice fight from DRX on the back foot, but still a T1 win.
I mean, everything we talked about in the draft and everything we talked about this Blitzcrank pick has just come true. We talked about how Hex Flash can be used to go from Raptors to getting kills. We talked about how taking turrets away means you're not safe against a Blitzcrank, and it's just all coming true. And if you're a DRX fan, you hate the reality of it, but you're now 1-7 in this game here, where T1 have insane amounts of control. So we're going to go back to this solo kill. Zeus is a full level at least up. His King just hits 12 at the beginning of this highlight. Zeus runs at him and auto-attacks him in Mini-Gnar. Does the, wall-up setup there because that's just what your brain is programmed to do, but he doesn't need it. As Keria just runs forward, rocket punches here, and then Pyosik is left out to dry. Ults doesn't matter here. He has lost all of his health bars. Now, this subsequent fight is pretty well done here by DRX. As in live, the Baron is being started, but really nice shuffle here from Zeka gets behind enemy lines. Yeah, DRX is starting this up, or at least looking to.
Yeah, they were trying to clear out vision and maybe even trying to threaten for it and perhaps get some kind of pick, but didn't manage to happen. So T1 just pushed in. They're like, nah, you're not doing that, buddy. And they're just going to
T1 are like, we are the kings of that.
Yeah.
And we know you can't do that right now.
That's our thing. You're not trying to make that your thing, right? Yeah, so they're just going to take down this turret. No Baron, no problem. They'll go over and take this Hex Tech Drake. It is soul points at this point.
The build here from Zeka, I think, was the Leandri start makes sense if you think about this game going even. Then the Shadow Flame adaptation is kind of like, ooh, we need to somehow blow up Faker Guma. And that Shadow Flame damage is what helps them turn that around and helps them actually get that Faker kill. So good on you. You made it work, but gonna need a few more plays like that, a few more really nice turns, and some actual Xin Zhao value. Like, Xin Zhao is so far behind this Poppy. He has a Gorge Drinker and 2 cloths, basically, and he's got a single gem in his pocket.
I just
He's
picture
like
him like holding 2 bath towels. Like, that's all he's got in his hands.
Body's too big for that. He can't dry himself with that.
Yeah.
Was this the Korean sauna?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, he's just supposed to be another pick that if the Blitzcrank hooks him, it's like, oh, okay. You know, that's pretty good. He's pretty tanky. He can Crescent Guard. He's going to survive. And he has done that. It just hasn't mattered. He just gets hooked.
He's just so far behind. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
He just die anyway.
If he's actually tanky, then he can Crescent Guard and then buy enough time for Senna to heal him several times and then for Kingen to get on top of somebody, then yeah, it works in theory. Just checking the Baron.
It's a good idea against T1.
Yeah. I mean, it's good considering, like, it is T1, and if they are doing it, you probably want to try to cross-map with Kingen, because I don't think you're winning that fight. They're like, okay, cool, they're not doing it, and Kingen is side laning AS teleport. This is the best possible scenario, honestly, for DRX, 6,000 gold down, is try to force a fight here, see if T1 mess up the turn. Kingen has that teleport, but no wards.
God, they don't know where Keria is. That is just a Senna gone. This is what Blitzcrank with value can do. As what was that damage? That was Whirling Death and a couple of autos from Faker? Like, are you kidding us now? He's just going to go down to some magic in a house. Keria not going to get the predict on that one. Pyosik just walks in a straight line. But, yeah, I don't know, Wolf. I think it might be time to say the famous line.
Yeah, it might be time to say goodbye to the Xin Zhao.
Yeah. Oh. Nice little hook onto the minion there, but Owner had the job done himself onto Pyosik, who did have flash.
I mean, who gets POG here? Like, how do you even determine which one player was the most impactful when T1 were all, like, so perfect together? Like,
so individually impactful as well.
Like, Faker died once, but had some really good charms. Like, maybe it's not him. Okay, we narrowed it down one. Like, Zeus got tons of solo kills and popped off. Like, I'm kind of leaning towards him, but
yeah.
I don't know. Keria played Blitzcrank and
he like hit a bunch of
kill
huge
participation.
Yeah, he hit a bunch of huge hooks. Like, okay, Kingen's going to try his best, but Zeus at this point just going to push him away. As the encore will come in, follow-up stopwatch nicely done. But you can just see that DRX's heart is not in this fight. I mean, Barrel's just there waiting for the Devour. They're just trying to poke them away and hope that they leave. But I don't think T1 have any idea or thoughts of doing that, because Gumayusi's just going to poke him down and get a kill. As in goes Owner, looking for a bit more. As Keria would love another hook here onto the Catfish. Not going to get the prediction again. Always thinking that they're going to walk back, but they don't actually. time to go for the other prediction where they walk in a straight line. As T1, they're not going to waste any time. They have the Baron buff as Zeus is just in the back line killing people as this is happening. And it just does not look fair, as eventually these turrets and the Nexus will go down. But not before T1 has their fun and takes a bunch of kills first. So that's going to be the end of this first game, guys. Absolute destruction coming out from T1. They made DRX look not just one tier below, but maybe 2 or 3 more.
And DRX might be on their way to the east side of the bracket if this loss streak continues. KT on the up and up right now. Defeating them also puts them one step closer, but everybody loves the team that has the creative strategy. Everybody loves the StarCraft player who plays random. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
I feel like T1 has shown up in their last several games with strategies that, if it was a weaker team, fans would be like, I can't believe this team is trolling. This is an official match. I can't believe they did this. And then T1 picks these drafts, and you just have to believe. You have to trust that they know exactly what they're doing. They're going to pilot it perfectly. They have the counter pick prepared. And as bewildered as as fans seem when they see the Blitzcrank, like, it looks like T1 prepared this several days in advance for a draft like this because it was already hovered before that second phase. It comes in the end for Keria. He pops off on it, and it's just his 15th champion of the season that he's played. Like, this is the kind of team you're up against right now, DRX. There are no weak points. There are no draft problems. T1 know what they want. They know how to use it.
Yeah.
And at least here domestically so far, they just seem like in the drafting phase, they are impossible to crack.
It's just impossible to read, right? You don't really know what you're running into. You're like, oh, let's just go for this very strong meta draft that has worked many times before. It should work at least a little bit, right? And then you get absolutely dominated. It's like, oh well, let's go to Plan B, I guess. It's not a great feeling, and for sure, you know, the draft and T1's ability to just mix and match with basically anything is a problem. But also, like, Zeus just winning the lane basically alone, and then Keria being allowed to just run around and have it be his rift and just get hook after hook. Also a bit of an issue. It's just
domination.
Yeah, it's just individual difference.
Individual difference, but compositionally, this was a smart draft. Like, everybody loves creativity, everybody loves weird drafts, but when they just keep winning, like, how can you not respect this team's bans and picks?
Yeah, well, guys, we do have to go to a break. We'll be back after this short break.
야, 빼는 거 추천한다.
W 5초. 빼는 거 추천할게.
오, 먹었다. 나 집행 가능한데. 나 이거
보자.
나 집행할게.
이제 바로 붙일게. 야, 캐치 사정해볼게.
파란막 타는데.
그래 해봐.
그래 봐.
끌어줄게. 나 만화 없긴 해.
에반데? 하자. 나 테터 왔어.
오차범위가 크긴 한데. 해볼게.
맞게 하자.
나 그래 8초. 오케이. 우리 W 보충. 나 까부은져.
너무 까부는데?
나 그래 2초. 한 번만 나에게 한 번만 기회를 줄래?
야, 이거.
끌었어. 잠깐만. what? 끝내자. 아 이거 심사 오차 범위가 너무 심한데? 캐리아 POG.
불차지 말까 우리?
나 집
사실
가서
상상 속의 블리츠가
잠시만.
게임을 지배하긴 했어.
나 무대 뽑아야 되는데.
상상 속의 블리츠가 게임을 지배했다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space. I'm tripping over all of my words, unfortunately. But here we are, after game number 1 between DRX and T1, and sometimes you're allowed to play League of Legends, and sometimes Carrier says, no, you're not allowed to play League of Legends, actually.
Yeah, Carrier, big part of this. The Blitzcrank, really good for 2 reasons. One, obviously, Senna and Kench, neither of them can really deal with the hook being a really big threat. And secondly, Kench is very reliant on his shield for survivability, and the shield from Senna's ultimate gives a lot of extra fighting power as well. And Blitzcrank with his ultimate can negate those. Like, he breaks shield, so as a result, it's a really good pick. I think that Carrier, when it came to like purely mechanically, Blitzcrank had some moments that weren't as great. When it came to impact on the map, though, he was really, really big. And, as it turns out, B1 Gnar, or rather R1 Gnar, if you have Zeus, is fine. Doesn't matter, combi counter picked, wins every lane, didn't get jungle detection, got a Herald in his lane as well. It doesn't matter. The guy's auto spacing is just, it's next level, Atlas. It's wild.
It is. He's definitely the best top laner that we have. Also, Kingen didn't have a very good game today. I think a lot of DRX really did look like they were a little bit stifled, and it kind of felt like after the first team fight was over, DRX didn't have very many answers whatsoever. It was a very impressive performance from T1, but it was a rough one.
And that's something you can run in with this draft, where if it's not smooth sailing and the enemy does get a sizable lead, your ways of outside of like really big teamfight ultimates from specifically Zee, like your catch potential is kind of lackluster. You don't really have a lot of CC, it's more just a lot of damage. Yeah. Especially with the builds that we got. Dev's also going for Kraken Slay, which I normally really like, but the whole comp when behind just felt not great, and T1 got ahead.
They certainly did, and let's have a look at one of the team fights where they did manage to do so as well. So we bring up our first highlight here. This was the big one. The hook over the wall here from Carrier to start everything off. And honestly, it kind of felt like as soon as these first few picks come in, the game is over, despite the fact that Gumyushi never gets to spend his money.
No.
Ever.
No, you thought it was going to be the kill, then the Crescent Guard comes in. Then secondly, Beryl comes over the wall and actually saves him. And then there's a bunch of kills for Zeus. And because of how frustrating that felt for Guma, we have a present for you.
Yeah, so we can actually go straight into our second highlight reel as well, as we can have a look at all of the times Gumyushi almost managed to cash in.
Yeah.
And if he did, this game would have been even more over than the amount of over it was already.
Yeah, so that's one. No, got nothing. Then we had the fight in Drake, where also nothing happening at all.
He also wasn't here.
Wasn't here, but I'm sure that if he actually was able to throw out an ultimate, then maybe he could have gotten it, but not going to be the case. And finally, after a really long time, you know, we're going to get this moment, you're like, oh, is he going to do it? Is it finally happening? And it takes some time, but if you're not familiar, to prevent this exact scenario from happening, Draven's now get an execute.
He does.
And Deft walks there and is in the front of the X's, and I don't know how much cash out he got. I know he got 3k gold by the end of that.
Yeah.
And the game was already over like 10 minutes before that, so it didn't actually. It was just, for a Draven, it's painful.
It definitely is. However, we also noticed that it didn't even really matter. They were able to win the game regardless. I think that his play was absolutely fantastic. The way that they navigated the lane was excellent as well. And if we have a look at the gold graph, it is not even a little bit close between these two teams towards the end. Very linear, up and to the right, and it all feels good.
It really was just a very textbook game with sizable laning gaps, most notably in top lane. Pioshik did an okay job of covering early, actually had a couple of really good moments bot, but in the end, team gap was just way too big. And you don't need to really snowball super hard with the Draven as long as you're still winning the fights. And that's what we saw there as well. T1 just really ran them over, and Zeus and Carrier are running the show here today.
Yep, they definitely were. I think there's a lot of fans probably out there thinking, I just hope that we don't get another Faker Seraphine game, but he's doing a fantastic job just gluing the team together. And as you can see, yeah, you can see where about the cash-in happened, and it was towards as DRX fell off a cliff towards the end there. But Community never actually got back to base to catch that one in whatsoever. Didn't. No. Straight up didn't. It was very, very impressive. Let's check out player of the game, though, to see who is going to pick this one up. Will it be? It is! So Zeus is going to pick it up on the top side of the map. Amazing play on the Gnar. I still think I would have given it to the Blitzcrank, but we'll see what the divvy up of votes is going to be.
We will, Atlas. As Zeus had an incredible game. The most impressive thing is that he is able to do this without any attention. Because we have in the past seen T1 be very successful with dividing resources towards Kana and being able to snowball that way. Zeus got ganked, also got a Rift Herald placed in his lane, and none of it mattered. Like, he got solo kills, he played the fights beautifully. This was the champion he debuted on, and it's a pleasure to watch him play it every single time.
Yeah. Also timing the Mega Gnar right after. Right before.
Yeah.
Right after he got the kill, sorry. Having a look here, Pog standing 600 points. And if he's able to get a second one here tonight, he can even things out with aiming. And I like that split. You know, Media throwing one out over towards Owner there, but it's respectable. I think the rest going to the Blitzcrank makes a lot of sense. So nicely done. I like that the whole analyst section is aligned. Although I think that if I hadn't have had any influence, maybe one I would have voted in a Zeus vote. I'm not entirely sure. Let's throw it back to the casters and get into game number 2.
Thank you, Carpet Spacers and Carrier Voters, for your wonderful contribution to this broadcast. We're jumping into game number 2 as T1 absolutely just dunked on him. And guess what? It's Juhan.
Wow, I really did not see this one coming. There's a lot of hype around this player. He is very good, and it has been discussed so many times, as DRX will also pick blue side, when will we see Pioshik subbed out, right? Like, Clear and Peach were very strong DRX Challengers players, were at the top of Challengers, played and won LCK games in emergency substitute situations, and they were still never brought up to this roster. They never ended up joining the main roster, and now Juhan is going to be part of this squad here going to game 2, and it took a lot to pull Pioshik out, and he had a poor performance this game in terms of positioning against the Blitzcrank. He died 3 times early on in the game, despite having Crescent Guard available, just was caught, was clearing wards when Blitzcrank was on the other side, got punished several times, and I guess the coaching staff just said enough is enough. We're finally going to pull Pioshik out here, and I never thought we'd see the day this year. I thought Pioshik was going to be in that chair every day until we see a new roster next year, and you know what? I was wrong. Juhan is in, and we'll see how he performs tonight. Very hyped player. Will he live up to Pioshik's standards? Time will tell, but he is, as many of our rookie players have been this season, thrown into the deep end, either against Genji or T1. It seems like that is just the way it happens.
Sometimes you just need trial by fire. That's just the way it will go. As, by the way, we have some global fans coming down. Welcome, welcome. As great to have everything a bit more opened up here. Hope this next wave is not so bad in Korea. We can get more people down here. As, yeah, it's going to be a fun match. I'm curious to see how it will go. We're calling for Lee Sin on Owner there as well. I think we're just taking a little bit of extra time to allow Juhan to set up here.
See his history here, spent some time on PSG. Talon was a Nongshim player, and did end up, of course, on this roster at the end of the day. By the way, that person we had on camera just moments ago is the pitcher for the Doosan Bears. Just got signed to them.
Oh,
he didn't.
What?
He did. The Doosan Bears are a KBO team, a Korean baseball team, and one of the more popular ones. They're one of the Seoul teams, and he did an interview when he first got signed to the team and said one of the first things he wants to do when it comes to Korea is watch an LCK game because he's an LCK fan. So glad he finally got to make it.
I had no idea. I'm glad you're here, Wolf, to give us this information.
Yeah, I recognized him.
Yeah. Cool to have him down. I hope he's enjoying himself. What's up?
The headset over the eyes. Pulling a LeVar Burton over there.
Yeah.
All right, it's time.
It's time for game 2. And we talked a lot about the draft, more so just in a flabbergasted manner, which was like, how really do you navigate a draft against T1 nowadays? Do you have any ideas, Wolf, that maybe we could see something different here? Because it's same sides as well.
I would like to see priority for a mid-scaling champion for DRX. Try to play around Zeka. Individually, he's an extremely strong player, and if Faker is going to be playing something like a Seraphine or just playing a little bit more utility, then I think you can at least rely on late game scaling and carrying power from Zeka, like we saw from him in the last game. The Azir, even though they got totally bopped, I think was probably the strongest part of the game for DRX. Something like that I'd love to see, because trying to play around bottom side doesn't feel like it's going to work with how well Owner is playing these days. We will see both Zeri and Lucian banned. Senna is banned here too from DRX, so we'll see if the Kalista does end up being the choice. I think considering you're on blue side, you don't get to pick it with a scaling mid. It's not DRX's style to really lock it in first pick right here. And I think this Gnar is a much better call. Remember, Kingen is also very good at the pick. So, yeah, it's not as famous as Zeus's, but still a strong pick here, a very flexible one for DRX.
Yeah, that's what I was going to mention, you know. I think that the Gnar issue has to be solved. I think that should be, like, #1. Just don't give Zeus free Gnar. Obviously, Zeus, another player on T1 that has kind of a champion ocean, but chooses to play a select few that he's really good at. And JP is one of them, and it just so happens that a lot of our players do enjoy the GP into the Gnar. So that will be the choice right away, yes.
Yeah. Zeus has lost a few games of GP, and he's had, even in some of his wins, some shaky moments in the early mid and in the laning phase, especially when he's left on an island by Owner when he's playing around bottom side, but he always gets it done in the end. Like, you can always trust Zeus's gangplank, so, you know, that's the risk you run when you prioritize the Gnar. Now, T1 are just going to go down the scaling path themselves to get gangplank and Azir, and so DRX now need to pivot more towards a little bit more power in the early game with this draft, but it will, of course, have to be face up here if they're going to do it in the first part, and this is where things get really tricky. Now, Aphelios, an Aphelios lane of any kind, whether it's Aphelios Tahm Kench, Aphelios Thresh, does have some early game power. I'd prefer the Aphelios Tahm Kench if that's where DRX are going to go with this, but I mean, T1 could just lock in Jinx and be like, all right, cool, like, what are you going to do? You know, where's the rest of your early game power coming from? And maybe Gumayusi will do just that. Now that the Aphelios Nautilus, in fact, is locked in.
Yeah, it could be an option for them if they did want to go ahead and select a jungler before more get banned out. It's not necessarily what we see very often nowadays, especially with jungle kind of falling in priority. But it is Owner, and it is Lee Sin. So they are going to prioritize that here. The man is, I think he's like 14-1, 15-1 on this pick. No. I'm thinking of someone else.
This season, he is 6-1.
Yeah, no, that's his Xin Zhao. His Lee Sin is like 24-2, right? Or 24-3?
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of insane.
Like, half of Lee Sin's wins this season are his. Half of them.
One player.
So, just putting it out there, as we will see some target bans now on ranged 80 carries here for Gumayusi, as the Lee Sin is so strong with his ear, by the way. This is a pairing we've talked about since the beginning of time, and, you know, you hit level 6, you take away the flash with the Lee Sin, and Azir just comes in and ults. Or Azir ults, Lee Sin has the follow-up kick. Like, there are so many ways for T1 to get power in mid. Gonna take away the Swain for some extra slows for the Aphelios. I'd love to see a Jinx ban here. You've taken away the Ezreal. They take away the Kalista here instead, which really shows the DRX mindset, right? Of, okay, we're just going back. The DRX mindset of, okay, you have Azir and Kalista potentially. We don't like that. You have power in both early and mid and late. We don't like that. But now they've the Draven, which is more comfort for Gumayusi and the same power.
Considering a Vi here for Juhan, there is one other jungler in the LCK that still loves the Vi. It is Krako, but even he has moved a bit away from the pick, but we will return to it here for Juhan.
And the Akali counter pick. Now, not only is Akali considered to be somewhat of a counter pick here for the Azir, but it is Zeka's best champion. It is by far his most successful. The Pyke was banned in game 1, so we got the Crank. This time, Draven, Pyke, the bottom duo of Gumayusi Keria, where they have found so much success and they enjoy playing. You just see the smile on Keria's face as he justifies the decision to both Polt and Faker before the lock-in comes through. As soon as we saw the hover, though, we all knew there was no doubt in Polt or Faker's mind that Keria should pick this. They've watched him do it and succeed so much. For DRX this game, I think there's a lot of pressure on Zeka and Juhan to actually make stuff happen in this early game. Playing around bottom side with this Vi pick doesn't seem viable, no pun intended, because there's just too much power and CC in the Draven Keria lane. Like, if you try to come in as Vi, even if you end up getting a punch off there and try to do that damage with Aphelios' burst, you're going to be facing the same sort of burst, plus a hook potentially, plus the stun. And, I mean, if Owner is down there, you're going to lose that fight. So I'd rather see them try to play around the Akali somehow here, play around the top side with this Gnar. But again, it's really the weight is on Zeka and Juhan's shoulders here. And if Kingen just gets gapped again by Zeus, I don't think this draft even works for DRX. And that was your first pick. You went B1 Gnar, so much pressure. Everything has to go right here or you will just get destroyed by, once again, Comfort, T1, Zeus' GP, Owners, Lee Sin, Fakers, Azir. Do I need to say more?
It's Comfort in every single lane. Wolf for every single player. Let's see how it goes. Back onto the Rift for game number 2. And here we do go. Very much Comfort for the side of T1. And yes, I think Kingen is, you know, in some ways, in a draft sense, he says, well, we should take away the Gnar from Zeus. It's his best pick. We can't really ban it here because we got to ban all this other stuff. We don't want them to have Senna, even though we're not going to play it. But maybe, you know, for himself individually, he's like, he kind of wants to prove to himself that he can also do this with the Gnar. Obviously, it's not the same exact matchup. It's not the mirror that we have seen from game 1, but it's still, I would imagine, in his mind, as a flash hook onto Zeka comes in, and he doesn't even have to flash, although this Q is going to land, but they don't know who else is down there. So that's just the flash down for Keria, and no Hex Flash with this build.
Yeah, I was about to give T1 a lot of credit for the start here because they prevented Juhan from warding as, okay, gonna get an extra Sand Soldier hit from Zeka here with that
annoying. It's like every little thing.
Yep, it's like, you shall not pass, Zeka.
You're still
you
on
want to go to your mini wave?
You're still on
Take the long way around.
You have the Shuriken. Okay, it comes off cooldown. And he gets there.
So, Faker misses a CS, but we'll forgive him. I was going to give them credit for denying the vision there of Juhan on Raptors, who is going to, you know, take some of that away. But I think that the way this went for T1 was, okay, let's try to stop him from getting any idea about where Owner is pathing here, because the bottom side is really scary and denying that information is massive. They still get it off, of course, as you can see that ward there next to the Raptors he was getting involved with. But the follow-up was like, okay, actually I think we can get a kill or force a flash. That part didn't work out as well. As you can see, Owner will come over here. He'll know, okay, he knows where I am now. And he's taken away a majority of my chickens. I didn't want to say he took the camp because I knew it was still there. I didn't know how much he took, but yeah, I did the exact proper thing, which is to just leave one chicken.
Yes.
And Owner will go be like, well,
the gentleman's shake, yeah. And yeah, he's just going to come in here and take all this down. He is on vision. This ward from DRX did come after the T1 ward, so he should know that he's on vision. As long as those two wards were close enough together. It's pretty close. but not sure if it was close enough. Either way, he's still hanging around here. He's not going to go too far onto that red buff or anything like that. Although, as I say that, he does throw in another Sonic Wave, and nothing will happen.
Yeah, the amount of control T1 have set up here on the bottom side of the map with a Scryer, you know, and like they have this setup with the Rift Scuttler now too. Like they are really just trying to make sure that Gumayusi and Keria can have the most control over this 2v2 possible. And then they're also threatening this early game Akali because she's going to be weak at the stage. This is not the part of the matchup that you pick Akali for. Especially when Faker is, before you even get to watch the minions collide in mid, harassing you with his Sand Soldiers. Yeah, this is 78 games of his career in the LCK alone, not including international events.
Yeah. And
it doesn't get much more comfortable than that.
You can see the comfort as well here from Owner. He's just using the ability of Lee Sin to always threaten early skirmishes. Pretty much good against anyone that's not, I guess, Rek'Sai and Jao, stuff like that. Owner does come in here. He double scuttles. Not only that, he's going to come in and take the blue buff as well. So the red buff is available. Juhan would... Oh, it looks like he's actually looking to go mid here as Faker will flash away. Zeka on this one, and the flash comes in, and Juhan was right there, ready for it, and Zeka sets up the bait. Excellently done from DRX.
Yeah, I think this was a little bit greedy there from Faker trying to go in back on that trade. They knew there was a pretty strong possibility that Juhan was going to be there. He flashes for the kill, so this ends up being nice for him because he was losing a lot of his jungle, 3 quadrants of it going over to Owner here. Essentially, he was only able to take most of the Raptor camp. His Owner is going to pass now back towards the bottom side of the map. So huge win here for Juhan, and if he doesn't get this pick, he finds himself very far behind. Now, speaking of far behind, I'm glad we're going to take a peek at this now because no resources given again in this early part. And obviously, you know, the Lee Sin is backing right now, so Faker should be aware that, hey, there's a pretty good chance I'm not going to have any help here, and Juhan could be right on top of me, so bit of a greedy move there and is punished.
Oh, this Gravitum comes in, and Guma is going to get caught as well. Barrel right there for the follow-up. Looks like Def did not have to flash or use any of his summoners. Guma elects not to either because he was already done. Here comes Keria and Owner, actually. Looking to get on top of Def. Very nice flash, but now you've got a Lee Sin on your back, even with the exhaust. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, but Owner takes a bunch of damage. Both of them getting AoE down here as Keria going to get passive, and that's going to be Barrel following up, and another auto comes in. Def with 2 kills on them. And let's see, where did he go here? Oh, nice little play from Keria.
No way!
No, Dredge line available right.
It's gotta hit it.
Right there, and that is going to be the root, and should be enough as Keria is going to go down. Zeka here as well. He's level 6. And another exhaust is going to come in, but who cares? It's only a certain amount of time as Barrel might go down. Yes, he will, but it does not matter. DRX gets so much off of the back of this bottom fight.
They even get the cannon barrage out. Now, Faker is like, well, at least I'll get a plate, though, at least, right? That's all you're going to get because this was a win on, like, 4 fronts here for DRX. And this is basically, Deft has the perfect guns to set this up, and when Keria is out of lane, he's like, all right, let's actually 2v1 this guy. We're up a level as well. So he has Gravitum, switches to it, locks him down here, then there's the flash hook. So that's the first kill of this. Then Keria decides he wants to get cheeky and come in. So as we fast forward through this, he's got Owner here, and Def still has Gravitum, but he has Infernum, flashes this, and then as he kites to the left here, just has enough healing, the root comes through from Barrel, and then Infernum gets so much value here. Like, Owner is probably like, Keria, I need you to walk differently, man. You are dragging me down with this Infernum damage. And then, of course, Keria has this sick juke play where he uses the alcove perfectly. Doesn't get the stun on the Barrel. Barrel reacts correctly. Still gets the dredge. And they do have that follow-up Gravitum. But what a sick play.
And then, no, it's not over yet. It is Zeka coming to the bottom side. And just like that, yes, Barrel does get traded 1v4, which I suppose is a win a bit, but at the same time, you're giving up plates to an Aphelios who is 3-1. You've given over another kill here. It's pretty rough for T1. They are now down about 1,500 gold here. Let's see how they handle it.
And this is the, you know, dichotomy of what this 2v2 can look like for T1, because in game 1 they play gritty, they play aggressively, they get a massive lead, and the game is all about Keria. And then in game 2, you know, Gumi is left alone, he gets punished for being greedy, and it might happen again. I do have a control ward here, we'll spot Owner. As the observers were keeping us guessing there for a second. Meanwhile, Juhan did get Rift Herald.
What was that? Guma just gonna flash away. I'm not sure if Keria gets out of here. Nope, Moonlight Vigil comes in, he's down. As Ayu's trying to go 1v2 here, looks like he's the guy that's gonna be fine once again. At least I suppose Owner will pick up the streak for T1, but yeah, another great setup here from DRX.
This is a deft barrel highlight reel. They're like, oh yeah, you're on Drake, you're really close, but you're not close enough to save the bottom duel, and Keria takes Guma Yusi's flash away. This is what we're gonna watch when we go into this replay, because Keria actually sets up with that dash a taxi for Barrel to get in, who has level 6, and so Guma Yusi has to flash. And then Keria is, of course, left out to dry. He pays for his transgressions with this aggressive positioning, as our observers are making sure nothing happens here mid, because Juhan is set up for a potential gank before we jump into the replay.
Trying to get on top of Deft here. He does not have his flash. As long as the hook lands, it should be good. That's going to be enough slow, as in comes Owner, and he's going to be the one that picks up the kill. So not going to be it for Gumi Yusi. Faker just going to use that to say no thank you. Juhan with no ultimate available, so not
Flash
too much happening there.
Yeah, Juhan flashed for that, so that is really rough. It loses a critical summoner too, so the follow-up gank is going to be much tougher to pull off. Faker's cooldown on his ult much more, much shorter, so, you know, much less valuable to lose. As this is just non-stop action across the map.
Nice try.
Yeah, Barrel's like, wait, you didn't get his flash? Oh wait, also I'm not in range, but let's go back to this moment where Barrel's like, all right, he hooks me in, I'm buffering this. And Kuba's like, Keria, what the hell, man?
And Def was calling for the fight too.
Yeah, Def called to fight it. Def was like 100% prepared for that.
I'm about to hit level 6 and et cetera, et cetera. This trade up here. It was Kingen trying to set up for Juhan, and note how Zeus just survives through all of this. Somehow they just don't have the damage, even 2v1.
Yep, and then Def is seen on this ward. And this time Keria's play is great. The Cannon Barrage makes him slowed, so he cannot actually kite the hook. He doesn't have flash. His heal is just barely still on cooldown. Well played there on the bottom side of things. But DRX still have a pretty nasty tempo lead right now. And Gumi Yusi isn't going to have the same power this game, even with that one kill he got fairly early. Just is significantly down on CS, doesn't have any items. In fact, maybe dove here.
Yeah, could happen. We do have Owner nearby, and the Rift Herald is going to be coming in. It seems like DRX notes the offensive positioning. I'm not sure if he just got saw off the wall there, but that is a really nice kick flash. In goes Juhan, though, on the aggression. Stopwatch is going to make that hit the back line as the Moonlight Vigil gets so much value because Keria went into his stopwatch. Now Guma steps up and takes it very closely there. Deft has to flash away. Not sure about that one. Maybe. Yeah, maybe the turret shot comes in at the end there, but either way, T1's still bleeding out on the spot side.
Yeah, it's a whole turret, and Faker's coming down, does have Emperor's Divide, and the Akali call out that Faker's coming down does get hit. There's a ward here, so it actually will, Faker's roam will save the turret, but we'll see. Actually, it won't lose too much out of it either, but at the end of the day, it feels like T1 are trying to play as if they're 3,000 gold ahead in this game, when in fact they are the ones who are behind. I called out the flash kick that he has here, but it's just instantly knocked back by Juhan, and it doesn't matter, there's a turret here. Moonlight Vigil is up, and he has the right guns to fight here. And unfortunately for Guma, like, it's just not a fight you're going to be able to win. You don't have the damage just yet this game. And yeah, Owner picked up that shutdown gold earlier, but you probably wanted that to be on the Draven if you could have chosen. So early Gore Drinker here for Owner isn't going to be able to set up a fight like that, shut down a Rift Herald charge, and 1,500 gold the lead is Def this time around.
Yeah, it's pretty massive. Even a big lead in the support role against Pyke, always going to feel pretty good. And yeah, I think that owner needs to get out on the map and start making some plays because, yeah, the Gorgringer is going to be nice. You can farm very fast. It's going to be cool, but you really got to get some of your lanes ahead. Faker went for the crown here, which means, okay, I just want to survive against all of the dive, especially, obviously, the Akali and the Vi. But not only that, the follow-up damage, so he did go for that. There's not too much to rocket outside of like a boomerang or some Aphelios poke. So there is that. I think it's a pretty nice purchase in this game. But it does mean that from behind, you need a bit of damage. As we almost had the same thing happen twice, Wolf, as both junglers are in the bottom side this time. Although I think this should favor DRX.
Definitely should. They are really trying to trade on the barrel passively here. But this is going to be a Drake going into DRX's pocket. Unless something changes here. Owner this time does not have flash, so won't be able to kick behind anybody. Zeka's coming down. Faker's crown still up. This is a tense fight, actually. DRX need to be so careful. They might just want to commit Barrel's ult to secure it. T1 not even going to contest.
Crown goes down, but you can see how much that is going to deny. And actually, with 4 people mid, T1 take this opportunity to kind of infiltrate down here. Again, they are behind, so got to be careful about little moves like this, but looking to set it up.
Him.
Yeah, they should see depth here as there is the combo. He nearly gets it, but Duhan stops him from coming in with a whirling death is what takes it at the end. As Akali is here, a double stun comes in. Can Guma get the damage is the question versus an Akali. I think the answer will be no. Zeka getting to work onto this Draven as nobody is going to save him, not even Faker, who comes down eventually. So we do have the 1v1 on the top side, not going to amount to much.
Trades like this from behind, though, pretty good for T1. You know, if you're able to force a fight like this and grab some summoners, then you feel pretty good about the outcome. Of course, trading junglers here means nothing is going to happen in terms of really accelerating one of the two. Now, Zeka will grab this extra turret. That's pretty massive, but the same could be said, of course, of Faker in the mid lane. As long as they finish this, I think with these minions here and Keриa's help, he definitely will be able to do just the same. So it really does feel like an even trade across the board here. And T1 have overall the stronger scaling composition. This turret way more valuable also because Faker can now use it as a Sundisk depot and can catch waves here, grant some extra vision and prio of this upcoming Rift Herald fight. He does not have teleport, so he can at least use this to try to hold some minions back, but it's not like he can go back, grab his mana bar, and then return to the Herald. And actually no Cannon Barrage either here was used in the last fight, so
yeah.
You know what? This is just going to go over to DRX. So, still, trading even a good thing as T1 here, but I thought maybe it was going to be enough to contest Herald, but without those ultimates, they think better of it. As we go back to this fight, this was so greedy from T1, but they pull it off. Def doesn't have a ward totem, so can't actually check as he goes down. He's instantly out of the fight. And with Def's damage here, this is a decisive win in the fight for DRX, but because he's the first to die, it ends up being a really clean trade.
Def got really so much gold in that entire play because Keria got the second kill or not Def, Gumayusi, sorry.
Gumi, yeah, the cut.
Might have to hold that thought because we do have a 1v2. Barrel is in here. They're just going to force this flash and not get much down. But yeah, the Draven just got so much money. So he is on 2 items at this moment in time. It is a cheaper collector, but it's still going to be power at this moment, so we'll see what he can get done as, ooh, nice little swipe there from Zeus. Not going to allow that one to hit the turret.
The mid-charge swipe right on that eyeball. Yeah, the extra gold coming through from Keria and obviously Guma getting the shutdown gold is also going to be massive, so takes a nice item advantage here. Like you said, it's cheaper, but it's a very powerful item to have against a composition of DRX that only has one tanky champion really in it, in the Gnar, and he's not that tanky even, of course, in general, so feels very good to have Collector. Even against an Akali who's trying to threaten you in those really, really close fights, you pop that passive, and that's the end of it. Plus, the lethality is such a great stat to have at this stage. He has a shield bow too, so he is going to be fighting till the bitter end with this low range. It's a brawl comp now here for T1, and I love it because they have Cannon Barrage to set it up. They have Emperor's Divide. T1 are still in this, still significantly behind, but that trade really gives them a huge window of opportunity.
Yeah, and you know, just in terms of compositionally, like, yeah, the Aphelios is 6-2 and is quite gigantic, but the Gangplank again, another free lane. Azir, one death, not so bad. Faker has nearly the highest CS in the game, so he's doing okay. And even though Guma got behind, he's now got a lot of money, as we were just talking about. 3 members of T1 are going to show up in the top side. Not going to be able to hand that money over to Guma, but they do hand it over to another carry in the form of Faker.
So there is cross-map happening here, though. Zeka at least is going to be shut down here. Really well played from Zeus to stop him from actually doing further damage to the turret. Deft is going to try to damage mid here, but is unsuccessful. So 2 cross-maps shut down after T1 have a gank squad to the top side. And every time Keria is on Pike, this is what they do, because they have so many threats. They have the Lee Sin kick threat with Sonic Wave. You have to dodge the Pike hook. You have Emperor's Divide. And they will actually grab the whole turret up here, give it over to Zeus, while defending a mid and bottom at the same time. T1's macro is kicking in, and guess what? 10-5 doesn't matter. They're up 700 gold.
Gold's coming in, and Gangplank's eating well tonight, as you can clearly see. There is this Drake issue, but it's not too much of an issue at this moment in time because T1 were able to pick up that first Drake. You know, if you split, that means, of course, somebody's got to get an extra Drake to hit that soul, so T1 aren't too worried about that either. As you can see, the initial trade starts off by Zeus in the brush.
Yeah, Kingen gets hit by that barrel chain and takes a lot of damage, and then he's like, oh no. Pops his Gnar, of course, and then is just trapped by tons of CC and damage. He dodges the Sonic Wave, but there's just too much power there, too much CC and lockdown for the Gnar to take. So he's taken out, and this game is still fairly even here, but the fact that T1 have been able to take some critical objectives off the map now, 3 turrets, is pretty incredible, considering where they were and how much gold they gave over to Deft and Beryl in this early game. I mean, like, 8 of the 9 kills in this game are, or now 10, of course, are on Deft. 9 of the 10 on Beryl. So it's all been about the bottom 2v2, really, where T1 has faltered. But they have gotten so much more of the map, as Deft has no vision here. Gotta be scared of where Owner is.
Yeah, always threatening. You've got a Lee Sin, you've got a Pike wandering around, and you don't really have a lot of vision outside of, you know, standing wards. Juhan on the bottom side here, just giving them vision there, but still control wards on both sides of the mid lane for T1, and you can see they're just waiting for picks, not necessarily overstepping their bounds here, not really trying to overdo it. They know they're not as far ahead as they were in game number 1, and so they will respect it for now.
Yeah, tell that to 10 minutes in Kumusi and Keria, but
wish I could.
Right now, yeah, playing a little bit more measured, as I like this ult here to clear the wave. Zeka gonna try to punish Faker here, but he does have Crown and Flash and Ultimate, and no one else on DRX is here, so Zeka, this might backfire.
Yeah, who's trapped in here with who? Because there's no Shuriken now. Zeka might have done that even on Vision as the trade is coming in, and Zeka's like, oh, where do I go from here? He's going to try to flash and ult to try to get out, and he's not going to be able to because he just gets collected by one auto that follows him all the way down. Zeka's magical journey goes on for a little bit too long.
I mean, he knew the rest of his team wasn't there. Why is Faker going to be that far up if he's not alone? And if you don't know where T1 are, you can't make that play happen against Crown Azir. Like, Azir might actually kill you in the 1v1 if he plays it right. Like, it's going to be close. Got to be so careful making calls like that.
Zeus doesn't seem to care. Look at the damage he's outputting. This is what a damaged GP can do, as compared to what we saw earlier from Keen, as now maybe it's T1 who stuck around for a little bit too long. Beryl on the flank, there's a TP coming in, and now we've got 2v4, and Keria is just going to leave him to the Wolves. He tries to trade it back, and he actually does! He's going to get the kill onto Juhan, who was just on that Cannon Barrage for a little bit too long.
Oh, wow, that is so much damage at this stage of the game. And T1, they're going to see if they can take a Baron, and look at where DRX are. They're so slow to respond here. They have no idea this is coming. Now, obviously, they see it. but they didn't think of the possibility, so they weren't setting up for it, because just seeing it isn't enough. You have to run over here to deal with it. It's already down to 3K. They're just going to get it again. T1 just take a Baron. Doesn't even matter. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The enemy jungler is down. Go straight to Baron. That's the flowchart for T1. And let's see if they can get out. Looks like they probably will. Faker does have Crown, and man, T1's macro this game has just been so much better than DRX's.
Yeah, it absolutely has, and I think that's been the difference maker. And speaking of which, you know, clear out all those wards behind you guys, otherwise you might meet this fate, as Beryl is just going to be left to the wolves themselves. Zeus wants to get a bit more. You see the chase coming on in. Meganar wants to say something else about that, but with the Sonic Wave, Owner will be following up and does give them the thumbs up. Faker looking for a bit more. Only Keria gets hit by the Moonlight Vigil and the subsequent Gravitum, but everybody on the side of DRX is just getting corralled into the top side of the map here. Is anyone even going to get away? No, Kingen gets executed by Keria. And now you see this is just all over the place. Juhan's going to be the next one to go down. Deft can't get a back in. Zeka is all alone as well. We're going to try to trade it here against the GP, but he can't even do that, and Deft will be left to die.
I can hear it, Valdez. I can hear Chronicler on the desk after this game saying the inconsistencies of DRX. They're showing themselves here again. They had such a lead. Deft and Beryl were in massive, massive, massive advantage. They had complete control of the bottom side, and it just went sour after that. Really nice trade for T1. Gumayusi gets so much extra gold, starts being relevant around the map. We see top side dives. Let's watch Zeus. Cannon Barrage goes down. He probably says something funny here, I predict.
Got him nice.
Got him nice. Wasn't that funny, but we got it.
Yep, he was very forceful about it. He was able to get it. It's part of the reason why we do like the damage gangplank. You know, we were talking a bit about builds earlier with Quantum Freaks Keen having a little bit of issues with his Hull Breaker and stuff like that. Obviously, it helps that Zeus just wins his lane every time, regardless of what he does. The Baron buff is going to help out. Nobody's really going to be able to collapse in here, especially with T1 on the flanks, and with DRX at a lack of vision once again has been one of the things that, unfortunately, has been a bit consistent in these DRX games.
It's unfortunate too, though, because like part of your vision control needs to be winning on more than just one lane, the 2v2 where Beryl and Deft were finding success, and then oh no.
Yeah, Juhan, that's going to be a ult for him. He actually does get the kill here onto Pike, but that is just going to be the sacrificial lamb, as a nice Infernal ultimate does hit the backline too, but a trade 1-for-1 for support for jungle is good.
Kingen is going to get this turret, so it's a trade of turrets too, but there's bounty gold here for Kingen. The problem is that this turret is less valuable for DRX because they cannot actually make strong plays to threaten inhibitors right now. They do not have control of side lane. They do here, when it's obviously a heavy commitment to the bottom side of the map. They have control of this side lane for like 2 seconds, and I think he should be able to get out here. Does not have flash, but I think he's going to be all right. Owner really wants him, but I just want to make a point about what it means, but you know, we're going to watch the chase. Owner's like, give me that Gromp, I'm on him. But yeah, so this ends up being way better for T1. In terms of gold value, no. But in terms of relevant pressure on the map, like Zeus can come down there and actually threaten inhibitors all throughout this late game now. Whereas unfortunately, with all the threats on the map and how little control Kingen has, he will never be able to be that far up in the lane again. Just not going to happen anymore. So that's the problem that we're faced with here. Is this is just again a trade well played by Juhan after getting caught here. Does of course ult onto Keria, has enough damage to help take him out there with Zeka. He dies for it, but it's a turret for turret that is more valuable for T1. Just totally honest about it is what I'm trying to be here.
And you can tell like the difference in the AD carries as well. I mean, Draven, Guma just picked up his 4th item, which is IE. And yeah, Deft has it now, but he didn't have it in that last fight. Like, imagine how different it looks if he hits the Infernum on the back line and he's getting huge crits down. Then maybe they can turn it. But right now, even with 6 kills on Aphelios, they still don't seem to have as much consistent damage. They have not been able to fight a front-to-back just yet. There have been a lot of kind of messy picks in the side lane, and that has really just been a huge issue here for DRX. And T1 macro good as ever have been able to shut them down. As speaking of items, Faker also death cap completed. Looking at his Void Staff, also a full item ahead of his opponents.
These are the T1 games that are so polarizing, actually, whether you're a T1 hater or a fan, because these are the games where people go like, see, look at how good T1 are, even from behind, even when their bottom 2v2 was smashed, they can still win. But these are the same games that the other side of the coin says, against a stronger team, T1 wouldn't actually come back. This is the game against, you know, RNG, T1 wouldn't come back. This is the game, you know, at MSI or at Worlds, T1 wouldn't come back. And these are the polarizing games, but, you know, they're winning right now, and they are almost 7,000 gold ahead.
Oh no, they want to punish Beryl for his transgressions. It's not going to happen. Owner not going to go that crazy. Zeka TP's in just to die. He's just going to TP in and die. Is he going to get away, actually? Yes, he will. Actually, finally baits in Owner, but wallets might just be too heavy here for the side of T1. You see the damage now that Guma and Faker and Zeus are all putting out. If anyone is around there from over 2 seconds, and it looks like they'll just run at the Baron here once again.
It's so funny because you could tell Owner was thinking about taking that Sonic Wave, like you mentioned, on the barrel. And then he sees the teleport and he's like, nah, I'll take this free kill onto Zeka instead, but it's an Akali, it's really hard. And he actually just is unable to get either of the kills he wants there and then does end up dying for it. But his sacrifice actually wins them this fight. As you can see, he ends up getting the Sonic Wave onto Beryl, and the second one that he hits, of course. And the Cannon Barrage slows Beryl down. And then he's like, The teleport's there, and he's like, no, I'll take the Akali instead. And then he's like, she's too slippery. It's not fair. They just keep locking me down.
Okay,
so funny.
Owner just respawned. There was a bit of a timer on him, so 4 of them only here. Owner does get here, but DRX could just burst this down and just take the Drake. It's okay. There, you got it. Just do that and run. I think at this point in time, just try to stack those Drakes and look for a later stage of the game.
Faker has TP. Could just TP to this wave. I don't know if he even necessarily needs
to.
Yeah, Winion's going to take out this inhibitor. So still, this was pre-set up by T1 with the top push they had. So yeah, you lose Drake, but it's not Soul. It's just Soul Point, which isn't good enough. Still a great play from DRX to try to punish the enemy jungler being gone, but they're just so far behind. Their wins are so small compared to the grand picture here. I mean, still 2 minutes left on Baron. Is a lot of minions they're going to be dealing with for the rest of this game, whatever's left of it. 900 bounty gold picked up. Significant, again, but when you're 8,000 gold behind, maybe not.
Yeah. Carrier just being annoying here on the left side of this fight. And one thing that was pretty cool to see is actually the Rocket Belt picked up for Zeka. It allowed him to survive in the last fight, but also it's very good at proccing Faker's crown. And he's been doing that pretty consistently when there haven't been just random DRX players dying. So that's good, at least, that he did go for that itemization. Just a cool thought, because before I was saying it wasn't going to be procced that often. As here comes Juhan looking for an angle. Beryl is with him as well. It's going to be the Gravitum comes down and they blow up the GP, actually, but that's going to be a huge play by Owner. Gets the 80 carry into the backline. The hook follow-up onto Kingin, but he is tanky enough. A triple kill here for Faker, as he will TP immediately into the top lane.
Yep, and that is going to be the game. They don't need to kill that mid turret. There's no interest there. They got this inhibitor early on, and the minions got it for them, and now the minions are going to help them end the game.
Penta? Maybe Penta? Well, Faker doesn't. Okay, he's got his soldiers in position now. As, nope, it's going to be Guma who does pick up the kill here. Probably would have been unofficial anyway. That's going to be the end of this. It will be Faker's full of Guma uses, as that will be the end of this one. Nexus goes down. When T1 decided, maybe they'll just let the Winions do the job again. As Faker playing with his food a little bit, but another swift 2-0 from T1 tonight.
And I want to go back to something I was saying earlier before we had that fight. These are the types of polarizing T1 games that you experience where, on one hand, the early game was poor, they were over-aggressive, they did not play respectfully, they were punished, and Deft and Barrel played a great bottom 2v2 that led to a massive advantage for DRX. Juhan had a great start, a great debut here for DRX. But then T1 know their win conditions so perfectly that in the mid-game, they turn it around. They get shutdowns over to their AD carry. Gumusi starts to pop off. Faker gets unleashed on the map. They start solo killing the enemy top laner. They start taking turrets off. They start playing the macro game. And despite a 3,000, 3,500-ish gold deficit, T1 still turned things around. Gumusi with some fanfare here. But, you know, love or hate these early games, and whether you say I don't know if this is going to be enough outside of Korea, we just have to respect that T1 comes prepared for game 1, destroys them in draft, executes comfort extremely well. Game 2, similar style of play as if they're 2,000 gold ahead, and then fall more than that behind, and then still smash, win the game with 7,000, 8,000 gold advantage. This team can pretty much do anything right now in the LCK. And it makes them just such a scary team to draft against, play against. You think you're ahead against T1, think again, is the feeling that's always going to be in the back of your mind when you play against them here on the Rift in the LCK. And they are so competitive right now. Started off a bit rocky, but each and every week that goes by, we're like, I don't know, they beat Gen G. Maybe this is the #1 team in the LCK.
Yeah, it does feel
Even
that.
if the standings don't say so.
Feel that way from time to time. You know, we kind of made the distinction, I forget when it was, maybe yesterday, where it's like Gen G stomped the lower teams harder, but T1 have the higher quality League of Legends in the top tier matches. But I don't know. I mean, now T1 are also beginning to really stomp some of the lower teams, and this isn't even really a low team. I mean, it's one of the teams, DRX here on the west side of the bracket, on the left side, one of the top 5 of the LCK. So, yeah, I think there is something to be said as time goes along for, you know, the resurgence of T1 back to their spot at #1. And it wasn't pretty in this game, okay? You know, they almost got home-alifed again where something goes wrong and all of a sudden you find yourself behind in a game 2, but they were able to feed Gumusi about 1,000 gold in this one fight, and that certainly helps.
Yeah, 500 extra gold taken from his kickback from his passive.
Yep.
So he's just...
And then this.
Yep. He's just rolling in it. Gets the shutdown. Like, it's just so much in this trade that favors T1, which is why I was raving about it when it happened.
Yeah.
It looks cool for DRX, like, oh, they traded back the kills, but actually it's what started the plan in motion here for T1. It almost just felt like, I mean, this is our secondary match of the week. Like, this could have been selected as match of the week because DRX have looked so good this season overall, and we were like, okay, should be exciting, should be interesting, and then T1 said no. And it's just another one of those moments where it feels like T1 is screaming against a top 5 team in the LCK. In a live match. Televised.
And Zeus, he's like, well, I got caught. And then Owner's like, no problem. I got you, buddy. Owner's been working out. He can carry quite a lot in this one. Zeus did enough carrying, of course, in this game earlier on. Insane amounts of damage with his game plan. No doubt he will have the most damage. Maybe Faker overtakes him here towards the end. But, you know, it's one of those games where it doesn't really matter because everybody on the side of T1 eventually got their individual jobs done.
Zeus calling the entire fight while dead, by the way, calling out Akali has no ult, saying to exhaust her and stuff like that. Zeus is kind of, even while dead, making such a huge impact, and it's rare to see a new player like Zeus, like who's so young and so still inexperienced, because he frankly still is a very new and inexperienced player who's nowhere near his peak, actually being confident enough to stand next to the player, the experienced legend Faker, and still be making, you know, micro calls there in those final moments. Love to see that kind of stuff.
I mean, Zeus is, what, 18? At this point, maybe he's 19 towards the end of the year. Not 100% sure, but yeah, I mean, he is basically still one of the youngest players in the league, so pretty incredible stuff, and I'm glad you do point it out. And he has swiftly risen to the top of the rankings in a lot of people's minds. But yeah,
this guy,
that's pretty much it. Anything you want to say, Wolf?
I think Zeus is one of those players that might end up being, you know, one of the biggest top legends of our time, right? Like up there with people like Smeb and Khan, who's just recently, of course, retired. Like, I think that people will remember this guy's name 5 years from now, 10 years from now, potentially. That's where I think this guy is going.
Absolutely, no doubt in our minds. But guys, we do have the analyst carpet space with Chronicler and Atlas to further push that into your minds. Let's go over to them now.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, I am here with the leader of the Zeus fan club. Don't you worry, there will be plenty of that on this particular desk. But let's first start off with the draft and just have a look at what was put together here by T1 to set up for this victory, because in the early game, it looked like it wasn't going to go the same way as game one.
Kind of liked the DRX draft. I would put serious questions at blind picking the Fidels this early on, especially into Gangplank and Azir, because even with Deft getting a lead, and even if it was, because I think Deft's Fidels is great, but even if it was like Doc Dom in his prime or Gumayushi in spring form, playing Aphelios into a good Gangplank is incredibly hard, because the spacing of the barrels makes it so hard for you to actually get in effective range, and then you're playing into the best player in the league right now on Gangplank, which is barring Gnar, his best champion. So that already is really hard. I actually think T1 didn't have to throw the gauntlet at all this time around with the Pike and the Draven, and that was just them having a bit of a giggle, especially into the Vi, which actually I think Juan had a really good early game. We don't talk about the mid game. A Kali pick also, both comfort for Zeka, and I think really good, because there is a serious lack of reliable CC on T1's side. So overall, barring that Aphelios, I think the idea behind the comp from DRX is quite nice, but they got pulled apart in the mid game.
Yeah,
the early game went, mechanically, they can match T1, like very, very clearly.
And individually, they were able to do that. But when it came to finding coordination and getting these fights going in a way that was going to work, it was very difficult. Plus, T1 had the investment banking system all sorted out, with the Pike and the Draven and the Gangplank all just making more money than your champion can. Let's start off with our first highlight here, where we do get a bit of an example of that.
Because the game state here is actually feeling great, right? Because Deft is able to get so much early gold, and that's where you're going, okay, this is a free gamer, right? Like, he's getting monstrously fed. Everything is looking amazing. And the fact that Deft is able to both flash, carry out there, then also hit the exhaust, get in the minion wave, and the minions are doing extremely relevant damage this early on in the game. Barrel with the fadeaway hooks, just all around, I think very, very nicely executed set of plays here from DRX. And this is where the key difference comes in, is that even though this plays, it's going to keep getting better, because you might think it's done, it's not.
Yeah.
Right? Just keep going, because Zeka is level 6, and Guma's going to die as well. And still, T1 was able to come back from it. And it's really important to highlight that I think that T1 very clearly is a team that's like, we can take any fight. We can take this fight.
Yeah. And I thought it was going to include the section where Deft was trying to back. Trying to walk around and get back to his minion wave.
Yeah.
And Owner was going to find him there. We had the Vault Breaker, and the boys on the desk actually already explained it, so I'm kind of glad that we did not highlight that one as well, because T1 were behind in that trade as far as kills, but made more money.
It's also really hard, because going back into the replay, what actually set apart T1 is their ability to pull apart DRX. We often criticize teams in the LCK for K-ramming, but I think DRX, if they had groups, would have had a much better shot. But now, you're trying the side lane, T1 was putting so much pressure on the lanes, and as a result, they kind of got pulled apart by Pike, and by Faker, and by a lot of traps being set up by T1.
Yeah, the amount of pick potential on this team is absolutely
it's ludicrous.
Let's check out our final replay here, as we will bring that one up onto your screen. And this was after a lot of the damage had been done, but felt like the true nail to the coffin.
Yeah, because Baron is picked up, and T1 generally, they don't mess around when it comes to Baron. Like, when they get a Baron, they might not win the game immediately, but often they do. And in this scenario, all they want is really for the fight to keep going, right? So Owner not getting a perfect kick angle, who cares? Because all they need is to just make sure that DRX goes upwards and not towards their base, because as long as that happens,
they're hurting. They're actually
the
shepherds.
No, they really are. And as a result, they get to pick them off one by one. And if we have more time on the analyst desk, which unfortunately, obviously we don't, like, this is a really cool game to review because the way that T1 turned this game around is very scary. Now, is there a valid conversation to be had regarding picking Pike Draven and then going all in like 3 times before it actually works out? Sure, but overall, the turnaround and mid-game of this team is exceptional.
It is really, really good. Let's have a look at who picks up player of the game for this one. A relatively difficult choice, but I think we all know who it's going to be, as we'll bring that one up onto your screen. And it is Zeus, moving up to 700 points alongside Aiming, the only 2 with 7 POG votes for this season, and it makes absolute sense. Zeus is, I think, just almost head and shoulders above the rest of the top laners, and probably our best performing player in the league.
I'd agree. Yeah, the ceiling of this player is, I don't know where it's going to be, but the fact that he has been able to be this diverse of a player this early on in his career is exceptional, and we saw glimpses of that, but at MSI, he was the best performing player. Right now, he's the best performing player, not even just on T1, but I'd say overall in the league. Wins every matchup, is also fine if you just give him counter pick, and I do actually think that Owner might have had an angle for a PG here if he did a little bit less happy game, because he was feeling his Lee Sin, wasn't always well advised. But there's still a couple of votes for him.
A couple of votes going over to Owner just because he picks Lee Sin. He doesn't lose on that champion and often looks really good. But you're right, you saw his stance while he was playing, you know, he was back here like this. I think he kind of knew that it wasn't exactly a game that was going to be very, very difficult. Let's throw it over to the interview though, so here's Dawn for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POG interview translation, joined by the solo POG. Zeus, congratulations. T1 is on the first place, and also Zeus, you are leading the POG as well. How do you feel? I'm happy that we won, but at the same time, I'm happy that I got the POG. Congratulations on that. So we had the first pick Nara into the first pick Senna from the blue side. So I have a lot of questions about the Nara pick. Tell me about your thoughts. So there were no other options to kind of first pick there, and also Nara is just good in general in the top lane. So we were pretty confident to go for the first pick Nara. So do you think this is one of the OP picks? Yes, it's pretty strong right now. And then T1 bottom duo even played Draven and Blitzcrank. Lots of teams spent T1's Draven in 12.12, but today it was not removed and you guys secured it as the second pick. Tell me about your drafting. Well, I don't know much of our bottom duo strategy, you know? They do that really well by themselves. And also, it's really easier and comfortable to play game when you have Blitzcrank in your team. So yeah, we were able to hear that someone from the player comp said Keria deserves the POG. How was his reaction when you found out you got the POG? Well, I was not thinking that I was going to get the POG, but somehow I got it, so I was happy. Is that you were not excited about your POG, but still your Nara performance was so on point. You were able to keep pressuring on the side lane, and especially even starting from the game, you were able to outlane Gwen. Is that what's supposed to happen in the matchup? I think most of the top laner will be confident in both of the matchup, but Nara is a really good champion where once he starts to get ahead, he can just keep extending the CS lead. However, we were not able to see many kills early on, but in the later phase, you finally got the solo kill on Gwen on the bottom lane. So I think the opponent, you know, Gwen was a little bit overextended, so I was able to get the kill. And then in game 2, enemy sort of took the Nara away and your answer was GP. To be honest, I prepared many picks into Nara. And in that game, I had to pick my top lane champion into Nara, so I decided to play GP. And then in game 2, early on, it was DRX that had the lead. However, we had a lot of fights around the top lane, a lot of people roaming towards top. Tell me about the gameplay. Looking at the comp, I think we were able to outscale them for sure. So I thought we shouldn't just rush, you know? We could take our time and look to scale, and we were not too worried about anything. And Zeus, you're able to scale and farm up all that money, and then keep doing so much damage on that pool party GP. Your watermelon always does extra damage. I mean, whenever I get to choose that pool party GP, the game goes so well, so I just want to stick to it. And now we are in the second round robin. What is your personal goal of the second half of the split? There were a lot of matches in the first round where I left a lot to be desired. So I really want to do better against the opponents that I was not able to perform well. Speaking of the opponent, your next opponent will be Gwangdong Freaks, a team you guys fell to in the first round robin. Tell me about your mindset for the revenge. You know, it was a bummer that we lost, but I don't think they're going to be a tricky opponent in the rematch. As long as we play well, we're going to win. And Keen is a great player. So I guess I have to do well. And wishing you the best of luck in the upcoming match. And this will be the end of the interview from Zeus from T1 and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, I was ganked by Jisun. Of course, we had a bit of an issue with the fact that Jisun needed to call in remotely from home. She, of course, has been out with COVID this week. Very unfortunate, but thankfully, at a moment's notice, was able to come in. Deer had to catch a plane, as it turns out. So, T1 move to first place for now. Tomorrow, Gen G do have an opportunity to get ahead once again, given the fact that they have a large game score. But DRX, they are now on the eastern side.
DRX really free-falling. A 3-game loss streak, most notably also subbing out Pioshik, and I think it makes some sense considering his individual performance, but it's not a great sign overall. And last split, the DRX challenge lineup was incredible. This time around, not so much. So if Juwon doesn't work out, then there isn't really anywhere for them to go.
Yeah.
And KT sees this and is like, nice. Gwangdong see this and are like, hey, maybe we can get up there as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, DRX are tied with KT, both of them on 0 game score. So we'll have to keep monitoring the situation. But based on how KT played and based on how DRX played, I'm probably putting KT a little bit ahead. And we have games done quick tomorrow, as Damwon Kia to take on Fredit Brion and Genji to take on Nongshim Red Force. This is most definitely top of the table versus the bottom.
Yeah, well, Fred Brion at least look revitalized, so that's great.
That is true.
Nongshim, on the other hand, look worse than they have been off the entirety of the split, so I'm very worried for that team. It's also Gen G, which is by a large margin, sorry, Liv Sandbox, our most dominant team when they are ahead. And it's going to be you and me. So I wonder what our experience will be tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, you know, there might be a chance that Fredit Brion can run off some momentum that they haven't had throughout the rest of the season and do the thing that they do to Damwon almost every year, right?
Yeah, it can happen.
Might be a possibility.
Nongshim, Genji, maybe not so much.
Not going to focus on that one. In fact, we're going to focus on going away. So thank you so much for watching, everyone. It's been an absolutely fantastic day, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final day of this week of LCK 2022 Summer.
looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me